had crawled in. I reached out and clasped his hand shortly before we went into the dining room, and Mama was already seated, and Papa was washing his hand in the bowl of water Sisi held before him. He waited until Jaja and I sat down opposite him and started the grace. For 20 minutes, he asked God to bless the food. Afterwards, he intoned the Blessed Virgin in several different titles, while we responded, "Pray for us." His favorite title was Our Lady, Shield of the Nigerian People. He had made it up himself. If only people use it every day, he told us, Nigeria will not totter like a big man with the spindly leg of a child. Lunch was fufu and onugbu soup. The fufu was smooth and fluffy. Sisi made it well. She pounded the yam energetically, adding drops of water into the mortar, her cheeks contracting with the thump of the pestle. The soup was thick, and chunks of boiled beef and dried fish and dark green onugbu leaves. We ate silently. I molded my fufu into small balls with my fingers, dipped it in the soup, making sure to scoop up fish chunks, and then brought it to my mouth. I was certain the soup was good, but I could not taste it. My tongue felt like paper. "Pass the salt, please," Papa said. We all reached for the salt at the same time. Jaja and I touched the crystal shaker. My fingers brushed his gently. Then he let go. I passed it to Papa. The silence stretched out even longer. "They brought the cashew juice this afternoon. It tastes good. I am sure it will sell," Mama finally said. "Ask that girl to bring it," Papa said. Mama pressed the ringer that dangled above the table on a transparent wire from the ceiling, and Sisi appeared. "Yes, madam." "Bring 2 bottles of the drink they brought from the factory." "Yes, madam." I wished Sisi had said, "What bottles, madam?" or "Where are they, madam?" Just something to keep her and Mama talking, to veil the nervous movement of Jaja, molding his fufu. Sisi was back shortly and placed the bottles next to Papa. They had the same faded-looking labels as every other thing Papa's factory made: the wafers and cream biscuits, and bottled juice and banana chips. Papa poured the yellow juice for everyone. I reached out quickly for my glass and took a sip. It tasted watery. I wanted to seem eager. Maybe if I talked about how good it tastes, Papa might forget that he had not yet punished Jaja. "It's very good, Papa," I said. Papa swelled around his bulging cheeks. Yes. It tastes like fresh cashew," Mama said. "Say something, please." I wanted to say to Jaja. He was supposed to say something now, to contribute to compliment Papa's new product. We always did. Each time an employee from one of his factories brought a product sample for us. "Just like white wine," Mama added. She was nervous, I could tell. Not just because a fresh cashew tasted nothing like white wine, but also because her voice was lower than usual. White wine, Mama said again, closing her eyes to better savor the taste. Fruity white wine. Yes, I said. A ball of fufu slipped from my finger and into the soup. Papa was staring pointedly at Jaja. Jaja, have you not shared a drink with us, boy? Have you no words in your mouth? He asked entirely in Igbo, a bad sign. He hardly spoke Igbo, and although Jaja and I spoke it with Mama at home, he did not like us to speak it in public. We had to sound civilized in public, he told us. We had to speak English. Papa's sister, Auntie Forma, said once that Papa was too much of a colonial product. She had said this about Papa in a mild, forgiving way, as if it were not Papa's fault, as one would talk about a person who was shouting gibberish from a severe case of malaria. Have you nothing to say, Bo, Jaja? Papa asked again. Mba, there are no words in my mouth, Jaja replied. What? There was a shadow clouding Papa's eyes, a shadow that had been in Jaja's eyes. Fear. It had left Jaja's eyes and entered Papa's. I have nothing to say, Jaja said. The juice is good, Mama started to say. Jaja pushed his chair back. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Mama. I turned to stare at him. At least he was saying thanks the right way, the way we always did after a meal. But he was also doing what we never did. He was leaving the table before Papa had said the prayer after meals. Jaja, Papa said. The shadow grew, enveloping the whites of Papa's eyes. Jaja was walking out of the dining room with his plate. Papa made to get up and then slumped back on his seat. His cheeks drooped, bulldog-like. I reached for my glass and stared at the juice, watery yellow, like urine. I poured all of it down my throat in one gulp. I didn't know what else to do. This had never happened before in my entire life. Never. The compound walls would crumble, I was sure, and squash the frangipani trees. The sky would cave in. The Persian rocks on the stretches of gleaming marble floor would shrink. Something would happen. But the only thing that happened was my choking. My body shook from the coughing. Papa and Mama rushed over. Papa thumped my back while Mama rubbed my shoulder and said, Ozugo, stop coughing. That evening, I stayed in bed and did not have dinner with the family. I developed a cough and my cheeks burned the back of my hand. Inside my head, thousands of monsters played a painful game of catch. But instead of a ball, it was a brown leather-bound missile that they threw to each other. Papa came into my room. My mattress sank in when he sat and smoothed my cheek and asked if I wanted anything else. Mama was already making me ofe nsala. I said no, and we sat silently. Our hands clasped for a long time. Papa's breathing was always noisy, but now he panted as if he were out of breath, and I wondered what he was thinking. If perhaps he was running in his mind, running away from something. I did not look at his face because I did not want to see the rashes that spread across every inch of it. So many, so evenly spread, they made his skin look bloated. Mama brought some offensala up for me a little later, but the aromatic soup only made me nauseated. After I vomited in the bathroom, I asked Mama where Jaja was. He had not come in to see me since after lunch. In his room, he did not come down for dinner. She was caressing my cornrows. She liked to do that, to trace the way strands of hair from the different parts of my body, of my scalp, meshed and held together. She would keep off plaiting until next week. My hair was so thick, it always tightened back into a dense bunch right after she ran a comb through it. Trying to comb it now would enrage the monsters already in my head. Will you replace the figurines? I asked. I could smell the chalky deodorant under her arms. Her brown face, flawless, but for the recent jagged scar on her forehead, was expressionless. Bah, she says, I will not replace them. Maybe Mama had realized that she would not need the figurines anymore. That when Papa threw the missile at Jaja, it was not just the figurines that came tumbling down. It was everything. I was now only realizing it, only just letting myself think it. I lay in bed after Mama left and let my mind rake through the past, through the years when Jaja and Mama and I spoke more with our spirits than with our lips, until Nsuka. Nsuka started it all. Auntie Ifeoma's little garden next to the veranda of her flat in Nsuka began to lift the silence. Jaja's defiance seemed to me now like Auntie Ifeoma's experimental purple hibiscus, rare, fragrant with the undertones of freedom, a different kind of freedom from the one the crowds waving green leaves chanted at Government Square after the coup. A freedom to be, to do. But my memories did not start at Nsuka. They started before then, when all the hibiscus in our front yard were a startling red. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Speaking with our spirits before Palm Sunday. Chapter 2. I was at my study desk when Mama came into my room. My school uniforms piled on the crook of her arm. She placed them on my bed. She had brought them in from the lines in the backyard, where I had hung them to dry that morning. Jaja and I washed our school uniforms, while Sisi washed the rest of her clothes. We always soaked tiny sections of fabric in the foamy water first to check if the colors would run. Although we knew they wouldn't, we wanted to spend every minute of the half hour Papa allocated to uniform washing. "Thank you, Mama. I was about to bring them in," I said, getting up to fold the clothes. It was not proper to let an older person do the chores, but Mama did not mind. There was so much that she did not mind. A drizzle is coming. I did not want them to get wet. She ran her hand across my uniform, a gray skirt with a darker toned waistband, long enough to show no calf when I wore it. "Nne, you are going to have a brother or a sister." I stared. She was sitting on my bed, knees close together. "You are going to have a baby?" "Yes," she smiled, still running her hand over my skirt. "When?" "In October. I went to Park Lane yesterday to see my doctor." Thanks be to God. It was what Jaja and I said, what Papa expected us to say when good things happen. "Yes." Mama let go of my skirt, almost reluctantly. "God is faithful. You know, after you came and I had the miscarriages, the villagers started to whisper. The members of our Umunna even sent people to your father to urge him to have children with someone else. So many people had willing daughters, and many of them were university graduates too. They might have borne many sons and taken over our home and driven us out, like Mr. Ezendu's second wife did. But your father stayed with me, with us. She did not usually say so much at one time. She spoke the way a bird eats, in small amounts. "Yes," I said, "Papa deserved praise for not choosing to have more sons with another woman. Of course, for not choosing to take a second wife. But then, Papa was different. I wished that Mama would not compare him with Mr. Zendu, with anybody. It lowered him, soiled him. They even said somebody had tied up my womb with ogo." Mama shook her head and smiled. The indulgent smile that stretched across her face when she talked about people who believed in oracles, or when relatives suggested she consult a witch doctor, or when people recounted tales of digging up hair tufts and animal bones wrapped in clothes that had been buried in the front yards to ward off progress. They do not know that God works in mysterious ways. "Yes," I said. I held the clothes carefully, making sure the folded edges were seen. God works in mysterious ways. I did not know she had been trying to have a baby since the last miscarriage, almost 6 years ago. I could not even think of her and Papa together on the bed they shared, custom made and wider than the conventional king size. When I thought of affection between them, I thought of them exchanging the sign of peace at Mass. the way Papa would hold her tenderly in his arms after they had clasped hands. Did school go well? Mama asked, rising. She had asked me earlier. Yes. Sisi and I are cooking moi moi for the sisters. They will be here soon, Mama said, before going back downstairs. I followed her and placed my folded uniforms on the table in the hallway, where Sisi would get them for ironing. The sisters, members of Our Lady of the Miraculous Medal Prayer Group, soon arrived, and the Igbo songs, accompanied by robust hand clapping, echoed upstairs. They would pray and sing for about half an hour, and then Mama would interrupt in her low voice, which barely carried upstairs, even with my door open, to tell them she had prepared a little something for them. When Sisi narrated, started to bring in the platters of moi moi and jollof rice and fried chicken, the women would gently chastise Mama. Sister Beatrice, what is it? Why have you done this? Are we not content with the... Are we not content with the anara we are offered in other sisters' home? You shouldn't have, really. Then a piping voice would say, Praise the Lord, dragging out the first word as long as she could. The Hallelujah response would push against the walls of my room, against the glass furnishings of the living room. Then they would pray, asking God to reward Sister Beatrice's generosity and add more blessings to the many she already had. Then the clink, clink, clink of forks and spoons scraping against plates would echo over the house. Mama never used plastic cutlery, no matter how big the group was. They had just started to pray over the food when I heard Jaja bound up the stairs. I knew he would come into my room first because Papa was not home. If Papa was home, Jaja would go into his own room first to change. Kekwano? I asked when he came in. His school uniform, blue shorts and white shirt, with the St. Nicholas badge blazing from his left breast, still had the ironed lines running down the front and back. He was voted neatest junior boy last year, and Papa had hugged him so tight that Jaja thought his back had snapped. Finally, he stood by my desk, flipped idly through the introductory technology textbook open before me. What did you eat? Gary? I wish we still had lunch together, Jaja said, with his eyes. Me too, I said aloud. Before our driver, Kevin, would pick me up, first at Daughters of the Immaculate Heart, and then would drive over to get Jaja at St. Nicholas. Jaja and I would have lunch together when we got home. Now, because Jaja was in the new gifted student program at St. Nicholas, he attended after-school lessons. Papa had revised his schedule, but not mine, and I could not wait to have lunch with him. I was to have had lunch, taken my siesta, and started studying by the time Jaja came home. Still, Jaja knew what I ate for lunch every day. We had a menu on the kitchen wall that Mama changed twice a month, but he always asked me anyway. We did that often, asking each other questions whose answer we already knew. Perhaps it was so that we would not ask the other questions, the ones whose answers we did not want to know. I have 3 assignments to do, Jaja said, turning to leave. Mama is pregnant, I said. Jaja came back and sat down at the edge of the bed. She told you? Yes, she is due in October. He closed his eyes for a while and then opened them. We will take care of the baby. We will protect him. I knew that Jaja meant from Papa, but I did not say anything about protecting the baby. Instead, I asked, how did you know it would be he? I feel it. What do you think? I don't know. Jaja sat on my bed for a while, longer before he went downstairs to have lunch. I pushed my textbook aside, looked up, and stared at my daily shadow pasted on the wall above me. Kambili was written in bold letters on top of the white sheet of paper, just as Jaja was written on the schedule above Jaja's desk in his room. I wondered when Papa would draw up a schedule for the baby, my new brother, if he would do it right after the baby was born or wait until he was a toddler. Papa liked order. It showed even in the schedules themselves. The way his meticulously drawn lines in black ink cut across each day, separating study from siesta, siesta from family time from eating, eating from prayer, prayer from sleep. He revised them often. When we were in school, we had less siesta time and more study time, even on weekends. When we were on vacation, we had a little more family time, a little more time to read newspapers, play chess or Monopoly, and listen to the radio. It was during a family time the next day, a Saturday, that the coup happened. Papa had just checkmated Jaja when we heard the martial music on the radio, the solemn strains making us stop to listen. A general with a strong Hausa accent came on and announced that there had been a coup and that we had a new government. We would be told shortly who our new head of state was. Papa rushed, pushed the chessboard aside, and excused himself to use the telephone in his study. Jaja and Mama and I waited silently. I knew he was calling his editor, Ade Koka, perhaps to tell him something about covering the coup. When he came back, we drank the mango juice, which Sisi served in tall glasses, while he talked about the coup. He looked sad. His rectangular lips seemed to sag. Coups begat coups, he said, telling us about the bloody coups of the 60s, which ended up in a civil war just after he left Nigeria to study in England. A coup always began a vicious cycle. Military men will always overthrow one another because they could, because they were all power drunk. Of course, Papa told us the politicians were corrupt, and the Standard had written many stories about the cabinet ministers. about the cabinet ministers who stashed money in foreign bank accounts. Money meant for paying teachers, salaries, and building roads. But what we Nigerians needed was not soldiers ruling us. What we needed was a renewed democracy. It sounded important, the way he said it. But then, most of what Papa said sounded important. He liked to lean back and look upwards. Then he talked as though he was searching for something in the air. I would focus on his lips, the movement, and sometimes I forgot myself. Sometimes I wanted to stay like that forever, listening to his voice, to the important things he said. It was the same way I felt when he smiled, his face breaking open like a coconut with a brilliant white teeth inside. The day after the coup, before we left for evening benediction at St. Anne's, we sat in the living room and read the newspapers. Our vendors delivered the major papers every morning, 2 copies each on Papa's orders. We read the Standard first. Only the Standard had a critical editor, calling on the new military government to quickly implement a return to democracy plan. Papa read one of the articles in Nigeria Today out loud, an opinion column by a writer who insisted that it was indeed time for a military president, since the politicians had gone out of control and our economy was in a mess. The Standard would never write this nonsense, Papa said, putting the paper down. Not to talk of calling the man a president. President assumes he was elected, Jaja says. The head of state is the right term. Papa smiled, and I wished I had said that before Jaja had. The Standard editorial is well done, Mama said. Ade is easily the best out there. Papa said, with an offhand pride, while scanning another paper. Change of guard. What a headline. They are all afraid. Writing about how corrupt the civilian government was, as if they think the civilians, the military would not be corrupt. The country is going down, way down. God would deliver us, I said, knowing Papa would not like my saying that. Yes, yes, Papa said, nodding. Then he reached out and held my hand, and I felt as though my mouth was full of melting sugar. In the following weeks, the newspapers we read during family time sounded different, more subdued. The Standard, too, was different. It was more critical, more questioning than it used to be. Even the drive to school was different. The first week after the coup, Kelvin plucked green tree branches every morning and stuck them to the car, lodged above the number plate, so that the demonstrators at Government Square would let us drive past. The green branches meant solidarity. Our branches never looked as bright as the demonstrators, though sometimes we drove past. I wondered what it would be like to join them, chanting freedom, standing in the way of cars. In later weeks, Kevin drove past Ogui Road. There were soldiers at the roadblock near the market, walking around, caressing their long guns, They stopped some cars and searched them. Once I saw a man kneeling on the roadside beside his Peugeot 504 with his hands raised high in the air. But nothing changed at home. Papa and I still followed our shadows, still asked each other questions whose answers we already knew. The only change was Mama's belly. It started to bulge, softly and subtly. At first, it looked like a deflated football, but by Pentecost Sunday, it had elevated her red and gold embroidered church wrapper, just enough to hint that it was not just the layer of cloth underneath or knotted end of the wrapper. The altar was decorated in the same shade of red as Mama's wrapper. Red was the color of Pentecost. The visiting priest said Mass in a red robe that seemed too short for him. He was young, and he looked up often as he read the gospel, his brown eyes piercing the congregation. He kissed the Bible slowly when he was done. It could have seemed dramatic if someone else had done it, but with him it was not. It seemed real. He was newly ordained, waiting to be assigned a parish, he told us. He and Father Benedict had a close mutual friend, and he was pleased when Father Benedict asked him to visit and say Mass. He did not say how beautiful St. Agnes' altar was, though with its steps that glowed like polished ice blocks, or that it was one of the best altars in Enugu, perhaps even in the whole of Nigeria. He did not suggest, as all the other visiting priests had, that God's presence dwelt more in St. Agnes, that the iridescent saints on the floor, ceiling to ceiling, stained glass windows stopped God from living. And halfway through his sermon, he broke into an Igbo song. The congregation drew in a collective breath. Some sighed, some had their mouths in a big O. They were used to Father Benedict's past sermons. To Father Benedict's pinch your nose monotone. Slowly they joined in. I watched Papa nurse his lips. Papa finally finished the greetings, and with the white churchyard now mostly emptied of the cars that had cluttered it like teeth in a mouth, we headed to our house. That young priest singing in the sermon like a godless leader of one of these Pentecostal churches that spring up everywhere like mushrooms. People like him bring trouble to the church. We must remember to pray for him, Papa said, as he unlocked the Mercedes door and placed the missal and bulletin on the seat before turning towards the parish residence. We always dropped in to visit Father Benedict after Mass. Let me stay in the car and wait, Biko, Mama said, leaning against the Mercedes. I feel vomit in my throat. Papa turned to stare at her. I held my breath. It seemed a long moment, but it might have been only seconds. Are you sure you want to stay in the car? Papa asked. Mama was looking down. Her hands were placed on her belly to hold the wrapper from untying itself, or to keep her bread and tea breakfast down. My body does not feel well, she mumbled. I asked if you were sure you wanted to stay in the car. Mama looked up. I'll come with you. It's really not that bad. Papa's face did not change. He waited for her to walk towards him, and then he turned, and they started to walk to the priest's house. Jaja and I followed. I watched Mama as we walked in. Till then, I had not noticed how drawn she looked. Her skin, usually the smooth brown of groundnut paste, looked like the liquid had been sucked out of it. Her sheen like the color of cracked harmattan or soil. Jaja spoke to me with his eyes. What if she vomits? I would hold up my dress hem so Mama could throw up into it, so we wouldn't make a big mess in Father Benedict's house. The house looked as though the architect had realized too late that he was designing residential quarters, not a church. The arch that led to the dining area looked like an altar entrance. The alcove with the cream telephone looked ready to receive the Blessed Sacrament. The tiny study room off the living room could have been a sacristy, crammed with holy books and mass vestments and extra chalices. Brother Eugene, Father Benedict said, his pale face broke into a smile when he saw Papa. He was at the dining table, eating. There were slices of boiled yam, like lunch, but then a plate of fried egg, too, more like breakfast. He asked us to join him. Papa refused on our behalf, and then went up to the table to talk in muted tone. How are you, Beatrice? Father Benedict asked, raising his voice so Mama would hear from the living room. You don't look well. I am fine, Father. It is only my allergies because of the weather. You know, the clash of harmattan and rainy season. Kambili and Jaja, did you enjoy Mass then? Yes, Father. Jaja and I spoke at the same time. We left shortly afterwards, a little sooner than on the usual visit to Father Benedict. Papa said nothing in the car, his jaw moving as if he was gritting his teeth. We all stayed silent and listened to the Ave Maria on the cassette player. Then we got home. When we got home, Sisi and Papa's tea was set out in the china teapot with a tiny ornate handle. Papa placed his missal and bulletin on the dining table and sat down. Mama hovered by him. Let me pour your tea, she offered, although she never served Papa's tea. Papa ignored her and poured his tea. And then he told Jaja, he told Jaja and me to take sips. Jaja took a sip, placed the cup back on the saucer. Papa picked it up and gave it to me. I held it with both hands, took a sip of the Lipton tea with sugar and milk, and placed it back on the saucer. Thank you, Papa, I said, feeling the love burn my tongue. We went upstairs to change, Jaja and Mama and I. Our steps on the stairs were as measured and as silent as our Sundays. The silence of waiting until Papa was done in his siesta so we could have lunch. The silence of reflection time when Papa gave us a scripture passage or a book by one of the early church fathers to read and meditate on. The silence of evening rosary, the silence of driving to the church for benediction afterwards. Even our family time on Sundays was quiet, without chess games or newspaper discussions. More in tune with the day of rest. Maybe Sisi can cook lunch by herself today, Jaja said. When we got to the top of the curved staircase, you should rest before lunch, Mama. Mama was going to say something, but then she stopped. Her hand flew to her mouth, and she hurried into her room. I stayed to hear the sharp groans of vomiting from deep in her throat before I went into my room. For your information, we are reading Purple Hibiscus by Chimamanda Adichie. Lunch was jollof rice, fist-sized chunks of azu fried until the bones were crisp. Lunch was jollof rice, fist-sized chunks of azu fried until the bones were crisp, and ngwongwo. Papa ate most of the ngwongwo, his spoon swooping through the spicy broth in the glass bowl. Silence hung over the table like the blue-black clouds in the middle of rainy season. Only the chirping of the ochiri bird outside interrupted it. Every year, they arrived before the first rain and nestled on the avocado tree right outside the dining room. Jaja and I sometimes found fallen nests on the ground, nests made of entwined twigs and dried grass and bits of thread that Mama had used to plait my hair, which the ochiri picked out of the dustbin yard. I finished lunch first. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Papa. Thank you, Mama. I folded my arms and waited until everybody was done so we could pray. I did not look at anybody's face. I focused instead on the picture of grandfather that hung on the opposite wall. When Papa started the prayer, his voice quivered. When Papa started the prayer, his voice quivered more than usual. He prayed for the food first, then he asked God to forgive those who had tried to thwart his will, who had put selfish desires first, and had not wanted to visit his servant after Mass. Mama's amen resounded throughout the room. I was in my room after lunch reading James chapter 5, because I would talk about the biblical roots of the anointing of the sick during family time. When I heard the sounds, swift, heavy thoughts on my parents' hand-carved bedroom door. I imagined the door had got stuck and Papa was trying to open it. If I imagined it hard enough, then it would be true. I sat down, closed my eyes, and started to count. Counting made it seem not that long, made it seem not that bad. Sometimes it was over before I even got to 20. I was at 19 when the sound stopped. I heard the door open. Papa's gait on the stairs sounded heavier, more awkward than usual. I stepped out of my room just as Papa came out of his. We stood at the landing and watched Papa descend. Mama was slung over his shoulder like the jute bag of rice his factory workers brought in bulk at the Semeboda. He opened the dining room door. Then we heard the front door open. Heard him say something to the gate man, Adamu. There is blood on the floor. Jaja said, I will get the brush from the bathroom. We cleaned up the trickle of blood, which trailed away, as if someone had carried a leaking jar of red watercolor all the way downstairs. Jaja scrubbed while I wiped. Mama did not come home that night, and Jaja and I had dinner alone. We did not talk about Mama. Instead, we talked about the 3 men who were publicly executed 2 days before for drug trafficking. Jaja had heard some boys talking about it in school. It had been on the television. The men were tied to poles and their bodies kept shuddering, even after the bullets were no longer being pumped into them. I told Jaja what I got in my class had said, what a girl in my class had said, that her mother turned their TV off, asking why she should watch fellow human beings die, asking what was wrong with all those people who gathered at the execution ground. After dinner, Jaja said grace, and at the end he added a short prayer for Mama. Papa came home when we were in our room studying, according to our schedules. I was drawing pregnant stick images on the inner flap of my introductory agriculture for junior secondary schools when he came into my room. His eyes were swollen and red, and somehow that made him look younger, more vulnerable. Your mother will be back tomorrow about the time you get back from school. She will be fine, he said. Yes, Papa. I looked away from his face, back at my books. He held my shoulders, rubbing them in gentle circular motions. Stand up, he said. I stood up, and he hugged me, pressed me close so that I felt the beat of his heart under his soft chest. Mama came home the next afternoon. Kevin brought her in the Peugeot 505 with the factory name emblazoned on the passenger door, the one that often took us to and from school. Jaja and I stood waiting by the front door, close enough for our shoulders to touch, and we opened the door before she got in. Mum, she said, hugging us, my children. She wore the same white t-shirt with God is love written on the front. Her green wrapper hung below than usual on her waist. It had been knotted with a lazy effort at the side. Her eyes were vacant, like the eyes of those mad people who wandered around the road garbage dumps in town, pulling grimy, torn canvas bags with their life fragments inside. There was an accident. The baby is gone, she said. I moved back a little, stared at her belly. It still looked big, still pushed at her wrapper in a gentle way. Was Mama sure the baby was gone? I was still staring at her belly when Sisi came in. Sisi's cheekbones were so high they gave her an angular, eerily amused expression, as if she were mocking you, laughing at you, and you would never know why. Good afternoon, Madam. No, she said. We will eat now or after your bath. Will you eat now or after your bath? For a moment, Mama looked as though she did not know what Sisi had said. Not now, Sisi, not now. Get me water and a towel. Mama stood, hugging herself in the center of the living room, near the glass table, until Sisi brought a plastic bowl of water and a kitchen towel. The etagere had 3 shelves of delicate glass, and each one held beach ballet dancing figurines. Mama stood, hugging herself in the center of the living room, near the glass table until Sisi brought a plastic bowl of water and a kitchen towel. The etagere had 3 shelves of delicate glass, and each one held beach ballet dancing figurines. Mama stared at the lowest layer, polishing both the shelf and the figurines. I sat down on the leather sofa, closest to her, close enough to reach out and straighten her wrapper. "Nne, this is your study time. Go upstairs," she said. "Go upstairs," she said. "I want to stay here." She slowly ran the clothes over a figurine. One of it matchstick-sized legs raised high in the air. Before she spoke, "Nne, go." I went upstairs then and sat staring at my textbook. The black type blurred, the letters swimming into one another, and then changed to a bright red, the red of fresh blood. The blood was watery, flowing from Mama, flowing from my eyes. Later at dinner, Papa said we would recite 16 different novenas for Mama's forgiveness. And on Sunday, the first Sunday of Trinity, we stayed back after Mass and started the novenas. Father Benedict sprinkled us with holy water. Some of the holy water landed on my lips, and I tasted the stale saltiness of it as we prayed. If Papa felt Jaja or me beginning to drift off at the 13th recitation of the plea to St. Jude, he suggested we start all over. We had to get it right. I did not even think what Mama needed to be forgiven for. The words on my textbooks kept turning into blood each time I read them. Even if my first term exams approached, even when we started to do class reviews, the words still made no sense. A few days before my first exams, I was in my room studying, trying to focus on one word at a time, when the doorbell rang. It was Yewande Koka, the wife of Papa's editor. She was crying. I could hear her because my room was directly above the living room, and because I had never heard crying that loud before. They have taken him, she said between throaty sobs. Yewande, Papa said, his voice much lower than hers. What will I do, sir? I have 3 children. One is still sucking my breast. How will I raise them alone? I could hardly hear her words. Instead, what I heard clearly was the sound of something catching in her throat. When Papa said, "Yewande, don't talk that way. Ade will be fine. I promise you, Ade will be fine." I heard Jaja leave his room. He would walk downstairs and pretend that he was going to the kitchen to drink water and stand close to the living room door for a while, listening. When he came back up, he told me soldiers had arrested Adekoka as he drove out of the editorial offices of the Standard. His car was abandoned on the roadside, the front door left open. I imagined Adekoka being pulled out of his car, being squashed into another car, perhaps a black station wagon filled with soldiers, their guns hanging out of the windows. I imagined his hands quivering with fear, a wet patch spreading on his trousers. I knew his arrest was because of the big cover story in the last Standard. A story about how the head of state and his wife had paid people to transport heroin abroad. A story that questioned the recent execution of 3 men who the real drug barons were. Jaja said that when he looked through the keyhole, Papa was holding Yewande's hand and praying, telling her to repeat, "None of those who trust in him shall be left desolate." Those were the words I said to myself as I took my exams the following week, and I repeated them too as Kevin drove me home. On the last day of school, my report card tightly pressed to my chest. The Reverend Sisters gave us our cards unsealed. I came second in my class. It was written in figures, 2/25. My form mistress, Sister Clara, had written, "Kambili is intelligent beyond her years, quiet and responsible." The principal, Mother Lucy, wrote, "A brilliant, obedient student and a daughter to be proud of." But I knew Papa would not be proud. He had often told Jaja and me that he did not spend so much money on Daughters of the Immaculate Heart and St. Nicholas to have us let other children come first. Nobody had spent money on his own schooling, especially not his godless father, our Papa Nuku. Yet, he had always come first. I wanted to make Papa proud, to do as well as he had done. I needed him to touch the back of my neck and tell me I was fulfilling God's purpose. I needed him to hug me close and say that from whom much is given, much is also expected. I needed him to smile at me in the way that lifts my face up. That warmed something inside me, but I had come second. I was stained by failure. Mama opened the door even before Kevin stopped the car in the driveway. She always waited by the front door on the last day of school to sing praise songs in Igbo and hug Jaja and me and caress our report cards in our hands. It was the only time she sang aloud at home. "O Mema Chineke, O Mema." Mama started her song and then stopped when I greeted her. "Good afternoon, Mama." "Nne, did it go well? Your face is not bright." She stood aside to let me pass. I came second. Mama paused. "Come and eat." Sisi cooked coconut rice. I was sitting at my study desk when Papa came home. He lumbered upstairs, each heavy step creating turbulence in my head, and went into Jaja's room. He had come first as usual, so Papa would be proud. He would hug Jaja, leave his arms resting around Jaja's shoulder, and took a while in Jaja's room, though I knew he was looking through each individual subject score, checking to see if he had decreased by 1 or 2 marks since last term. Something pushed fluid into my bladder, and I rushed to the toilet paper. Papa was in my room when I came out. "Good evening, Papa." "No." "Did school go well?" I wanted to say I came second so that he would know immediately, so that I would acknowledge my failure, but instead I said yes and handed him the report card. He seemed to take forever to open it and even longer to read it. I tried to pace my breathing as I waited, knowing all the while that I could not. "Who came first?" Papa asked finally. "Chinwe Jideze." Jideze. "The girl who came second last term?" "Yes," I said. My stomach was making sounds, hollow, lumbering sounds that seemed too loud that would not stop even when I sucked in my belly. Papa looked at my report card for a while longer. Then he said, "Come down for dinner." I walked downstairs, my legs feeling joint-free, like long strips of wood. Papa had come home with samples of a new biscuit, and he passed the green packet around before we started dinner. I bit into the biscuit. "Very good, Papa." Papa took a bite and chewed, then looked at Jaja. "It has a fresh taste," Jaja said. "Very tasty," Mama said. "It should sell by God's grace," Papa said. "Our wafers lead the market now, and this should join them." I could not look at Papa's face when he spoke. The boiled yam and peppery greens refused to go down my throat. They clung to my mouth like children clinging to their mother's hands at a nursery school entrance. I downed glass after glass of water to push them down, and by the time Papa started the grace, my stomach was swollen with water. When he was done, Papa said, "Kambili, come upstairs." I followed him as he climbed the stairs in his red silk pajamas. His buttocks quivered and shook like a camel, properly made a camel, jelly-like. The cream decor in Papa's bedroom was changed every year, but always to a slightly different shade of cream. The plush rug that sank in when you stepped on it was plain cream. The curtains had only a little brown embroidery at the edges. The cream leather armchairs were placed close together, as if two people were sitting in an intimate conversation. All that cream blended and made the room seem wider, as if it never ended, as if you could not run even if you wanted to, because there was nowhere to run to. When I had thought of heaven as a child, I visualized Papa's room, the softness, the creaminess, the endlessness. I would snuggle into Papa's arms when Harmattan thunderstorms raged outside, flinging mangoes against the window netting and making the electric wires hit each other and spark bright orange flames. Papa would lodge me between his knees or wrap me in the cream blanket that smelled of safety. I sat on a similar blanket now, on the edge of the bed. I slipped off my slippers and sank my feet into the rug and decided to keep them sunk in so that my toes would feel cushioned, so that a part of me would feel safe. "Kambili," Papa said, breathing deeply. "You didn't put in your best this time. You came second because you chose to." His eyes were sad, deep and sad. I wanted to touch his face, to run my hand over his rubbery cheek. There were stories in his eyes that I would never know. The phone rang then. It had been ringing more often since Adekoka was arrested. Papa answered it and spoke in low tones. I sat waiting for him until he looked up and waved me away. He did not call me the next day or the day after to talk about my report card, to decide how I would be punished. I wondered if he was too preoccupied with Adekoka's case. But even after he got him out of jail a week later, he did not talk about my report card. He did not talk about getting Adekoka out of jail either. We simply saw his editorial back in the Standard, where he wrote about the value of freedom, about how his pen could not stop writing the truth. But he did not mention where he had been detained, or who had arrested him, or what had been done to him. There was a postscript in italics where he thanked his publisher, "A man of integrity, the bravest man I know." I was sitting next to Mama on the couch during family time, and I read that time over and over and then closed my eyes. I felt a surge run through me, the same feeling I got when Father Benedict talked about Papa at Mass, the same feeling I got after I sneezed, a clear tingling sensation. Thank God Ade is safe, Mama said, running her hands over the paper. They put out cigarettes on his back. Papa said, shaking his head. They put out so many cigarettes on his back. They will receive their due, but not on this earth. Mba, Mama said. Although Papa did not smile at her, he looked too sad to smile. I wished I had thought to say that we were going to publish underground. Now, Papa said, it is no longer safe for my staff. I knew that publishing underground meant that the newspaper would be published from a secret location. Yet, I imagined Adekoka and the rest of the staff in an office beneath the ground, a fluorescent lamp flooding the dark, damp room. The men bent over their desk, writing the truth. That night, when Papa prayed, he added longer passages, urging God to bring about the downfall of the godless men ruling our country. And he intoned over and over, Our Lady, Shield of the Nigerian people, pray for us. The school break was short, only 2 weeks, and the Saturday before school resumed, Mama took Jaja and me to the market to get new sandals and bags. We didn't need them. Our bags and brown sandals were still new, only a term old. But it was the only ritual that was ours alone. Going to the market before the start of each new term, rolling the car windows down as Kevin drove us there without having to ask permission from Papa. In the outskirts of the market, we let our eyes dwell on the half-naked mad people near the rubbish dumps. On the half-naked mad people near the rubbish dumps, on the men who casually stopped to unzip their trousers and urinate at corners, on the women who seemed to be haggling loudly with mounds of green vegetables, until the head of the trader peeked out from behind. Inside the market, we shrugged off traders who pulled us along the dark passages, saying, I have what you want, or come with me, it's here. Even though they had no idea what we wanted, we scrunched up our noses at the smells of bloody fresh meat and musty dry fish, and lowered our heads from the bees that buzzed in the thick cloud over the shades of the honey sellers. As we left the market with our sandals and some fabric Mama had bought, we saw a small crowd gathered around the vegetable stalls we had passed earlier, the ones lining the road. Soldiers were milling around, market women were shouting, and many had both hands placed on their heads in the way that people do to show despair or shock. A woman lay in the dirt, wailing, tearing at her short afro. Her wrapper had come undone, and her white underwear showed. Hurry up, Mama said, moving closer to Jaja and me, and I felt that she wanted to shield us from seeing the soldiers and the women. As we hurried past, I saw a woman spit at a soldier. I saw the soldier raise a whip in the air. The whip was long. It coiled in the air before it landed on the woman's shoulder. Another soldier was kicking down trays of fruit, smashing papayas with his boots and laughing. When we got into the car, Kevin told Mama that the soldier had been ordered to demolish the vegetable stores because they were illegal structures. Mama said nothing. She was looking out of the window as though she wanted to catch the last sight of those women. I thought about the woman lying in the dirt as we drove home. I had not seen her face, but I felt that I knew her. that I had always known her. I wish I could have gone over and helped her up, cleaned the red mud from her wrapper. I thought about her too on Monday as Papa drove me to school. He slowed down on Ogui Road to fling some crisp naira notes at a beggar sprawled by the roadside, near some children hawking peeled oranges. The beggar stared at the notes, then stood up and waved after us, clapping and jumping. I had assumed he was lame. I watched him in the rear view mirror, my eyes steadily on him until he disappeared from sight. He reminded me of the market women in the death. There was a helplessness to his joy, the same kind of helplessness as in that woman's despair. The walls that surrounded Daughters of the Immaculate Heart Secondary School were very high, similar to our compound walls, but instead of coiled electric wires, they were topped by jagged pieces of green glass with sharp edges jutting out. Papa said the walls had swayed his decision when I finished elementary school. Discipline was important, he said. You could not have youngsters scaling walls to go into the town and go wild, the way they did at the federal government colleges. These people cannot drive, Papa muttered. When we got to the school gate, where cars nosed up to each other, horning. There is no prize for being first to get into the school compound. Hawkers, girls much younger than I, defied the school gate men, edging closer and closer to the cars to offer peeled oranges and bananas and groundnuts, their moth-eaten blouses slipping off their shoulders. Papa finally eased the car into the wide school compound and parked near the volleyball court beyond the stretch of manicured lawn. Where is your class? He asked. I pointed to the building by the group of mango trees. Papa came out of the car with me, and I wondered what he was doing, why he was here, why he had driven me to school, and asked Kevin to take Jaja. Sister Margaret saw him as we walked to my class. She waved gaily from the midst of the students and a few parents, then quickly waddled over to us. Words flew generously out of her mouth. How was Papa doing? Was he happy with my progress at Daughters of the Immaculate Heart? Will he be at the reception for the bishop next week? Papa changed his accent when he spoke, sounding British, just as he did when he spoke to Father Benedict. He was gracious in the eager-to-please way that he always assumed with the religious, especially with the white religious. As gracious as when he presented the check for refurbishing the Daughters of the Immaculate Heart Library. He said he had just come to see my class, and Sister Margaret told him to let her know if he needed anything. Where is Chinwe Chideze? Papa asked when we got to the front of my class. A group of girls stood at the door talking. I looked around, feeling a weight around my temples. What would Papa do? Chinwe's light-skinned face was at the corner of the group, as usual. She is the girl in the middle, I said. Was Papa going to talk to her, yank at her ears for coming first? I wanted the ground to open up and swallow the whole compound. Look at her, Papa said. How many heads does she have? One. I did not need to look at her to know that, but I looked at her anyway. Papa pulled a small mirror the size of a powder compact from his pocket. "Look at the mirror." I stared at him. He said, "Look in the mirror." I took the mirror and peered at it. "How many heads do you have, boy?" Papa asked, speaking Igbo for the first time. "One." "The girl has one head too. She does not have two. So why did you let her come first?" "It will not happen again, Papa." A light dust ikuku was blowing in brown spirals like uncoiling springs, and I could taste the sand that settled on my lips. "Why do you think I work so hard to give you and Jaja the best? You have to do something with all these privileges, because God has given you much. He expected so much from you. He expects perfection. I didn't have a father who sent me to the best schools. My father spent his time worshiping gods of wood and stone. I would be nothing today but for the priests and sisters at the mission. I was a houseboy for the parish priest for 2 years. Yes, a houseboy. Nobody dropped me off at school. I walked 8 miles every day to Nimo until I finished elementary school. I was a gardener for the priests while I attended St. Gregory Secondary School. I had heard all this before. How hard he had worked, how much the missionary reverend sisters and priests had taught him, things he would never have learned from his idol-worshipping father, my Papa Nuku. But I nodded and looked alert. I hoped my class girls were not wondering what my father and I had chosen to come to school to have a long conversation in front of the classroom building. Finally, Papa stopped talking and took the mirror back. "Kevin will be here to pick you up," he said. "Yes, Papa. Bye. Read well." He hugged me, a brief side hug. "Bye, Papa." I was watching him walk down the path bordered by flowerless garden bushes when the assembly bell rang. Assembly was raucous, and Mother Lucy had to say, "Now, girls, may we have silence?" A few times I stood in the front of the line, as always, because the back was for the girls who belonged to cliques, girls who giggled and whispered to one another, shielded from the teachers. The teachers stood on an elevated podium, all statues in their white and blue habit. After we sang a welcoming song from the Catholic hymnal, Mother Lucy read Matthew chapter 5 up to verse 7, and then we sang the national anthem. Singing the national anthem was relatively new at Daughters of Immaculate Heart. It had started last year because some parents were concerned about their children, that their children did not know the national anthem or the pledge. I watched the sisters as we sang. Only the Nigerian Reverend sisters sang, teeth flashing against their dark skins. The white Reverend sisters stood with arms folded or lightly touching the glass rosary beads that dangled at their waist, carefully watching to see that every student's lips moved. Afterwards, Mother Lucy narrowed her eyes behind her thick lenses and scanned the lines. She always picked one student to start the pledge before the others joined in. "Kambili Achike, please start the pledge," she said. Mother Lucy had never chosen me before. I opened my mouth, but the words would not come out. Kambili Achike, Mother Lucy, and the rest of the school had turned to stare at me. I cleared my throat, willed the word to come. I knew them, thought them, but they would not come. The sweat was warm and wet under my arms. Kambili, finally stuttering, I said, "I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, The rest of the school joined in, and while I mounted along, I tried to slow my breathing. After assembly, we filed to our classrooms. My class went through the routine of settling down, scraping chairs, dusting desks, copying the new term timetable written on the board. "How was your holiday, Kambili?" Ezinne leaned over and asked. "Fine. Did you travel abroad?" "No." I didn't know what else to say, but I wanted Ezinne to know that I appreciated that she was always nice to me, even though I was awkward and tongue-tied. I wanted to say thank you for not laughing at me and calling me a backyard snob, the way the rest of the girls did. But the words that came out were, "Did you travel?" Ezinne laughed. "Me? Oh, Diego. It's people like you and Gabriela and Chinwe who travel. People with rich parents. I just went to the village to visit my grandmother." "Oh," I said. "Why did your father come this morning?" I stopped to take a breath because I knew I would stutter even more if I didn't. "He wanted to see my class." "You look a lot like him. I mean, you are not big, but the features and complexions are the same," Ezinne said. "Yes. I heard Chinwe took the first position from you last term, Abi?" "Yes. I am sure your parents didn't mind." "You have been coming first since we started class 1. Chinwe said her father took her to London. "Oh, I came fit, and it was an improvement for me because I came 8th the term before. You know, our class is very competitive. I used to always come first in my primary school." Chinwe Jideze came over to Ezinne's table then. She had a high bird-like voice. "I want to remain class prefect this term, AZ Butterfly. So make sure you vote for me," Chinwe said. Her school skirt was tight at the waist, dividing her body into 2 rounded halves like number 8. "Of course," Ezinne said. I was not surprised when Chinwe walked past me to the girl at the next desk and repeated herself, only with a different nickname that she had thought up. Chinwe had never spoken to me, not even when we were placed in the same agricultural science group to collect weeds for an album. The girls flocked around her desk during short breaks, their laughter ringing out often. Their hairstyles were usually exact copies of hers. Black, thread-covered sticks of Chinwe wore Isiowu that week, or zigzagging cornrows that ended in a ponytail atop their heads if Chinwe wore Shuku that week. Chinwe walked as if there was a hot object underfoot, raising each leg almost as soon as her other foot touched the floor. During lunch break, she bounced in front of a group of girls as they went to the tuck shop to buy biscuit and coke. According to Ezinne, Chinwe paid for everyone's soft drink. I usually spend long break reading in the library. Chinwe just wants you to talk to her first, Ezinne whispered. You know, she started calling you backyard snob because you don't talk to anybody. She said, just because your father owns a newspaper and all those factories does not mean you have to feel too big. Because her father is rich too. I don't feel too big. Like today at assembly, she said you were feeling too big. That was why you didn't start the pledge the first time Mother Lucy called you. I didn't hear the first time Mother Lucy called me. I'm not saying You feel too big. I am saying that is what Chinwe and most of the girls think. Maybe you should try and talk to her. Maybe after school, you should stop running off like that and walk with us to the gate. Why do you always run anyway? I just like running, I said, and wondered if I would count that as a lie when I made confession next Saturday. If I would add it to the lie about not having heard Mother Lucy the first time. Kevin always had the Peugeot 504 parked at the school gate right after the bells rang. Kevin had many other chores to do for Papa, and I was not allowed to keep him waiting. So I always dashed out of my last class, dashed as though I were running the 200 meters race at the inter-house sports competition. Once, Kevin told Papa I took a few minutes longer, and Papa slapped my left and right cheeks at the same time. So his huge palms left parallel marks on my face and ringing in my ears for days. Why? Isn't asked. If you stay and talk to people, maybe it will make them know that you are really not a snob. I just like running, I said. For your information, we are currently reading Purple Hibiscus by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. I remained a backyard snob to most of my class girls until the end of term, but I did not worry too much about that because I carried a bigger load, the worry of making sure I came first next term. It was like balancing a sack of gravel on my head every day at school and not being allowed to steady it with my hand. I still saw the print on my textbooks as a red blur. Still saw my baby brother's spirit strung together by narrow lines of blood. I memorized what the teacher said because I knew my textbook would not make sense if I tried to study later. After every test, a tough lump like poorly made fufu formed in my throat and stayed there until my exercise books came back. School closed for Christmas break in early December. I peered into my report card while Kevin was driving me home and saw 1 out of 25 written in a hand so slanted. I had to study it to make sure it was not 7. That night, I fell asleep, hugging close the image of Papa's face lit up. The sound of Papa's voice telling me how proud of me he was, how I had fulfilled God's purpose for me. Dust-laden winds of Hamatan came with December. They brought the scent of the Sahara and Christmas, and yanked the slender ovate leaves down from the frangipani and the needle-like leaves from the whistling pines, covering everything in a film of brown. We spent every Christmas in our hometown. Sister Veronica called it the yearly migration of the Igbo. She did not understand. She said in that Irish accent that rolled her words across her tongue, why many Igbo people built huge houses in their hometowns, where they spent only a week or 2 in December, but were content to live in cramped quarters in the city the rest of the year. I often wondered why Sister Veronica needed to understand it when it was simply the way things were done. The morning winds were swift on the day we left, pulling and pushing the whistling pines trees so that they bent and twisted, as if bowing to a dusty god. Their leaves and branches making the same round sound as a football referee's whistle. The cars were parked in the driveway, and boots open, waiting to be loaded. Papa would drive the Mercedes with Mama in the front seat and Jaja and me in the back. Kevin would drive the factory car with Sisi, and the factory driver Sunday, who usually stood in when Kevin took his yearly 1-week leave, would drive the Volvo. Papa stood by the hibiscuses, giving directions. One hand sunk in the pocket of his white tunic, while the other pointed from item to car. The suitcase go in the Mercedes, and the vegetables also. The yams would go in the Peugeot 505, and the cases of Remy Martin and cartons of juice. So see if the stacks of okporoko will fit in too. The bags of rice and gari and beans and the plantains go in the Volvo. There was a lot to pack, and Adamo came over from the gate to help Sunday and Kelvin. The yams alone, white tubers, the size of young poppies, filled the boot of the Peugeot 505, and even the front seat of the Volvo had a bag of beans slanting across it, like a passenger who had fallen asleep. Kelvin and Sunday drove off first, and we followed, so that if the soldiers at the roadblocks stopped them, he would see and stop too. Papa started the rosary before we drove out of our gated street. He stopped at the end of the first decade, so Mama could continue with the next set of 10 Hail Marys. Jaja led the next decade, then it was my turn. Papa took his time driving. The expressway was a single lane, and when we got behind a lorry, he stayed put, muttering that the roads were unsafe, that the people in Abuja had stolen all the money meant for making the expressways dual carriage. Many cars horned and overtook us. Some were so full of Christmas yams and bags of rice and crates of soft drinks that their boots almost grazed the road. At 9th mile, Papa stopped to buy bread and okpa. Hawkers descended on our car, pushing boiled eggs, roasted cashews, bottled water, bread, okpa, agidi, and into every window of the car, chanting, "Buy from me, oh, I will sell well to you," or "Look at me, I am the one you are looking for." Although Papa bought only bread and okpa, wrapped in hot banana leaves, he gave a 20 naira note to each of the other hawkers, and their "Thank you, sir, God bless you" chants echoed in my head as we drove off and approached Aba. The green "Welcome to Aba Town" sign that led off the expressway would have been easy to miss, because it was so small. Papa turned onto the dirt road, and soon I heard screech, screech, screech of the low underbelly of the Mercedes scraping the bumpy sun-baked road. Scraping the bumpy sun-baked dirt road. As we drove past, people waved and called out Papa's title, Omelora, mud and thatched huts stood close to 3-story houses that nestled behind ornate metal gates. Naked and semi-naked children played with limp footballs. Men sat on benches beneath trees, drinking palm wine from cow horns and cloudy glass mugs. The car was coated in dust by the time we got to the wide black gates of our country home. The 3 elderly men standing under the lone ukwa tree near our gates waved and shouted, "No, no, no, no. Have you come back? We will come in soon to say welcome." Our gate man threw the gates open. "Thank you, Lord, for journey mercies," Papa said as he drove into the compound, crossing himself. "Amen," we said. Our house still took my breath away. The 4-story white majesty of it, with the sporting fountain in front and the coconut trees flanking it on both sides, and the orange trees dotting the front yard. The 3 little boys rushed into the compound to greet Papa. They had been chasing our cars down the dirt road. "Omelora, good afternoon, sir," they chorused. They wore only shorts, and each one's belly button was the size of a small balloon. "Kedu uno?" Papa gave them each 10 naira from a wad of notes he pulled out of his hold all. "Greet your parents and make sure you show them this money." "Yes, sir. Thanks, sir." They dashed out of the compound, laughing loudly. Kevin and Sunday unpacked the foodstuffs, while Jaja and I unpacked the suitcases from the Mercedes. Mama went to the backyard with Sisi to put away the cast iron. Mama went to the backyard with Sisi to put away the cast iron. Cast iron cooking tripod. Our food would be cooked on the gas cooker inside the kitchen, but the metal tripod would balance the big Kevin and Sunday unpacked the foodstuffs, while Jaja and I unpacked the suitcase from the Mercedes. Mama went to the backyard with Sisi to put away the cast iron cooking tripods. Our food would be cooked on the gas cooker inside the kitchen, but the metal tripods would balance the big pots that would cook rice and stew and soups for visitors. Some of the pots were big enough to fit a whole goat. Mama Sisi hardly did any of that cooking. They simply stayed around and provided more salt, more Maggi cubes, more utensils, because the wives of the members of our Umunna came over to do the cooking. They wanted Mama to rest. They said after the stress of the city, and after every year, they took the leftovers, the fat pieces of meat, the rice and beans, the bottles of soft drink and Maltina, and the bear home with them afterwards. We were always prepared to feed the whole village at Christmas, always prepared so that none of the people who came in would leave without eating and drinking, to what Papa called a reasonable level of satisfaction. Papa's title was Omelora. After all, the one who does for the community. But it was not only Papa who received visitors. The villagers trooped to every big houses with a big gate, and sometimes they took plastic bottles with firm covers. It was Christmas. Jaja and I were upstairs unpacking when Mama came in and said, Ade Koka came by with his family to wish us a Merry Christmas. They are on their way to Lagos. Come downstairs and greet them. Ade Koka was a small, round, laughing man. Every time I saw him, I tried to imagine him writing those editorials in the Standard. I tried to imagine him writing those editorials in the Standard. I tried to imagine him defying the soldiers, and I could not. He looked like a stuffed doll, and because he was always smiling, the deep dimples in his pillowy cheek looked like permanent fixtures, as though someone had sunk a stick into his cheeks. Even his glasses looked dullish. They were thicker than window louvers, tinted a strange bluish shade, and framed in white plastic. He was throwing his baby, a perfectly round copy of himself, in the air when we came in. His little daughter was standing close to him. Asking him to throw her in the air too. Jaja, Kambili, how are you? He said. And before we could reply, he laughed, his tinkling laughter, and gesturing to the baby, said, You know, they say the higher you throw them when they are young, the more likely they are to learn how to fly. The baby goggled, showing pink gums, and reached out for his father's glasses. Adekoka tilted his head back, threw the baby up again. His wife Yewande hugged us, asked how we were, then slapped Adekoka's shoulder playfully and took the baby from him. I watched her and remembered her loud, choking cries to Papa. Did you like coming to the village? Adekoka asked us. We looked at Papa at the same time. He was on the sofa, reading a Christmas card and smiling. Yes, we said. You like coming to this bush place? His eyes widened theatrically. Do you have friends here? No, we said. So what do you do in this back of beyond then? He teased. Jaja and I smiled and said nothing. They are always so quiet, he said, turning to Papa. So quiet. They are not like those loud children people are raising these days with no home training and no fear of God, Papa said. And I was certain that it was pride that stretched Papa's lips and tightened his eyes. Imagine what the Standard would be if it were all quiet. It was a joke. Adekoka was laughing. So was his wife, Yewande. But Papa did not laugh. Jaja and I turned and went back upstairs. The rustling of the coconut fronds woke me up outside our high gates. I could hear goats bleating and cocks crowing and people yelling across mud compound walls. Good morning, good morning. Have you woken up, Did you rise well? Good morning. Did the people of your house rise well? Oh? I reached out to slide open my bedroom windows to hear the sound better and to let in the clean air tinged with good droppings and ripening oranges. Jaja tapped on my door before he came into my room. Our rooms adjoined. Back in Enugu, they were far apart. Are you up? He asked. Let's go down for prayers before Papa calls us. I tied my wrapper, which I used which I had used as a light cover in the warm night, over my night dress, knotted it under my arm, and followed Jaja downstairs. The wide passages made our house feel like a hotel, as did the impersonal smell of doors kept locked most of the years, of unused bathrooms and kitchens and toilets, of uninhabited rooms. We used only the ground floor and first floor. The other two were last used years ago, when Papa was made a chief and took his Omelora title. The members of our Omunna had urged him for so long, even when he was still a manager at Leventis and had not bought the first factory, to take a title. He was wealthy enough, they insisted. Besides, nobody among our Omunna had ever taken a title. So Papa finally decided to, after extensive talks with the parish priest, and insisting that all pagan undertones be removed from his title taking. It was like mini New Yam Festival. Cars had taken up every inch of the dirt road running through Abba. The third and fourth floors had swarmed with people. Now I went up there only when I wanted to see farther than the road just outside our compound walls. Papa is hosting a church council meeting today, Jaja said. I heard him telling Mama. What time is the meeting? Before noon. And with his eyes, he said, we can spend time together then. In Abba, Jaja and I had no shadows. We talked more and sat alone in our rooms less, because Papa was too busy entertaining the endless streams of visitors and attending church council meetings at 5 in the morning and town council meetings until midnight. Or maybe it was because Abba was different, because people strolled into our compound at will, because the very air we breathed moved more slowly. Papa and Mama were in one of the small living rooms that led off the main living room downstairs. Good morning, Papa. Good morning, Mama, Jaja and I said. How are you both? Papa asked. Fine, we said. Papa looked bright-eyed. He must have been awake for hours. He was flipping through his Bible. The Catholic version with the deuterocanonical books, bound in shiny black leather. Mama looked sleepy. She rubbed her crusty eyes as she asked if we had slept well. I could hear voices from the main living room. Guests arrived with dawn here. When we had made the sign of the cross and got down on our knees around the table, someone knocked on the door. A middle-aged man in a threadbare t-shirt peeked in. Omelora, the man said in the forceful tone people use when they called others by their titles. I am leaving now. I want to see if I can buy a few Christmas things for my children at Oye Abagana. He spoke English with an Igbo accent, so strong it decorated even the shortest vowels with extra vowel. Papa liked it when the villagers made an effort to speak English around him. He said it showed they had good sense. Obuna Mbala, Papa said, wait for me. I am praying with my family. I want to give you a little something for the children. You will also share my tea and bread with me. Hey, Omelora. Thanks, sir. I have not drank milk this year. The man still hovered at the door. Perhaps he imagined that leaving would make Papa's promise of tea with milk disappear. Obunambala, go and sit down and wait for me. The man retreated. Papa read from the Psalms before saying the Our Father, the Hail Mary, the Glory Be, and the Apostles' Creed. Although we spoke aloud, after Papa said the first few Although we spoke aloud after Papa said the first few words alone, an outer silence enveloped us all, shrouding us. But when he said, we will now pray to the Spirit in our words, for the Spirit intercedes for us in accordance with his will, the silence was broken. Our voices sounded loud, discordant. Mama started with a prayer for peace and for the rulers of our country. Jaja prayed for priests. Obunambala, go and sit down and wait for me. The man retreated. Papa read from the Psalms before saying the Our Father. Amen. Papa closed the Bible. Kambili and Jaja, you will go this afternoon to your grandfather's house and greet him. Kelvin will take you. Remember, don't touch any food. Don't drink anything. And as usual, you will stay no longer than 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Yes, Papa. We heard this every Christmas for the past few years, ever since we had started to visit Papa Nuku. Papa Nuku had called an Umunna meeting to complain to the extended family that he did not know his grandchildren and that we did not know him. Papa Nuku had told Jaja and me this, as Papa did not tell us such things. Papa Nuku had told the Umunna how Papa had offered to build him a house, buy him a car, and hire him a driver, as long as he converted and threw away the chi in the star shrine in his yard. Papa Nuku laughed and said he simply wanted to see his grandchildren when he could. He would not throw away his chi. He had already told Papa this many times. The members of our woman sided with Papa. They always did, but they urged him to let us visit Papa Nuku to greet him, because every man who was old enough to be called grandfather deserves to be greeted by his grandchildren. Papa himself has never greeted Papa Nuku, never visited him, but he sent slim wads of naira through Kevin or through one of our Umunna members, slimmer wads than he gave Kevin as a Christmas bonus. I don't like to send you to the home of a heathen, but God will protect you, Papa said. He put the Bible in a drawer and then pulled Jaja and me to his side, then rubbed the sides of our arms. Yes, Papa. He went into the large room. I could hear more voices, more people coming in to say no, and complain about how hard life was, how they could not buy new clothes for their children this Christmas. You and Jaja can have breakfast upstairs. I will bring the things up. Your father will eat with the guests, Mama said. Let me help you, I offered. Nne, go upstairs, stay with your brother. I watched Mama walk towards the kitchen. In her limping gait, Her braided hair was piled into a net that tapered into a half golf ball-like lump. At the end, like a father's Christmas hat, she looked tired. Like a Father Christmas hat, she looked tired. Papa Nuku lives close by. We can walk there in 5 minutes. We don't need Kevin to take us, Papa said, as we went back upstairs. He said that every year, but we always climbed into the car so that Kevin could take us, so that he could watch us. As Kevin drove us out of the compound later that morning, I turned to allow my eyes to stroke once again the gleaming white walls and pillars of our house, the perfect silver-colored arch the fountain made. Papa Nuku had never set foot in it, because when Papa had decreed that heathens were not allowed in his compound, he had not made an exception for his father. Your father said you are to stay 15 minutes, Kevin said, as he parked on the roadside near Papa Nuku's thatched enclosed compound. I stared at the scar on Kevin's neck before I got out of the car. He had fallen from a palm tree in his hometown in the Niger Delta area a few years ago while on vacation. The scar ran from the center of his head to the nape of his neck. It was shaped like a dagger. We know, Jaja said. Jaja swung open Papa Nuku's creaking wooden gate, which was so narrow that Papa might have to enter sideways if he ever were to visit. The compound was barely a quarter of the size of our backyard in Enugu. 2 goats and a few chickens sauntered around, nibbling and pecking at drying stems of grass. The house stood in the middle of the compound. The house that stood in the middle of the compound was small, compact like dice, and it was hard to imagine Papa and Auntie Former growing up here. It looked just like the pictures of houses I used to draw in kindergarten. A square house with a square door at the center and 2 square windows on each side. The only difference was that Papa Nuku's house had a veranda, which was bounded by rusty metal bars. The first time Jaja and I visited, I walked in looking for the bathroom, and Papa Nuku had laughed and pointed at the outhouse, a closet-sized building of unpainted cement blocks with mats of entwined palm fronds pulled across the gaping entrance. I had examined him that day, too, looking away when his eyes met mine for signs of difference, of godlessness. I didn't see any, but I was sure they were there. Somewhere they had to be. Papa Nuku was sitting on a low stool on the veranda, bowls of food on raffia mat before him. He rose as we came in. A wrapper was slung across his body and tied behind his neck over a once white singlet, now browned by age and yellowed at the armpit. Neke, Kambili and Jaja have come to greet their old father, he said. Although he was stooped with age, it was easy to see how tall he once had been. He shook Jaja's hands and hugged me. I pressed myself to him just a moment longer, gently. I pressed myself to him just a moment longer, gently holding my breath because of the strong, unpleasant smell of cassava that clung to him. "Come and eat," he said, gesturing to the raffia mat. The enamel bowls contained flaky fufu and watery soup, bereft of chunks of fish. Or meat. It was custom to ask, but Papa Nduku expected us to say no. His eyes twinkled with mischief. "No, sir," we said. We sat on the wooden bench next to him, leaned back and rested my head on the wooden window shutters. I had parallel opening running across them. I hear that you came in yesterday," he said, lowering his lips. His lower lips quivered, as did his voice, and sometime I understood him a moment or two after he spoke, because his dialect was ancient. His speech had none of the anglicized reflection that ours had. "Yes," Jaja said. "Kambili, you are grown up now, a ripe obobo. Soon the suitors will start to come," he said, teasing. His eyes was going blind and was covered by a film, the color and consistency of diluted milk. I smiled as he stretched out to pat my shoulder. The age spots that dotted his hand stood out because they were so much lighter than his soil-colored complexion. "Papa Nuku, are you well? How is your body?" Jaja asked. Papa Nuku shrugged as if to say there was a lot that was wrong, but he had no choice. "I am well, my son. What can an old man do but be well until he joins his ancestors?" He paused to mold a lump of fufu with his fingers. I watched him, the smile on his face, the easy way he drew the molded morsel towards him. The garden, he paused to mold a lump of fufu with his fingers. I watched him, the smile on his face, the easy way he threw the molded morsel out towards the garden, where parched herbs swayed in the light breeze, asking Annie, the god of the land, to eat with him. "My legs ache often. Your Auntie Ifeoma brings me medicine when she can put the money together. But I am an old man. If it is not my leg that ache, it will be my hand." "Will Auntie Ifeoma and her children come this year?" I asked. Papa Nuku scratched at the stubborn white tuft that clung to his bowed head. I expect them tomorrow." "They did not come last year," Jaja said. Ifeoma could not afford it. Papa Nuku shook his head. "Since the father of her children died, she has seen hard times, but she will bring them this year. You will see them. It is not right that you don't know them well. Your cousins, it is not right." Jaja and I said nothing. We did not know Auntie Ifeoma or her children very well, because she and Papa had quarreled about Papa Nuku. Mama had told us. Auntie Ifeoma stopped speaking to Papa after he barred Papa Nuku from coming to his house, and a few years passed before they finally started speaking to each other. "If I had meat in my soup," Papa Nuku said, "I would offer it to you." "It's all right, Papa Nuku," Jaja said. Papa Nuku took his time swallowing his food. I watched the food slide down his throat, struggling to get past his sagging Adam's apple, which pushed out of his neck like a wrinkled knot. There was no drink beside him, not even water. "That child that helps me, Chinyedu, will come in soon. I will send her to go and buy soft drinks for you too from a chase shop," he said. "No, Papa Nuku, thanks, sir," Jaja said. "Ezioku, I know your father will not let you eat here because I offer my food to our ancestors. But soft drinks also, do I not buy that from the store as everyone else?" "Papa Nuku, we just ate before we came here," Jaja said. "If we are thirsty, we will drink in your house." Papa Nuku smiled. His teeth were yellowed and widely spaced because of the many he had lost. "You have spoken well, my son. You are my father. Ogbuefi Olioke, come back." He spoke with wisdom. I stared at the fufu on the enamel plate, which was chipped off its leaf green color at the edges. I imagined the fufu, dried to crust by the harmattan winds, scratching the inside of Papa Nuku's throat as he swallowed. Jaja nudged me, but I did not want to leave. I wanted to stay so that if the fufu clung to Papa Nuku's throat and choked him, I could run and get him water. I did not know where the water was, although Jaja nudged me again, and I still could not get up. The bench held me back, sucked me in. I watched a grey rooster walk into the shrine at the corner of the yard, where Papa Nuku's god was. Papa said Jaja and I were never to go near. The shrine was a low, open shed, its mud roof and walls covered with dried palm fronds. It looked like the grotto behind St. Agnes, the one dedicated to our Lord of Louds. "Let us go, Papa Nuku," Jaja said, finally rising. "All right, my son," Papa Nuku said. He did not say, "What, so soon? Or does my house chase you away?" He was used to our leaving moments after we arrived. When he walked us to the car, balancing on his crooked walking stick made from a tree branch, Kelvin came out of the car and greeted him, then handed him a slim wad of cash. "Oh, thank Eugene for me," Papa Nuku said, smiling. "Thank him." We are currently still reading Purple Hibiscus by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. He waved as we drove off. I waved back and kept my eyes on him while he shuffled back into his compound. If Papa Nuku minded that his son sent him impersonal, paltry amounts of money through a driver, he didn't show it. He hadn't shown it last Christmas or the Christmas before. He had never shown it. It was so different from the way Papa had treated my maternal grandfather until he died 5 years ago, when we arrived at Aba. At every Christmas, Papa would stop by grandfather's house at our Ikunne, mother's maiden home, before we even drove to our own compound. Grandfather was very light-skinned, almost albino, and it was said to be one of the reasons the missionaries had liked him. He determinedly spoke English, always, in a heavy Igbo accent. He knew Latin too, often quoted the articles of Vatican I, and spent most of his time at St. Paul's, where he had been the first catechist. He had insisted that we called him grandfather in English, rather than Papa Nuku or Nna Ochie. Papa still talked about him often, his eyes proud as if grandfather were his own father. He opened his eyes before many of our people did. Papa would say he was one of the few who welcomed the missionaries. Do you know how quickly he learned English when he became an interpreter? Do you know how many converts he helped win? Why he converted most of the Abba himself? He did things the right way, the way the white people did, not what our people do now. Papa had a photo of grandfather in the full regalia of the Knights of St. John, framed in deep mahogany and hung on our wall back in Enugu. I did not need that photo to remember grandfather, though I was only 10 when he died. I remembered his almost green albino eyes, the way he seemed to use the word sinner in every sentence. Papa Nuku does not look as healthy as last year. I whispered close to Jaja's ear as we drove off. I did not want Kevin to hear. He is an old man, Jaja said. When we got home, Sisi brought up our lunch, rice and fried beef, on fawn-colored elegant plates, and Jaja and I ate alone. The church council meeting had started, and we heard the male voices rise sometimes in the argument, just as we heard the up-down cadence of the female voices in the backyard, the wives of our Umunna, who were oiling pots to make them easier to wash later, and grinding spices in wooden mortars, and starting fires underneath the tripods. Will you confess it? I asked Jaja as we ate. What you said today, that if we were thirsty we would drink in Papa Nuku's house. You know we can't drink in Papa Nuku's house, I said. I just wanted to say something to make him feel better. He takes it well. He hides it well, Jaja said. Papa opened the door and came in. I had not heard him come up because the church council meeting was still going on downstairs. Good morning, Papa, Jaja and I said. Kevin said you stayed up to 12 to 25 minutes with your grandfather. Is that what I told you? Papa's voice was low. I wasted time. It was my fault, Jaja said. What did you do there? Did you eat food sacrificed to idols? Did you desecrate your Christian tongue? I sat frozen. I did not know that tongues can be Christian too. No, Jaja said. Papa was walking towards Jaja. He spoke entirely in Igbo now. I thought he would pull at Jaja's ears, that he would talk and yank at the same pace as he spoke, that he would slap Jaja's face, and his palm would make that sound like a heavy book falling from a library shelf in school. And then And then he would reach across and slap me on the face with the casualness of reaching for the pepper shaker. But he said, I want you to finish that food and go to your room and pray for forgiveness. Before turning back to go downstairs, the silence he left was heavy but comfortable, like a well-worn prickly cardigan on a bitter morning. You still have rice on your plate, Jaja said. Finally, I nodded and picked up my fork. Then I heard Papa's raised voice just outside the window and put the fork down. What is he doing in my house? What is Anikwenwa doing in my house? The enraged timbre in Papa's voice made my fingers cold at the tips. Jaja and I dashed to the window, and because we could see nothing, we dashed out to the veranda and stood by the pillars. Papa was standing in the front yard near an orange tree, screaming at a wrinkled man in a torn white singlet and a wrapper round his waist. A few old men stood around Papa. What is Anikwenna doing in my house? What is a worshipper of idols doing in my house? Leave my house. Do you know that I am in your father's age group, Bo? The old man asked. The finger he waved in the air was meant for Papa's face, but it only hovered around his chest. Do you know that I sucked my mother's breast when your father sucked his mother's? Leave my house. Leave my house. Papa pointed at the gate. Two men slowly ushered Anikwenna out of the compound. He did not resist. He was too old to, anyway. But he kept looking back and throwing words at Papa. Ifokwagi, you are like a fly blindly following a corpse into the grave. I followed the old man's unsteady gait until he walked out through the gates. Auntie Ifama came the next day, in the evening, when the orange tree started to cast long wavy shadows across the water fountain in the front yard. Her laughter floated upstairs into the living room, where I sat reading. I had not heard it in 2 years, but I would know that crackling, hearty sound anyway. Auntie Ifama was as tall as Papa, with a well-proportioned body. She walked fast, like one who knew just where she was going and what she was going to do there. And she spoke the way she walked, as if to get as many words out of her mouth as she could in the shortest time. Welcome, Auntie No, I said, rising to hug her. She did not give me the usual brief side hug. She clasped me in her arms and held me tightly against the softness of her body. The white lapel of her blue A-line dress smelled of lavender. Kambili, Kedu, a white smile stretched her dark-complexioned face, revealing a gap between her front teeth. I am fine, Auntie. You have grown so much. Look at you. Look at you. She reaches out and pulled my left breast. Look how fast they are growing. I looked away and inhaled deeply so that I would not start to stutter. I did not know how to handle that kind of playfulness. Where is Jaja? She asked. He is asleep. He has headache. A headache 3 days to Christmas? No way. I will wake him up and cure that headache. Auntie Ifama laughed. We got here before noon. We left Nsukka early, really early, and would have gotten here sooner if the car didn't break down on the road. But it was near 9th mile, thank God, so it was easy finding a mechanic. Thanks be to God, I said. Then after a pause, I asked, how are my cousins? It was the polite thing to say. I felt strange asking about the cousins I hardly knew. They are coming soon. They are with your Papa Nuku. And he had just started one of his stories. You know how he likes to go on and on. Oh yes, I said. I did not know that Papa Nuku liked to go on and on. I did not even know that he told stories. Mama came in, holding a tray piled high with bottles of soft and malt drinks lying on their sides. A plate of ching-ching was balanced on top of the drinks. William, who are those for? Auntie Farmer asked. You and the children. Mama said, did you not say the children were coming soon? Okia? You should not have bothered, really. We bought okpa on our way and just ate it. Then I will put the ching-ching in a bag for you, Mama said. She turned to leave the room. Her wrapper was dressy, with yellow print design, and her matching blouse had yellow lace sewn onto the fluffy short sleeves. William, Auntie Farmer called, and Mama turned back. The first time I heard Auntie Farmer call Mama William years ago, I was aghast that a woman called another woman my wife. When I asked, Papa said it was a remnant of ungodly traditions. The idea that it was a family and not the man alone that married a wife. And later, Mama whispered, although we were alone in my room, I am her wife too, because I am your father's wife. It shows that she accepts me. William, come and sit down. You look tired. Are you well? Auntie Farmer asked. A tight smile appeared on Mama's face. I am well, very well. I have been helping the wives of our women now with the cooking. Come and sit down, Auntie Farmer said again. Come and sit down and rest. The wives of women can look for the salt themselves and find it. After all, they are all here to take from you, to wrap meat in banana leaves when nobody is looking, and then sneak it home. Auntie Farmer laughed. Mama sat down next to me. Eugene is arranging for extra chairs to be put outside, especially on Christmas Day. So many people have come already. You know, our people have no other work at Christmas than to go from house to house. Auntie Farmer said, but you can't stay here serving them all day. We should take the children to Abagana for Arrow Festival tomorrow to look at them more. Eugene will not let the children go to a Hitten festival, Mama said. Hitten festival, kwa? Everybody goes to Arrow to look at them more. I know, but you know their father, Eugene. Auntie Farmer shook her head slowly. I would tell him we are going for a drive, so we can all spend time together, especially the children. Mama fiddled with her fingers and said nothing for a while. Then she said, when will you take the children to their father's hometown? Perhaps today, although I don't have the strength for a Federa's family right now. They eat more and more shit every year. The people in this Umunna said he left money somewhere, and I have been hiding it. Last Christmas, one of the women from their compound even told me I killed him. I wanted to stuff sand in her mouth. Then I thought that I should sit her down and explain that you do not kill a husband you love, that you do not orchestrate a car accident in which a trailer rams into your husband's car. But again, why waste my time? They all have the brains of guinea fowls. Auntie Farmer made a loud hissing sound. I don't know how much longer I will take my children here. Mama clucked in sympathy. People do not always talk with sense, but it is good that the children go, especially the boys. They need to know their father's home state. and members of their father's umunna. I honestly do not know how Ifediora came from an umunna like that. I watched their lips move as they spoke. Mama's bare lips were pale compared to Ifeoma's and Ifeoma's, covered in a shiny bronze lipstick. Umunna will always say hurtful things, Mama said. Did our own umunna not tell Eugene to take another wife? Because a man of his stature cannot have 2 children. Did our own umunna not tell Eugene to take another wife? Because a man of his stature cannot have just 2 children. If people like you had not been on my side then, stop it. Stop being grateful. If Eugene had done that, he would have been the loser, not you. So you say a woman with children and no husband. What is that? Me. Mama shook her head. You have come again. Ifeoma, you know what I mean. How can a woman live like that? Mama's eyes had grown round, taking up more space on her face. William, sometimes life begins when marriage ends. You and your university talk. Is that what you tell your students? Mama was smiling. Seriously. But they marry earlier and earlier these days. What is the use of a degree, they ask me, when we cannot find a job after graduation? At least somebody will take care of them when they will marry. I don't know who will take care of whom. 6 girls in my first year seminar class are married. Their husbands visit in Mercedes and Lexus cars every weekend. Their husbands buy them stereos and textbooks and refrigerators. And when they graduate, their husbands own them and their degrees. Don't you see? Mama shook her head. University talk again. A husband crowns a woman's life. Ifeoma, it is what they want. It is what they want. But how can I blame them? Look at that military tyrant. Look what this military tyrant is doing to our country. And Ifeoma closed her eyes in the way that people do when they want to remember something unpleasant. We have not had fuel for 3 months in Nsukka. I spent the night in the petrol station last week waiting for fuel. And at the end, the fuel did not come. Some people left their cars at the station because they did not have enough fuel to drive back home. If you could see the mosquitoes that bit me that night, the bumps on my skin were as big as cashew nuts. Oh, Mama shook her head sympathetically. How are things generally at the university though? We just called off yet another strike, even though no lecturer has been paid for the last 2 months. They tell us the federal government has no money. And Ifeoma chuckled with little humor. Ifukwa, people are leaving the country. Philippa left 2 months ago. You remember my friend Philippa? She came back with you for Christmas a few years ago, dark and plump. Yes, she is now teaching in America. She shares a cramped office with another adjunct professor. But she says at least teachers are paid there. And Ifeoma stopped and reached out to brush something off Mama's brows. I watched every movement she made. I could not tear my eyes away. It was the fearlessness about her, about the way she gestured as she spoke, the way she smiled to show that wide gap. I have brought out my old kerosene stove, she continued. It is what we use now. We don't even smell the kerosene in the kitchen anymore. Do you know how much a cooking gas cylinder costs? It's outrageous. Mama shifted on the sofa. Why don't you tell Eugene? There are gas cylinders in the factory. Auntie Former laughed, patted Mama's shoulder fondly. Said, William, things are tough, but we are not dying yet. I tell you all these things because it is you. With someone else, I will rub Vaseline on my hungry face until it shines. Papa came in then, on his way to his bedroom. I was sure it was to get more stacks of Naira notes that he would give to visitors for Igba Christmas, and then tell them it is from God, not me. When they started to sing their thanks, Eugene, Auntie Farmer called out, I was saying that Jaja and Kambili should spend some time with me and the children tomorrow. Papa grunted and kept walking to the door. Eugene, every time Auntie Farmer spoke to Papa, my heart stopped, then started again in a hurry. It was the flippant tone. She did not seem to recognize that it was Papa, that he was different, special, and I wanted to reach out and press her lips shut and get some of that shiny bronze lipstick on my fingers. Where do you want to take them? Papa asked, standing by the door. Just to look around. Sightseeing? Papa asked. He spoke in English, while Auntie Farmer spoke Igbo. Eugene, let the children come with us. Auntie Farmer sounded irritated. Her voice was slightly raised. Is it not Christmas that we are celebrating, eh? The children have never really spent time with one another. Imakwa, my little one, Chima, does not even know Kambili's name. Papa looked at me, and then at Mama, searched our faces, as if looking for letters beneath our noses. Above our foreheads, on our lips, that would spell something that he would like. Okay, they can go with you, but you know I do not want my children near anything ungodly. If you drive past more, keep your windows up. I have heard, Eugene, Auntie Farmer said, with an exaggerated formality. Why don't we all have lunch on Christmas Day? Papa asked. The children can spend time together then. You know that the children and I spend Christmas Day with Papa Nuku. What do idol worshippers know about Christmas? Eugene. Auntie Farmer took a deep breath. Okay, the children and I will come on Christmas Day. Papa had gone back upstairs, and I was still sitting on the sofa, watching Auntie Farmer talk to Mama. When my cousins arrived, Amaka was a thinner teenage copy of her mother. She walked and talked even faster and with more purpose than Auntie Ifeoma did. Auntie, only her eyes were different. They did not have the unconditional warmth of Auntie Ifeoma's. They were quizzical eyes, eyes that asked many questions and did not accept many answers. Obiora was a year younger, very light-skinned, with honey-colored eyes, behind thick glasses, and his mother turned up at the sides in a perpetual smile. Chima had skin as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot of rice, and was tall for a boy of 7. They all laughed alike. Throaty, cackling sound pushed out with enthusiasm. They greeted Papa, and when he gave them money for Igba Christmas, Amaka and Obiora thanked him, holding out 2 thick wads of Naira notes. Their eyes were politely surprised to show that they were not presumptuous, that they had not expected money. You have satellite here, don't you? Amaka asked me. It was the first thing she said after we greeted each other. Her hair was cut short, higher at the front, and gradually reducing in an arc until it got to the back of her head, where there was little hair. Yes, can we watch CNN? I forced a cough out of my throat. I hoped I would not stutter. Maybe tomorrow, Amaka continued, because right now I think we are going to visit my dad's family in Okpo. We don't watch a lot of TV, I said. Why? Amaka asked. It was so unlikely that we were the same age, 15. She seemed so much older, or maybe it was her striking resemblance to Auntie Former, or the way she stared me right in the eye. Because you are bored with it. If only we all had satellite, so everybody could be bored with it. I wanted to say sorry. I wanted to say I was sorry that I did not want her to dislike us for not watching satellite. I wanted to tell her that although huge satellite dishes lounged on top of the houses in Enugu and here, we did not watch TV. Papa did not pencil in TV time in our schedule. But Amaka had turned to her mother, who was sitting hunched with Mama. Mom, if we are going to Ukpo, we should leave soon so we can get back before Papa Nuku falls asleep. Auntie Former rose. Yes, Nne, we should leave. She held Chima's hands as well as they all walked downstairs. Amaka said something, pointing at our banister with its heavy hand-carved details, and Obiora laughed. She did not turn to say goodbye to me. Although the boys did, and Ifeoma waved and said, I'll see you and Jaja tomorrow. Auntie Ifeoma drove into the compound just as we finished breakfast. When she barged into the dining room upstairs, I imagined a proud ancient forebear walking miles to fetch water in homemade clay pots, nursing babies until they walked and talked, fighting wars with machetes sharpened on sun-warmed stones. She filled a room. Are you ready, Jaja and Kambili? She asked William. Will you not come with us? Mama shook her head. You know, Eugene likes a story to stay around. Kambili, I think you will be more comfortable in trousers, Auntie Ifeoma said. As we walked to the car. I am fine, Auntie, I said. I wondered why I did not tell her that all my skirts stopped well past my knees, that I did not own any trousers because it was sinful for a woman to wear trousers. Her Peugeot 504 station wagon was white and rusted to an unpleasant brown at the fenders. Amaka was seated in the front. Obiora and Chima were in the back seat. Jaja and I climbed into the middle seat. Mama stood watching until the car disappeared from her sight. I knew because I felt her eyes, felt her presence. The car made rattling sounds as if some bolts had come loose and were shaking with every rise and fall of the bumpy road. There were gaping rectangle spaces on the dashboard instead of air conditioner vents, so the windows were kept down. Dust sailed across my mouth, into my eyes and my nose. We are going to pick up Papa Nuku. He will come with us, Auntie Ifeoma said. I felt a lurch in my stomach, and I glanced at Jaja. His eyes met mine. What would we tell Papa? Jaja looked away. He did not answer any question. He did not have an answer. Before Auntie Ifeoma stopped the engine in front of the mud and thatch enclosed compound, Amaka had opened the front door and bounded out. "I will fetch Papa Nuku." The boys climbed out of the car and followed Amaka past the wooden gate. "Don't you want to come out?" Auntie Ifeoma asked, turning to Jaja and me. I looked away. Jaja was sitting as still as I was. "You don't want to come into your Papa Nuku's compound. But didn't you come to greet him 2 days ago?" Auntie Ifeoma widened her eyes to stare at us. "We are not allowed to come here after we've greeted him," Jaja said. "What kind of nonsense is that, eh?" Auntie Ifeoma stopped. Then, perhaps remembering that the rules were not ours, "Tell me, why do you think your father doesn't want you here?" "I don't know," Jaja said. I sucked my tongue to unfreeze it, tasting the gritty dust. "Because Papa Nuku is a pagan." Papa would be proud that I had said that. "Your Papa Nuku is not a pagan, Kambili. He is a traditionalist." Auntie Ifeoma said. I stared at her. Pagan, traditionalist, what did it matter? He was one of the people whose conversion we prayed for, so that they did not end in the everlasting torment of hellfire. We sat silently until the gate swung open and Amaka came out, walking close enough to Papa Nuku to support him if he needed it. The boys walked behind them. Papa Nuku wore a loose print shirt and a pair of knee-length khaki shorts. I had never seen him in anything but the threadbare wrappers that were wound around his body when we visited him. I got him those shorts, Auntie Ifeoma said with a laugh. "See how he looked so beautiful. Who would believe he is 80? Amaka helped Papa Nuku get into the front seat, and then she got in the middle with us. "Papa Nuku, good afternoon, sir." Jaja and I greeted. "Kambili, Jaja, I see you again before you go back to the city. It is a sign that I am going soon to meet the ancestors. Nai, are you not tired of predicting your death?" Auntie Ifeoma said, starting the engine. "Let us hear something new." She called him Nai, our father. I wondered if Papa used to call him that, and what Papa would call him now if they spoke to each other. "He likes to talk about dying soon," Amaka said in amused English. "He thinks that he will get us to do things for him." "Dying soon indeed. He will be here when we are as old as he is now," Obiora said in equally amused English. "What are those children saying, Bo Ifeoma?" Papa Nuku asked. "Are they conspiring to share my gold and many lands? Will they not wait for me to go first? If you had gold and lands, we would have killed you ourselves years ago," Auntie Ifeoma said. My cousins laughed, and Amaka glanced at Jaja, and me, perhaps wondering why we did not laugh too. I wanted to smile, but we were driving past our house just then, and the sight of the looming black gates and white walls stiffened my lips. This is what our people say to the high God, the Chukwu. Papa Nnukwu said, "Give me both wealth and a child, but if I must choose one, give me a child. Because when my child grows, so will my wealth." Papa Nnukwu stopped, turned to look back towards our house. "Nekenem, look at me. My son owns that house that can fit in every man in Aba, and yet many times I have nothing to put on my plate. I should not have yet let him follow those missionaries." Nai, Auntie Former said, "It was not the missionaries. Did I not go to the missionary school too? But you are a woman. You do not count." So I don't count. As Eugene never asked about your aching leg, if I do not count, then I will stop asking if you rose well in the morning. Papa Nnukwu chuckled. "Then my spirit would haunt you when I join the ancestors. It will haunt Eugene first. I joke with you, Nwam. Where will I be today if my chi had not given me a daughter?" Papa Nnukwu paused. "My spirit will intercede for you, so that Chukwu will send a good man to take care of you and the children. Let your spirit ask Chukwu to hasten my promotion to senior lecturer. That's all I ask," Auntie Former said. Papa Nnukwu did not reply for a while, and I wondered if the mix of high life music from the car radio and the rattling of the loose screw and the Hamatan haze had eased him into sleep. Still, I say it was the missionaries that misled my son," he said, startling me. "We have heard this many times. Tell us something else." Auntie Former said, but Papa Nnukwu kept talking as though he had not heard her. "I remember the first one that came to Aba, the one they called Father John. His face was red like palm oil. They say our type of sun does not shine in the white man's land. He had a helper, a man from Nimo called Jude. In the afternoon, they gathered the children under the okwa tree in the mission and taught them their religion. I did not join them, but I went sometimes to see what they were doing. One day, I said to them, 'Where is this God you worship?' They said he was like Chukwu, that he was in the sky. I asked then, 'Who is the person that was killed?' The person that hangs on the wood outside the mission. They said he was the son, but that the son and the father are equal. It was then that I knew that the white man was mad. The father and the son are equal to fear. Do you not see? That is why Eugene can disregard me, because he thinks we are equal." My cousins chuckled. So did Auntie Former, who soon stopped and said to Papa Nnukwu, "It is enough. Close your mouth and rest. We are almost there, and you will need your energy to tell the story, to tell the children about them more." "Papa Nnukwu, are you comfortable?" Amaka asked, leaning across towards the front seat. "Do you want me to adjust your seat to make more room for you?" "I am fine." I am not an old man now, and my delight is gone. I would not have fit in this car in my prime. In those days, I plucked icheku from the trees by just reaching out high. I did not need to climb. Of course, Auntie Ifeoma said, laughing again, and you could not reach out and touch the sky too. She laughed so easily, so often. They all did, even Chima. When we got to Ezi Icheke, cars lined the road, almost bumper to bumper. The crowds that pressed around the cars were so dense there was no space between people, and they blended into one another. Wrappers blended into t-shirts, trousers into skirts, dresses into shirts. And Ifeoma finally found a spot that eased the station wagon in. The Moor had started to walk past, and often a long line of cars waited. The Moor had started to walk past, and often a long line of cars waited for an Moor to walk past so they could drive in. Hawkers were at every corner with glass-enclosed cases of akara and suya and browned chicken drumsticks and red trays of peeled oranges with coolers the sizes of bathtubs full of Wall's banana ice cream. It was like a vibrant painting that had come alive. I had never been to see more. To sit in a stationary car alongside thousands of people who had all come to watch. Papa had driven us past the crowds at Ezi Icheke once, some years ago, and he muttered about ignorant people participating in the ritual of pagan masquerades. He said that the stories about Moor, that they were spirits who had climbed out of ant holes, that they could make chairs run and baskets hold water, were all devilish folklore. Devilish folklore, it sounded dangerous the way Papa said it. Look at this, Papa Nuku said. This is a woman's spirit, and the women Moor are harmless. They do not even go near the big ones at the festival. The Moor he pointed to was small. Its carved wooden face had angular, pretty features and rogued lips. It stopped often to dance, wriggling this way and that, so that the strings of beads around its waist swayed and rippled. The crowds nearly cheered, and some people threw money towards it. Little boys, the followers of the Moor, who were playing music with metal or Guinness. With metal ogenes and wooden ichakas, picked up the crumpled naira note. They had hardly pressed past us when Papa Nuku shouted, "Look away, women cannot look at this one." The Moor, making its way down the road, was surrounded by a few elderly men who rang a shrill bell as the Moor walked. Its mask was a real grimacing human skull with sunken eye sockets. A squirming tortoise was tied to its forehead. A snake and 3 dead chickens hung from its grass-covered body, swinging as the Moor walked. The crowds near the road moved back quickly. Fearfully, a few women turned and dashed into nearby compounds. Auntie Ifeoma looked amused, but she turned her head away. "Don't look. Girls, let's honor your grandfather," she said in English. Amaka had already looked away. I looked away too, towards the crowd of people that pressed around the car. It was sinful, deferring to a heathen masquerade, but at least I had looked at it very briefly, so maybe it would technically not be deferring to a heathen masquerade. "This is our Agwa na Tumbe," Papa Nuku said proudly after the Moor had walked past. "It is the most powerful Moor in our parts, and all the neighboring villages fear Abba because of it. At last year's Arrow Festival, Agwa na Tumbe raised a staff, and all the other Moor turned and ran. They didn't even wait to see what would happen. Look," Obiora pointed at another Moor moving down the road. It was like a floating white cloth, flat, taller than the huge avocado tree in our yard in Enugu. Papa Nuku grunted as the Moor went by. It was eerie watching it, and I thought then of chairs running, their four legs knocking together, of water being held in a basket, of human forms climbing out of ant holes. How do they do that? Papa Nuku, how do you get inside that one? Jaja asked. "Shh, these are more spirits. Don't speak like a woman," Papa Nuku snapped, turning to glare at Jaja. Auntie Ifeoma laughed and spoke in English. "Jaja, you are not supposed to say there are people in there. Didn't you know that?" "No," Jaja said. She was watching Jaja. "You didn't do the Imam Moore, did you?" "Obiora did it 2 years ago in his father's hometown." "No, I didn't. Mom, I didn't," Jaja mumbled. I looked at Jaja and wondered if the dimness in the eyes was shame. I suddenly wished that he had done the Imam Moore, the initiation into the spirit world. I knew very little about it. Women were not supposed to know anything at all, since it was the first step towards the initiation to manhood. But Jaja once told me that he heard that boys were flogged and made to bath in the presence of a taunted crowd. The only time Jaja Papa had talked about Imam Moore was to say that the Christians who let their sons do it were confused, that they would end up in hellfire. We left Ezi Icheke soon afterwards. Auntie Ifeoma dropped off a sleepy Papa Nuku first. His good eye was half closed, while his going blind eye stayed open. The film covering it looked thicker now, like concentrated milk. When Auntie Ifeoma stopped inside our compound, she asked her children if they wanted to come into the house, and Amaka said no, in a loud voice that seemed to prompt her brother, to say the same. Auntie Ifeoma took us in, waved to Papa, who was in the middle of the meeting, and hugged Jaja and me in her tight way before leaving. That night, I dreamed that I was laughing, but it did not sound like my daughter. Although I was not sure what my daughter sounded like, I was cackling and throaty. It was cackling and throaty and enthusiastic, like Auntie Ifeoma's. Papa drove us to Christmas Mass at St. Paul's. Auntie Ifeoma and her children were climbing into their station wagon as we drove into the station wagon as we drove into the sprawling church compound. They waited for Papa to stop the Mercedes and then came over to greet us. Auntie Ifeoma said they had gone to the early Mass and they would see us at lunchtime. She looked taller, even more fearless, in a red wrapper and high heels. Amaka wore the same bright red lipsticks as her mother. It made her teeth seem whiter when she smiled and said, "Merry Christmas." Although I tried to concentrate on Mass, I kept thinking of Amaka's lipstick, wondering what it felt like to run color over your lips. It was even harder to keep my mind on Mass because the priest, who spoke Igbo throughout, did not talk about the gospel during the sermon. Instead, he talked about zinc and cement. "You people think I ate money for zinc, Okuya?" he shouted, gesticulating, pointing accusingly at the congregation. "After all, how many of you give to this church, Bo? How can we build the zinc? How can we build the house if you don't give? Do you think zinc and cement cost a mere 10 kobo?" Papa wished the priest would talk about something else, something about the birth in the manger, about the shepherds and the guiding star. I knew from the way Papa held his missile too tight, the way he shifted often on the pew. We were sitting on the first pew. An usher, wearing a Blessed Virgin Mary medal on her white button cotton dress, had rushed forward to seat us, telling Papa in loud, urgent whispers that the front pews were reserved for the important people. Chief Umadi, the only man in Aba, whose house was bigger than ours, sat on our left, and His Royal Highness, the Igwe, was on our right. The Igwe came over to shake Papa's hands during peace and love and said, No, I will stop by later so we can greet properly." After Mass, we accompanied Papa to a fundraising in a multi-purpose hall next to the church building. It was for the priest's new house. An usher with a scarf tied across her forehead passed out pamphlets with pictures of the priest's old house, on certain arrows pointing at where the roof leaked, where termites had eaten up the door frames. Papa wrote a check and handed it to the usher, telling her he did not want to make a speech. When the MC announced the amount, the priest got up and started to dance, jerking his behind this way and that, and the crowd rose up and cheered so loudly it was the rumblings of thunder at the end of rainy season. "Let's go," Papa said. When the MC finally moved on to announce a new donation, he led the way out of the hall, smiling and waving at the many hands that reached out to grasp his white tunic as if touching him would heal them of an illness. When we got home, all the couches and sofas in the living room were full. Some people were perched on the side tables. The men and women all rose when Papa came in. and chants of Omelora filled the air. Papa went about shaking hands and hugging, and saying, "Merry Christmas and God bless you." Somebody had left the door that led to the church backyard open, and the blue-gray firewood smoke that hung heavy in the living room blurred the facial features of the guests. I could hear the wives of the Umunna chattering in the backyard, scooping soup and stew from the huge pots on the fire into bowls that would be taken to see the people. "Come and greet the wives of our Umunna," Mama said to Jaja and me. We followed her out to the backyard. The women clapped and hooted when Jaja and I said, "No. Welcome." They all looked alike, in ill-fitting blouses, threadbare wrappers, scarves tied around their heads. They all had the same wide smile, the same chalk-colored teeth, the same sun-dried skin, the color and texture of groundnut husk. "Nekene, see the boy that will inherit his father's riches," one woman said, hooting more loudly, her mouth shaped like a narrow tunnel. "If we do not have the same blood in our veins, I would sell you my daughter." Another said to Jaja. She was squatting near the fire, arranging the firewood under the tripod. The others laughed. "The girl is a ripe agbo. Very soon a strong young man will bring us palm wine." Another said. Her dirty wrapper was not knotted properly, and one end trailed in the dirt as she walked, carrying a tray mounted with bits of fried rice. "Go up and change," Mama said. Holding Jaja and me around the shoulders. Your auntie and cousins will soon be here." Upstairs, Sisi had set 8 places at the dining table with white plates, the color of caramel, and matching napkins ironed into crisp triangles. Ifeoma and her children arrived while I was still changing out of my church clothes. I heard her loud laughter, and it echoed and went on for a while. I did not realize it was my cousin's laughter, the sound reflecting their mothers, until I went out to the living room. Mama, who was still in the pink, heavily sequined wrapper she had worn to church, sat next to Auntie Ifeoma on a couch. Jaja was talking to Amaka and Obiora near the Tegere. I went over to join them, starting to pace my breathing so that I would not stutter. "What? That's a stereo, isn't it? Why don't you play some music? Or are you bored about the stereo?" Amaka asked, her placid eyes darting from Jaja to me. "Yes, it's a stereo," Jaja said. "He did not say that we never played it, that we never even thought to. That's all we listened to was the news on Papa's radio during family time." Amaka went over and pulled out the LP drawer. Obiora joined her. "No wonder you don't play the stereo. Everything in here is dull. So dull," she said. "They are not that dull," Obiora said, looking through the LPs. He had a habit of pushing his thick glasses up the bridge of his nose. Finally, he put on an Irish church choir singing, "O come, all ye faithful." He seemed fascinated by the stereo player, and as the song played, stood watching as if he would learn the secret of its chrome entrails by staring hard at it. Chima came into the room. "The toilet here is so nice, Mommy. It has big mirrors and creams in glass bottles." "I hope you didn't break anything," Auntie Former said. "I didn't," Chima said. "Can we put the TV on?" "No," Auntie Former said. "Your Uncle Eugene is coming up soon, so we can have lunch." Sisi came into the room, smelling of food and spices, to tell Mama that the Igwe had arrived, that Papa wanted us all to come down and greet him. Mama rose, tightened her wrapper, and then waited for Auntie Former to lead the way. "I thought the Igwe was supposed to stay at his palace and receive guests. I didn't know he visits people's homes," Hamaka said as he went downstairs. "I guess that's because your father is a big man. I wish she had said Uncle Eugene instead of your father. She did not even look at me as she spoke. I felt, looking at her, that I was helplessly watching precious flaxen sand slip away between my fingers." The Igwe's palace was a few minutes from our house. We had visited him once, some years back. We never visited him again. Although, because Papa said that although the Igwe had converted, he still let his pagan relatives carry out sacrifices in the palace. Mama had greeted him the traditional way that women were supposed to, bending low and offering him her back so that he would pat it with his fan, made of the soft straw-colored tail of an animal. Back home that night, Papa told Mama that it was sinful. You did not bow to another human being. It was an ungodly tradition, bowing to an Igwe. So a few days later, when we went to see the Bishop at Oka, I did not kneel to kiss his ring. I wanted to make Papa proud, but Papa yanked my ear in the car and said I did not have the spirit of discernment. The bishop was a man of God. The Igwe was merely a traditional ruler. "Good afternoon, sir." "No," I said to the Igwe when I got downstairs. The hairs was picked out of his white nose. The hairs that picked out of his white nose quivered as he smiled at me and said, "Our daughter, Kedu." One of the smaller sitting rooms had been cleared for him and his wife and 4 assistants, one of whom was fanning him with a gilded fan, although the air conditioner was on. Another man was fanning his wife, a woman with yellow skin, and rows of jewelry hanging around her neck, gold pendants and beads and corals. The scarf wound around her head fled out in front, white like a banana leaf, and so high that I imagined the person sitting next behind her in church having to stand up to see the altar. I watched Auntie Former sink to one knee and say, "Igwe," in the raised voice of the respectful salute. Watched him pat her back. The old sequins that covered his tunic glittered in the afternoon sun. Amaka bowed deeply before him. Mama, Jaja, and Obiora shook hands with him, respectfully enclosing his hands in both of theirs. I stood at the door a little longer to make sure that Papa saw that I did not go close enough to the Igwe to bow to him. Back upstairs, Mama and Auntie Former went into Mama's room. Chima and Obiora stretched out on the rock, playing with the wood cards that Obiora had discovered in his pocket. Amaka wanted to see a book Jaja told her he had brought, and he went into Jaja's room. I sat on the sofa, watching my cousins play with the cards. I did not understand the game, nor why at intervals one of them yelled, "Donkey!" The stereo had stopped. I got up and went into the hallway, standing by Mama's bedroom door. I wanted to go in and sit with Mama and Auntie Former, but instead I just stood still, listening. Mama was whispering. I could barely make out the words. There are many full gas cylinders lying around in the factory. She was trying to persuade Auntie Former to ask Papa for them. Auntie Former was whispering too, but I heard her well. Her whisper was like her tall, exuberant, fearless, loud, larger than life. Have you forgotten that Eugene offered to buy me a car even before Ifediora died? But first, he wanted us to give the night of St. John's. He wanted us to send Amaka to convent school. He even wanted me to stop wearing makeup. I want a new car, Munyem, and I want to use my gas cylinder. I want to use my gas cooker again, and I want a new freezer, and I want money so that I will not have to unravel the seams of Chima's trousers when he outgrows them. But I will not ask my brother to bend over so that I can kick his buttocks to get these things. If you, Mama's soft voice trailed off again, you know why Eugene did not get along with Ifediora? Auntie Former whispered back, fiercer, louder, because Ifediora told him to his face what he felt. Ifediora was not afraid to tell the truth, but you know Eugene quarrels with the truth that he does not like. Our father is undying. Our father is dying. Do you hear me? Dying. He is an old man. How much longer does he have, boy? Yet Eugene will not let him into his house. He will not even greet him. Oh, Joker. Eugene has stopped doing God's work, God's job. God is big enough to do his own job. If God will judge our father for choosing to follow the way of our ancestors, then let God do the judging, not Eugene. I heard the umunna. I heard the word umunna. Auntie Former laughed her throaty laugh before she replied, you know that the members of our umunna, in fact everybody in Aba, will tell Eugene only what he wants to hear. Do you people not have sense? Will you pinch the finger of the hand that fits you? I did not hear Amaka come out of Jaja's room and walk towards me, perhaps because the hallway was so wide, until she said, so close that her breath fanned my neck. I did not hear Amaka come out of Jaja's room and walk towards me, perhaps because the hallway was so wide, until she said, so close that her breath fanned my neck. "What are you doing?" I jumped. "Nothing." She was looking at me oddly, right in the eye. "Your father has come upstairs for lunch," she finally said. Papa watched as we all sat down at the table, and then started grace. It was a little longer than usual, more than 20 minutes, and when he finally said, "Through Christ our Lord," Auntie Ifeoma raised her voice so that her amen stood out from the rest of us. "Did you want the rice to get cold, Eugene?" she muttered. Papa continued to unfold his napkin, as though he had not heard her. The sounds of forks meeting plates, of serving spoons meeting platters, filled the dining room. Sisi had drawn the curtains and turned the chandelier on, even though it was afternoon. The yellow light made Obiora's eyes seem a deeper golden, like extra sweet honey. The air conditioner was on, but I was hot. Amaka piled almost everything on her dish, jollof rice. On her dish, jollof rice, fufu, and 2 different soups, fried chicken and beef, salad and cream, like someone who would not have an opportunity to eat again soon. Strips of lettuce reached across from the edge of her plate to touch the dining table. "Do you always eat rice with a fork and a knife and napkin?" she asked, turning to watch me. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the jollof rice. I wished Amaka would keep her voice low. I was not used to this kind of conversation at table. "Eugene, you must let the children come and visit us in Suka," Auntie Ifeoma said. "We don't have a mansion, but at least they can get to know their cousins. The children don't like to be away from home," Papa said. "That's because they have never been away from home. I'm sure they would like to see Nsukka, Jaja, and Kambili, wouldn't you?" I mumbled to my plate, then started to cough as if real, sensible words would have come out of my mouth but for the coughing. "If Papa says it's all right," but Jaja said. Papa smiled at Jaja, and I wish I had said that. "Maybe the next time they are on holiday," Papa said firmly. He expected Ifeoma to let it go. "Eugene, Biko, let the children come and spend 1 week with us. They do not resume school until late January. Let your driver bring them to Nsukka. Nwano, we will see," Papa said. He spoke Igbo for the first time, his brows almost meeting in a quick frown. Ifeoma was saying that they just called off a strike. Mama said, Are things getting any better in Nsukka?" Papa asked, reverting to English. "The university is living on past glory nowadays." Auntie Ifeoma narrowed her eyes. "Have you ever picked up the phone and called me to ask me what question? That question, Eugene? Will your hands wither away if you pick up the telephone one day and call your sister, Bo?" Her Igbo words had a teasing tilt, but the steeliness in her tone created a knot in my throat. "I did call you, Ifeoma." "How long ago was that?" I asked you. How long ago was that? Auntie Farmer put her fork down. She sat still for a long, tense moment, as still as Papa was, as still as we all were. Finally, Mama cleared her throat and asked Papa if the bottle of juice was empty. Yes, Papa asked. Ask that girl to come more often. Ask that girl to bring more bottled juice. Mama got up to call Sisi. The long bottles Sisi brought looked as though they contained an elegant liquid. The way they tapered like a slender, shapely woman. Papa poured for everyone and proposed a toast. To the spirit of Christmas and to the glory of God, we repeated in a chorus. Everybody's sentence had a lift at the end, and it came out sounding like a question. To the glory of God, and to us, and to the family. Ifeoma added, before she drank. Does your factory make this, Uncle Eugene? Amaka asked, squinting to see what was written on the bottle. Yes, Papa answered. It is a little too sweet. It must be nicer if you reduce the sugar. It would be nicer if you reduce the sugar in it. Amaka's tone was as polite and normal as everyday conversation with an older person. I was not sure if Papa nodded or if his head simply moved as he chewed. Another knot formed in my throat, and I could not get a mouthful of rice down. I knocked my glass over as I reached for it, and the blood-colored juice crept over the white lace tablecloth. Mama hastily placed a napkin on the spot, and when she raised the reddened napkin, I remembered her blood on the stain on the stage. Did you hear about Owokbe, Uncle Eugene? Amaka asked. It's a tiny village in Benue. The Blessed Virgin is appearing there. I wondered how Amaka did it, how she opened her mouth and had words flow easily out. Papa spent some time chewing and swallowing before she said, yes, I heard about it. I plan to go on pilgrimage there with the children. Auntie Farmer said, maybe Kambili and Jaja can go with us. Amaka looked up quickly, surprised. She started to say something and then stopped. Well, the church has not verified the authenticity of the apparitions, Papa said, staring thoughtfully at his plate. You know we will all be dead before the church officially speaks about our Okbe. Auntie Farmer said, even if the church says it's not authentic, what matters is why we go, and it is from faith. Papa looked unexpectedly pleased with what Auntie Farmer had said. He nodded slowly. When do you plan to go? Sometime in January, before the children resume school. Okay, I will call you when we get back to Enugu to arrange for Jaja and Kambili to go for a day or two. A week. A week, Eugene. They will stay. A week, Eugene. They will stay a week. I do not have monsters that eat human heads in my house. A week, Eugene. They will stay a week. I do not have monsters that hit human heads in my house. Auntie Former laughed, and her children reproduced the throaty sounds, their teeth flashing like the insides of a cracked palm kernel. Only Amaka did not laugh. The next day was a Sunday. It did not seem like a Sunday. Maybe because we had just gone to church on Christmas Day. Mama came into my room and shook me gently. I came into my room and shook me gently. Hugged me, and I smelled her mint-scented deodorant. Did you sleep well? We are going to the earlier mass today because your father has a strong meeting right afterwards. Kunie, get into the bathroom. It's past 7. I yawned and sat up. There was a red satin on my bed, white as an open notebook. Your period, Mama said. Did you bring pads? Yes. I barely let the water run over my body before I came out of the shower so that I would not delay. I picked out a blue and white dress and tied a blue scarf around my head. I knotted it twice at the back of my neck and then tucked the ends of my cornrows underneath. Once, Papa had hugged me proudly, kissed my forehead, because Father Benedict told him that my hair was always properly covered for Mass, that I was not like the other young girls in church who let some of their hair show, as if they did not know that exposing your hair in church was ungodly. Jaja and Mama were dressed and waiting in the living room upstairs when I came out. Cramps racked my belly. I imagined someone with buck teeth rhythmically biting deep into my stomach walls and letting go. Do you have Panadol, Mama? Cramps, Abia? Yes, my stomach is so empty too. Mama looked at the wall clock, a gift from a charity Papa donated to. Oval-shaped and embossed with the name in gold lettering. It was 7:37. The Eucharist fast mandated that the faithful not eat solid food. The faithful not eat solid food an hour before Mass. Before Mass, we never broke the Eucharistic fast. The table was set for breakfast with teacups and cereal bowls. We never broke the Eucharistic fast. The table was set for breakfast with teacup and cereal bowls side by side, but we would not eat until we came home. In a whisper, you need something in your stomach to hold the Panadol. Jaja poured the cereal. Jaja poured the cereal. Bring me that consumption book. Jaja poured the cereal from the carton on the table, scooped in powder milk and sugar with a teaspoon, and added water. The glass bowl was transparent, and I could see the chalky clumps. The milk made the milk made with the water at the bottom of the bowl. The milk made with the water at the bottom of the bowl. Papa is with visitors. Papa is with visitors. We will hear him as he comes up, he said. I started to wolf and the cereal down, standing. Mama gave me the Panadol tablets. Mama gave me the Panadol tablets, still in the silver-colored foil, which crinkled as I opened it. Jaja had not put much cereal in the bowl, and I am almost done eating it when the door opened and Papa came in. Papa's white shirt. Jaja had not put much cereal in the bowl, and I am almost done eating it when the door opened and Papa came in. Papa's white shirt, with its perfectly tailored lines, did little to minimize the amount of flesh that was his stomach, while he stared at the glass bowl of corn flakes in my hand. I looked down at the few flaccid flakes floating among the clump of milk and wondered how he had climbed the stairs. So soundlessly. What are you doing, Kambili? I swallowed hard. You are eating 10 minutes before Mass. 10 minutes before Mass, her period started and she has cramps, Mama said. Jaja cut her short. I told her to eat cornflakes before she took Panadol. Papa, I made it for her. Has the devil asked you all to go on errands for him? The Igbo words burst out of Papa's mouth. Has the devil built a tent in my house? He turned to Mama. You sit there and watch her desecrate the holy fast. Makanidi. He unbuckled his belt slowly. It was a heavy belt made of layers of brown leather with a sedate leather-covered buckle. It landed on Jaja first, across his shoulder. Then Mama raised her hands as it turned on her upper arm. Then Mama raised her hands as it landed on her upper arm, which was covered by the puffy sequined sleeve of her church blouse. I put the bowl down just as the belt landed on my back. Sometimes I watched the Fulani Nobbats, white jalabas, flapping against their legs in the wind, making clucking sounds as they herded their cows across the roads in Enugu with a twish. Each smack of the switch, therefore, and swift and precise. Papa was like a Fulani nomad, although he did not have their spare tall body as he swung his belt at Mama, Jaja, and me, muttering that the devil would not win. He did not move more than 2 steps away from the leather belt that swished through the air. Then the belt stopped, and Papa stared at the leather with his hand. His face crumpled, his eyelids sagged. Why do you walk into sin? He asked. Why do you like sin? Mama took the belt from him and laid it on the table. Papa crushed Jaja and me to his body. Did the belt hurt you? Did it break your skin? He asked. examining our faces. I felt a throbbing on my back, but I said no, that I was not hurt. It was the way Papa shook his head when he talked about liking sin, as if something weighed him down and something he could not throw off. We went to the later mass, but first we changed our clothes, even Papa, and washed our faces. We left Abba right after New Year's. We left Abba right after New Year's. The wives of the Umunna took the leftover food. Even the cooked rice and beans, and Mama said were spoiled, and they knelt in the backyard dirt to thank Papa and Mama. The gate man waved both hands over his head as we drove off. His name was Haruna. He had told Jaja and me a few days before, and in his Hausa accented English that reversed P and F, he told us that our father was the best big man he had ever seen, the best employer he had ever had. Did you know our father fed his children's school fees? Did we know our father had helped his wife get the messenger job at the local government office? We were lucky to have such a father. Papa started the rosary as we drove into the expressway. We had driven for less than half an hour when we came to a checkpoint. There was a traffic jam. The policemen, many more than usual, were waving their guns and diverting traffic. We didn't see the cars involved in the accident until we were in the thick of the jam. One car had stopped at the checkpoint, and another had rammed into it from behind. The second car was crushed to half of its size. A bloody corpse, a man in blue jersey, lay on the roadside. May his soul rest in peace, Papa said, crossing himself. Look away, Mama said, turning back to us. But Jaja and I were already looking at the corpse. Papa was talking about the policemen, about how they set up the roadblocks in wooded parts, even if it was dangerous for motorists, just so that they could use the bushes to hide the money they extorted from travelers. But I was not really listening to Papa. I was thinking of the man in the blue jeans, the dead man. I was wondering where he was going and what he had planned to do there. Papa called Auntie Forma 2 days later. Perhaps he should not have called her if we had not gone to confession that day, and perhaps then we would never have gone to Nsukka and everything would have remained the same. It was the feast of Epiphany, a holy day of obligation. So Papa did not go to work. We went to morning mass, and although we did not usually visit Father Benedict on holy days of obligations, we went to We went to his house afterwards. Papa wanted Father Benedict to hear our confession. We had not gone in Abba. We had not gone in Abba because Papa did not like to make his confession in Igbo. And besides, Papa said that the chief priest in Abba was not spiritual enough. That was the problem with our people, Papa told us. Our priorities were wrong. We cared too much about huge church buildings and mighty statues. You would never see white people doing that. In Father Benedict's house, Mama and Jaja and I sat in the living room reading the newspapers and magazines that were spread on the low coffin-like table as if we were for sale, while Papa talked with Father Benedict in the adjoining living room. Papa emerged and asked us to prepare for confession. He would go first. Then, even though Papa shut the door firmly, I heard his voice. A few minutes. Yes, well done, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Read a brief excerpt from the book written by Senator Ekong Samson, here present, Law and Statesmanship, the Legacy of Sauda Udoma. Then I would like to read from Appendix A, the lion and the oil palm. Please, let's start. The lion and the oil palm. The book is titled Law and Statesmanship, the Legacy of Sauda Udoma, written by Ekong Samson, Esquire. Published by Patrioni Books. First published in 1997. Appendix A, the lion and the oil palm. In choosing this title for the subject of my address tonight, I have endeavored to keep within the bounds of the ancient traditions of the University Philosophical Society. I can assure you that I shall not be so dramatic as to produce for your inspection a palm tree whose natural home is sunny Africa. I think you will agree, you will all agree with me when I say that I have produced here for you 4 live lions, one of whom is unique in being at once a lion and a lion tamer. So that even to this extent, my choice of this title is not without significance. And so I beseech you to bear with me patiently while we together unravel this mystery. It is needless to mention that, in my opinion, one and perhaps the most important contributive factor towards the present international catastrophe is the question of a place under the sun. Before the outbreak of the present conflict, the world was divided into 2 main groups, the haves and the have-nots. The various constituents of these groups are well known to any student of international politics. I have chosen to address the House on colonial policy, not because I am an expert in the game, but because, in spite of being a victim of this policy, I can claim, like Addison, that the bystander, as a rule, can more easily discover the flaws in any organization which are apt to escape the eyes of the expert in the game. Or, to put it in another way, makers of the tight shoes don't know where they pinch, whilst the wearers have no say in how they are made or altered. This essay of mine is reminiscent of a story told of an Irish soldier who knocked down a person who made a disparaging remark about the late Queen Victoria. On being asked for an explanation, he replied, in quote, "She is my queen, and I can say what I like about her, but it isn't for the likes of you." Now, to my subject. Africa, that great and ancient continent which has excited heroism, greed, pity, political passion, and a scramble of control, was to Western Europeans, even in the early 19th century, a dark continent, inhabited by naked savages, and to the early Greeks and Roman writers, the home of gods and giants. Very little was made of the great part that Africa, that vast continent stretching from the Suez to the Cape, had played in European politics. Even in those dark days, Africa had her own glories. her compact civilization, her unique culture, and her arts. Her present art of sculpture, the art of music, the art of dancing, and the art of song and poetry point eloquently to a distant past. These are things which must have firm roots in the minds and hearts of a people who have trodden the path of well-established traditions. West Africa had its own indigenous form of government. Authority was vested in the natural rulers of the people, subject to this, that such authority was only exercisable after consultation with the communal council. The tribunal in cases of dispute was the whole village council, consisting of selected leading men, learned in native laws and customs. The council also discussed matters of defense in the face of threatened attacks by external foes, made rules regarding the taking of titles and the control of fairs, and passed laws regarding criminal offenses. I know I had an advice that I should read quite slowly, but when I read through this appendix, I was angered. And that's why when I'm reading it again, the anger resurfaces. But I will still try to return to the slow reading, but permit me if I spontaneously enter the anger stage. These councils composed of heads of families, young, able-bodied, and intelligent men, were usually presided over by the king or chief, and officered by warriors or titled men selected from each village. The importance of this kinship grouping, can hardly be overemphasized. For this sort of organization, which had at its anchorage the extended kindred, formed the fundamental unit of law and authority. The kinship or family organization is therefore the cradle of morality, the basis of the political structure, and the mainstay of the good ordering of the entire community. Indeed, the village group was the highest unit of government, being the association of people bound together by the closest bonds of common interests, sharing the same lands, same markets, the same cult and traditions, and with its own parliament and judiciary. This, of course, does not mean that West Africa, before the advent of Europeans, knew a golden age of law and order. There is hardly a scintilla of doubt that it is quite possible that an individual of exceptional wealth and ability might have occasionally, in his own village, acted the village idiot by wielding autocratic powers. It is quite conceivable also that the kings heading these super democracies were not all upright men. Nevertheless, to an African, his king or chief was the paramount leader in times of war and a symbol of unity in times of peace. These councils of elders used to operate somewhat as a system of checks and balances, restraining the power of the chiefs and thus producing an equilibrium in the whole community. Authorities on Africa are agreed that the government of villages and towns was the business of the whole community, that it was based on the family organization, and the authority was in consequence widely distributed. West Africa was in such a state when there came the voyages of the notorious Bristol men who broke the papal bull. I refer, gentlemen, to John Tintam, William Fabian, and Sir John Hawkins, whose work of exploration was later intensified by the intrepid adventures of Mungo Park, Dr. Livingstone, and Stanley. With the opening up of the then world, there began the greatest scramble the world had ever known. A scramble which was neither for gold, nor for diamonds, nor even for the oil palm, with which West Africa is abundantly blessed. But most regrettably, to relate this notorious scramble was for human beings. The demand for tropical labor in America as a source of wealth led to the transportation of Africans as slaves across the Atlantic to a continent to which they were helpless strangers, and in which they were ever afterwards to be doomed to eternal servitude. It is not the purpose of this essay to deal with the iniquitous trait with which Queen Elizabeth had to reprove old Sir John Hawkins with these words in quote: "If any of the Negroes should be carried off without their consent, it would be detestable, and I would be compelled to call down the vengeance of heaven upon you. We must therefore give thanks for the efforts of William Wilberforce, who, in the face of great odds and bitter opposition, but with the able support of some enlightened men like Dr. R. Madden, fought fearlessly for the suppression of the cursed trade." The echo of William Wilberforce's voice was later caught by a young barrister, Abraham Lincoln, on the other side of the Atlantic. These far-sighted but lonely fighters against inhumanity have had their names enshrined forever in the hearts not only of Africans, but of all mankind. After the Franco-Prussian War, crippled by her defeat, France proclaimed that it was to Greater France beyond the seas that she must look for rehabilitation. Germany, with a desire to create naval bases, raise black armies, and acquired raw materials, longed for a place under the sun. And Great Britain, seemingly prompted by a humanitarian motive, namely the suppression of the slave trade, became lured into the acquisition of African territories. With the coalition of the interests of these great powers, there followed a second scramble, this time for a place under the sun, a scramble without any parallel, in human history, which subsequently led to the development of the policy of the spheres of influence. In 1874, Great Britain decided that the organized power of the Ashanti people was incompatible with the power of the empire. General Wolseley then began the destruction of the military strength of the Ashanti kingdom. This destruction was completed only after 8 campaigns, the last of which was caused by the dispute over the golden stool, which was regarded by the Ashantis as the symbol of religious and political leadership. According to Governor Hudson, the golden stool was a great obstacle in the way of bringing the whole of the Gold Coast into the empire fold, and with its capture, King Prempeh was exiled, and the work of colonization was complete. The story of Nigeria, the most populous and largest British African territory, is a different one. The foundation of the British Empire in our Nigeria was laid by Sir George Goldie, the Cecil Rhodes of West Africa. Some Europeans, after the last Great War, came to appreciate the immense contribution which Africans had made towards the suppression of what then was recognized as a world tyranny. The Treaty of Versailles attempted in a rather vague and utopian way to provide for the protection of African interests. The African mandate was born out of this treaty, but born, like all creatures of warfare, an orphan even at its birth. As humanitarian as the aim of the creators of this semblance of a perfect institution might have been, it is indeed difficult to reconcile such an aim with the fact that the native people, whose interests were said to be protected, had no direct representative of the Commission. Article 22 of the League Covenant speaks of the dual mandate or trusteeship, terms which were British inventions. It maintains that the well-being and development of colonial people form a sacred trust of civilization. Edmund Burke, that eminent and humane thinker, whose views and ideas were as progressive as those of the leader under whom he had to serve and against whom he had to wage a vocal war, were conservative, remarked in his speech on Fox's India Bill 1782 that, in quote, rights and privileges derived from political power were all in the strictest sense of trust, and that in the last resort, the British people were to exercise that trust in the case of India. This idea was strongly emphasized by Great Britain on behalf of the colonies of the Peace Conference. Lord Lugard calls this principle by various names. At one time, it is the white man's burden. At another, it is the dual mandate. And yet at another, it is either trusteeship or indirect rule. What is indirect rule? According to certain authorities, indirect rule is the opposite of direct rule, And direct rule implies that centralization of the functions of government in a suzerain power, which controls its subjects by means of its own staff of civil servants. Sir Donald Cameron maintains that the aim of indirect rule is to graft our higher civilization, meaning British, upon the soundly rooted native stock that had its foundations in the minds and hearts and thoughts of the people, and therefore one on which we can build. Analyzing these definitions, we find, perhaps a little to our amazement, that indirect rule is a weak thing, a mere superimposition based on the presumption of pre-existing systems of native government. It thus gives the lie to the old, uninformed, biased belief that there was not organized system of government in Africa before the coming of the white man. In this connection, Dr. Mick says, in quote, when indirect rule was introduced in northern Nigeria, the British government found in existence a highly developed system of government, including a Fulani Sultanate composed of numerous provinces, each administered by a native governor with his own council, executive, army, police, treasury, and judiciary. The object of indirect rule was to provide a bridge with which the people might pass safely from the old culture to the new. Lord Lugard, the chief exponent of the system of trusteeship, maintains that it is devoid of the cankerworm of monopoly and exploitation, but that its aims are assistance, education, production, and cooperation. This statement is, in my opinion, absolutely wide of the mark of truth. What of the privileged class vested interest? What of the privileged class vested interest in Africa? What of free labor and the big combines that are engaged in life and death war to strangle and stifle every African business enterprise for fear of competition? Here I can do no better than quote from a famous speech made during the debate in the British House of Commons on Italy's determination to attack Abyssinia. Sir Edward Grieg, at one time governor of Kenya, said, and I quote, "When we hear of other people coveting colonies, let us remember what we get out of ours. That is an extremely valuable asset which we can understand other people envying. We have this fact that on the average, out of the total revenue of the African colonies, 75% is spent in a manner which inures directly to our benefit every year. We unquestionably do well out of these colonies." What does this statement mean? It means, as applied to the principle of trusteeship, that of the profit made out of the estate of the ward, the trustee takes 75% and reluctantly gives 25% to the ward. This is indeed a serious indictment, a flagrant breach of trust and confidence, the result of which is an appalling financial poverty. The native people, thus deprived of their natural and God-given wealth and resources, are in consequence compelled to work for bare subsistence and to look to their overlords for their daily bread. Is it any wonder that such a situation of things should occasionally give rise to an outburst against the government? As regards education, this part interests me most. I need only mention that for the past 10 years, as of when this was written, people have been clamoring, but in vain, for compulsory education for the masses. The reason for refusing such a legitimate demand is not far to seek. There is hardly any doubt that the powers that be realize that it is far easier to control, repress, oppress, and rule over an uneducated mob than it is to cooperate with and guide intelligent, educated people. Today, West Africa hungers and thirsts as never before for education. A form of education that necessarily must be vocational, social, and humane. Hitherto, European education had concentrated purely on teaching Africans what Europe and not what Africa is. The new African education, which this paper envisages, must be such as would teach the people not what, but how to think for themselves. The feeling about the present state of education in Africa is best expressed in the poem of Ida Proctor, in which she says, in quote, "The thought I think is not my thought, but is the thought of one who thought that I ought to think his thought." At this juncture, I think it is but proper that I should express my deep appreciation of the work many missionaries have done in battling, often single-handed and with very little financial assistance by the government, against mass ignorance. Africans in general are indebted to these missionaries. If Great Britain had conscientiously applied this principle of trusteeship, it could be argued that it would literally be true that she has no colonies. It seems to me that in the light of present practice, there exists an almost unbridgeable gap between realism and idealism. We are still running after phantoms. To many, the sense of domination is sweet, and to have others produce wealth, even with slave labor, is indeed convenient. The paradox of domination is not that man preferred the state of masters to that of slaves. It is rather that masters come to believe, often quite genuinely, that their mastery is beneficial to the slave. And what is more, that very idea can, with an effective propaganda machine, be instilled into the minds of the slaves. And I dare interject, look around you, is it not true? Jay Gould, you may remember, once said that he can always hire half the working class to shoot down the other half. In supporting the principle of trusteeship, Sir Donald Cameron pointed out that there was no other way by which the obligations implied in the mandate system to encourage such an evolution of people not yet able to stand by themselves could be carried out. I know that Sir Donald, during his administration in Nigeria, had won the admiration and sincere respect of all Nigerians. But I am tempted here to question what he means by the phrase, people not yet able to stand by themselves. And also to question the right of any nation to say to another, thus far shalt thou go, and no further. This is indeed the crux of the matter. Who has the right to determine when a particular nation shall be able to stand by itself? And I dare interject again, who made you the class prefect of another nation? Although this principle of trusteeship was first enunciated by Sir George Goldie in 1877, its adoption as a policy is a matter of recent history. At first, it was customary for European officials, often young, headstrong, and not invariably gifted with sympathy and understanding, to trample underfoot African customs which did not bear the stamp of London, oblivious of the fact that every custom is the outgrowth of the spirit of the people and therefore full of rich meaning. African indigenous customs were uprooted by the European civil servants. Not because those customs or these customs were bad in themselves, but rather because these perfect creatures called civil servants believed that to encourage these customs would be to give the African confidence in his own institutions. Such uprooted customs might be replaced by so-called imported civilized ones, the importation of which more often than not meant the importation of disease and misery. The African face turban and straw hat must give place to silk top hat, no matter whether the temperature is over 150 degrees Celsius in the shade. This method of destroying what you never built, of reaping what you never sowed, and of compulsorily creating markets for European goods came to a head when the British government met with the fierce opposition from the native people. One writer has said that, in quote, the government of Nigeria has been strengthened by the criticism of African politicians in the Legislative Council and African journalists. Some of these have been men of intelligence and public spirit who can challenge comparison with the political representative of any other country. The conclusion is not that the political energies of men like these should be repressed, but that they should be given a proper sphere in which to develop. In the services performed by the central government, we should press forward the policy of employing more Africans in positions of trust. There is, however, one branch into which I believe Africans should not enter, and that is the administrative service. We should be prepared to defend against African and European critics the policy of gradual development. We have lately come to value our representative democracy. Africa is not a steady soil for democracy. What contradictory statements to be made by a person who claims to be a Democrat. These statements, to say the least, reveal a deep-rooted prejudice and arrant ignorance of African anthropology, and aim at creating an international agrarian grievance. It has been well said that a man who speaks or preaches to one generation only is dead. But I say this, that a man who not only preaches but writes to one generation only, that is to say, a man who in his writing says, peace in my time, and after that, bother if I care, is buried alive. Anglo-African relationship would have been a very poor one indeed if it were based on such conflicting and ill-conceived statements as I have quoted above. But thank God, we can still find consolation in the warm, sincere, and glowing words of Miss Mary Kingsley, who was the first to advocate, as a student of science, the study of African anthropology and complete cooperation between the Englishman and the African for their mutual benefit. Would to God that more of our type were given even to our generation. By way of contrast to the British system under the French system, a system that had done so much to remove ill feelings between the governing and the governed. there were both the principles of equality of status and opportunity and a system of inspectorate. The inspectorate department was charged with the function of sending out colonial inspectors to the colonies from time to time. The inspectors must submit their reports to the Minister for Colonies, who must publish such reports within a reasonable time. The old France, that France that will never die in the hearts of our colonial people, regarded herself as the guardian and partner of her colonies. The colonies used to form an integral part of France, mutually interdependent and sufficient. On the other hand, in Great Britain, we have a body of persons who claim to be colonial experts and advisors to the colonial office. The tragedy of it all is not that there is anything sinful in the mere offer of advice, but that more often than not, these self-styled experts are without any colonial experience, except perhaps that they had paid a visit to be fitted by a colonial governor, and on their return had written the inevitable book of colonial administration. These experts are often persons with vested interest in the colonies, and whose sole interest is the protection of their investment. It is interesting here to note that as a recent suggestion by Lord Haley for the creation of a colonial advisory council was rejected in a House of Lords debate. To Englishmen, with very few exceptions, British Africa is a dust heap of the empire. A land, though flowing with milk and honey, is inhabited by cannibals. Ideas which even today many textbooks and novels still teach. Some time ago, after the fiasco at Munich, a sensational rumor was current in the English press of a British intention to transfer certain West African territories to Germany as a European peace settlement. The deal was in fact being planned without the consultation of the native inhabitants concerned. Slavery, said Edmund Burke, is a weed that grows in every soil. The assumption that Africans would have allowed their God-given country to be used as a pawn in international game of chess was indeed fantastic. Any such attempt would have led to complete revolution. When Dr. Mumford pointed out the obvious fact that the colonies belonged to the inhabitants and that the colonial peoples should be helped to self-government by the so-called trustees so that they might enter as free peoples into a worldwide commonwealth of nations, Lord Lugard retorted by saying that the inhabitants of these colonies were not yet ripe to take their place as equals in a world state. In reply to such a retort, I can only say that it seems to me, in the words of Edmund Burke, there will always be those whose instinct, when they are brought face to face with some crisis, is to coerce rather than conciliate, to punish the disturber rather than seek out the cause of disturbance, who imagine that their souls are co-opted and cabined in unless they have some men or body of men dependent upon their mercy. Is it not true to fact that magnanimity in politics is not seldom the truest wisdom, and that a great empire and little minds go ill together? Returning to Dr. Mumford's statement, if by a worldwide commonwealth of nations he was thinking of the British Commonwealth of Nations, then I have no hesitation in stating that I am in total agreement with his views. As regards the question of the internationalization of colonies, which at present seems to be the view of certain sections in Great Britain, I am compelled to protest with all the emphasis at my command against any such proposal. Internationalization, I believe, would be tantamount to a grievous breach of faith, a betrayal of the principle of trusteeship. It would mean the breakup of an age-old partnership, an achievement, and a process that scarcely has a parallel in history. We believe in the sanctity of the given pledge. We believe in the three fine elements of our common constitution, namely the element of liberty for all men, to develop all that is good and to battle down all that is evil, the element of justice to all men, and the element of representative government, for which the West African Congress petitioned the colonial office in 1923. Internationalization would probably mean the end of all that some of our outstanding administrators and missionaries with a sense of vocation have struggled these many years to build up. Of these administrators and missionaries, it may be said, in quote, their story is graven not only on stone over their native earth, but lives on far away without visible symbols, woven into the stuff of other men's lives. Such an association as these men and women have helped to build up surely deserves a certain amount of respect. At the present day, it is not only the danger of internationalization which threatens West Africa. I see ominous signs in the distant sky. I see in the horizon a new horde with stars and stripes, looking with longing eyes to the west coast. This new threat is far greater than what West Africa has ever known. I have read of Jim Crowism and the societies of Ku Klux Klan. Hitherto, the feeling among West Africans was exemplified in the following saying: when you are a West Coast African, you are one of two things, under a British or a French rule. If you are under British, don't worry. You are one of two things, in the government service and comparably well paid, or you are out of a job. And if you are out of a job, don't worry. You are one of two things, related to a man in a job who will provide for you, or the owner of a bit of productive soil. And if you are the owner of a bit of productive soil, you are one of two things. You are able to get enough out of it for a living, or the starvation line, or on the starvation line. If you are on the starvation line, don't worry. You are one of two things: well enough to carry on, or ill enough for free attendance in hospital. And if you are in hospital, don't worry. You are one of two things. You are going to get well or to die. And if you are going to die, please don't worry. For there is always a heaven to which all God's children go, including you. I do hope that the feeling behind this saying will be intensified at the end of the present conflict. And if indeed a foreign power is to be introduced in the West Coast, and I am saying this, I hope with the great caution, that that power will realize Africa is not a new, but an old world, whose civilization is not to be built up on new forms of slavery. We strongly believe that West Africa cannot afford to have freedom for half of its population, whilst the other half is in perpetual bondage. I have endeavored throughout this paper to show that the dual mandate, excellent in itself as a doctrine, is nothing more than a mere counsel of perfection. It is at best a paper form of government, and therefore unreal. It is anachronistic, for although it may have served a particular purpose during the early days of colonization, there is no doubt that it has outlived its usefulness. It is extensively unprogressive and essentially un-African. Un-African in that it is chained to a mock legislative council, the majority of whose members are the nominees of the governor himself. It is therefore a denial of the principle of representation over the legislative council. The governor, unless he be wise and sympathetic, is a virtual dictator. The existence of this extraordinary delegation of powers often tempts the governor to exercise them to the full and sometimes in the wrong direction. For neither the governor nor the administrative machinery is anywhere called to account. Here we find the real bureaucracy in great triumph. Parliament is itself being lulled to sleep in an armchair before a warm fire. Criticism by the colonial people themselves is considered seditious, for in the words of a great authority on African affairs, the British genius for colonization is an article of faith. I have also endeavored to emphasize the need for education and for an objectively planned system of government. I dare to repeat and add, I have also endeavored to emphasize the need for functional education and for an objectively planned system of government. The days of juggling between laissez-faire and repression are now over. Of planning, a distinction must be drawn between planning against the people, planning for the people, and planning with the people. In West Africa, there must be a combination of planning for and with the people, to the exclusion of planning against the people. It is this combination that would be conducive to the founding of a common ethos for a world state. The practice hitherto has been to do all planning in Whitehall and then to superimpose such plans on the native population. This practice must go, and if Whitehall should insist, it is sufficient to point out that the old belief in the myth of an ever-stable and approximately unalterable world, in effect a child's world, is gone, and gone forever. This type of planning, which this paper emphasizes, would ensure to the African a part in the shaping of his future. It would mean the substitution of action for the usual empty platitude, so as to convince the colonial peoples of Britain's sincerity. In short, it would amount to an assurance that within a limited number of years, the colonial people would be entitled to take their place as equals within the British Commonwealth of Nations. Now we see this great lion of freedom. This lion whose tail, according to Harold Nicholson, has been so twisted and twisted that there are only about 2 hairs left, has successfully, whether by accident or by design, wound its twisted tail so tightly round the oil palm that they are from henceforth inseparable. Separation is not only undesirable, it is unthinkable. If this paper has stimulated sympathetic and intelligent thought as distinct from mere emotional pity, which is not what we Africans need, if this paper has successfully communicated to you, seated in this hall, my feelings on the subject, then I shall feel satisfied that my duty is done, and will return to my native jungle, realizing that I may have given all well as derived some benefit from the best part of my youth, which I have spent in this land of saints and scholars, and above all, in a Christian university. The oil palm was the title, this article was the title of an address delivered by Egbert Uda Udoma in 1942, when he was elected the first ever black president of the Elite Trinity College, University of Dublin Philosophical Society. And it was a powerful commentary on colonial policy. Udoma was 25 years old then, and the address is contained as appendix in the book Law and Statesmanship, The Legacy of Sir Udoma, written by distinguished Senator Ekong Samson, here present. I must thank the distinguished Senator for immortalizing this work, and I must also thank Mr. Samuel Udoma, who gave me this book and showed me this article. After reading it, I couldn't rest. I have been in turmoil of spirit. I pray that the spirit that led Sir Egbetura Udoma to write this should reign in our minds as we go about our various business henceforth. Thank you very much. Done. We're done. We're continuing. Village Boy. A true life story of a tenacious African orphan, Anyetie Hussein. Published by Paresia Publishers Limited. First published in 2020. Paresia Publishers Limited. Paresia, P-A-R-R-E-S-I-A, Publishers Limited. First published 2020. Chapter 1, Footsteps of the Ghosts. It was a thick black night when Nenwa, a dogged grandmother, roused her orphan grandson, Akan, to accompany her to the stream, 5 kilometers away from home. Reputed for hard work, with her cassava farmlands across many villages, and without the benefit of a clock, she had mistakenly thought it was the crack of dawn. For her, time was either morning, afternoon, or night. But the hooting of owls had barely faded away. Bats were still screeching. Toads and frogs, too, were croaking at the background. Monitor lizards were hissing as well. What sounded like the snoring of monkeys were not too far away. Many noise-making insects were also very active on duty, chirping away monotonously. But the usual chattering of women who wake up early for distant markets and farms were curiously absent. Yet Grandma was raring to go. Last night, the whole woman had gone to bed a bit earlier than usual. She had complained of body pains from endless farm work. Now, she is back on her feet, unbeknown to her that night was still young. Actually, the midnight hours. Completely oblivious and insensitive to danger, Nenwa pulled off the long bamboo pole that secured her rickety plank door at night. Yet, she opened the door carefully, glanced left and right, and stepped out to pick 2 native pots, the big one for herself and the small one for her drowsy grandson, Akan. Hurriedly, they took off into the dark, gloomy night in a quest for water in a stream 3 villages away. Everywhere was dark, misty, and opaque, except for the cacophony of noises by a combined orchestra of animals and insects. The rest was dead air. The omen is not good, Grandma told her 8-year-old grandson repeatedly in whispers. Why? Even before the journey began, the old woman had hit her left toes against a grinding stone, carelessly left at the wrong place, obviously by Akan. But this journey must continue. She reached for her little snuff box by the tail end of her wrapper, sniffed a bit of the snuff to clear her eyes and sharpen her mind. Of course, her mind was preoccupied with a long-distant farm she had scheduled to weed that morning in order to give her sprouting cassava crops a breath of fresh air. Soon, the old woman was to realize she had woken up too early for her safety. The first trouble was the scary, cry-like, and persistent sound of mysterious origin, which tended to dog their step all the way. For her, it was a ghost or a company of ghosts. A brave woman of rare caliber, she thought of aborting the journey. The thought of aborting the journey was the last thing on her mind. All she did was walk faster, muttering words of perhaps prayers, rebuke, or incantations. For Akan, walking with Grandma was always a task. It usually meant a double quick step of literary jogging behind her. But this gloomy night, she was practically running, sulking, sucking his nose, and crying in silence. My grandson, come fast, come please, hold my hands. I did not know the day had not broken. I did not know, she whispered. By now, the ominous journey through bush paths and smelling shrines had crossed into the next village. Who are you that I am seeing there? She spoke out in a clear voice for the first time since the midnight odyssey began. I say, who is walking ahead there? Sometimes I see you. Sometimes I hear your footsteps. Who are you? She said, again betraying a deep sense of danger. Silence. No response. No answer. I am Nwaudowudum, daughter of Inyangakpaidem of Afarakpanimanibum. I am a bona fide grandchild of this village. Water has no enemy. If somebody eats food, he must drink water. Make way, I am going to the stream to fetch water, so that my grandchild and I can drink and live. I couldn't see anybody or anything that Grandma saw, not even a shadow. But his fear for the worst intensified the more. It was not the first time he accompanied Grandma for the early morning stream, when water is cleanest and as clear as crystal. This is routine for village folks, but today is different. It has all the scary trappings of a terrible phantasm. Grandma and Akan may have intruded into the dark world, or perhaps the evil proceedings of necromancers, witches, and wizards. For Akan, it was as scary as drowning at night in the deep blue sea. He was shaking like a leaf in the wind. Down the narrow, winding, broken, and slippery slope that terminates at the stream, isolated from every thatched roof, tragedy struck. The nightmare climaxed in a perilous confrontation, as nocturnal animals lying siege for their prey scampered for safety at the sight of the two intruders. Grandma, in the cover of the dark, inadvertently stepped on a hungry snake. The bite was fierce. It sent her pot crashing in pieces and elicited a scream that became the veritable horror for a petrified grandson. Yelling in horror with his eyes tightly closed, for fear of what he thought was a ghost, Akan instantly let go of his pot too, fell down, and groped in the dark in search of his grandma, already down on the dreadful grounds of a dreamland without water. Horror Unlimited. Chapter 2. At the Gate of Heaven. Grandma was many things to many people, not just in this village, but in far-flung villages in Imanibum clan. Her sudden death would be a big blow to all and sundry. To the women, she was their native nurse and trusted midwife. To the old men, she had the cure for rheumatism and diabetes. For the adventurous young men and permissive young women, she had the patent and solution for gonorrhea and STDs. And for little children, she knew the exact leaves, roots, and bark of trees that take care of fever, stomach ache, deworming, infections, inflammations, and rashes. Now the physician needed to heal herself. The venomous pit viper that struck her down in the thick of the night, in the middle of nowhere, was one of the most dreaded in the land. It could kill within an hour. Grandma knew instantly that she was in grave danger if urgent steps were not taken. With native wisdom and knowledge of the terrain, she could immediately conjecture the type of snake that beats her. Akan persisted, fearing for the worst. To him, Grandma has been life and death, possibly to the gate of heaven by now, possibly at the gate of heaven by now. Between the judgment throne of God, as he was taught in the Sunday school class, nothing else would console him as seeing his grandma back on her feet here on earth. No, 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 grandson, I cannot stand up. When a snake bites somebody, the person has to stay put at one spot for a while. If I stand up quickly to walk or run, the venom will spread quickly into my blood. Stand up quickly to walk or run, the venom will spread quickly into my blood. Grandma said, don't cry, everything will be okay. God will not permit anything worse to happen, she added, gnashing her teeth in pains. In a moment, she pulled off the old and threadbare head tie on her graying head. She tightened it firmly below her knee on the affected leg. Akan was wondering why she did that. When she volunteered an explanation, this is to stop the venom from flowing freely up my thigh to my heart and brain, she said. Limping up the hilly slope, with the crying Akan tightly held, limping up the hilly slope with crying Akan tightly held with her left hand, Grandma stopped at the first house in sight. Bang, 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 she hit ferociously at the door. It is your in-law. It is me, Ngwauraudum, daughter of Inyangakpaidem of Afarakpanimanibum. She called out her name to the fourth generation for the second time this dreadful night. She was virtually a household name in the clan. Her fifth daughter, Ima, was married to the village tailor known as Tedoba. The wooden door was quickly flung open. "Snake has bitten me," she cried out repeatedly. "It is a bad snake. My eyes are turning. My head is heavy and aching. Oh, my leg is swelling. It is a very bad snake. Oh." There was no time to waste. Akpanko, a thatch roof maker and owner of the small house. Is it still streaming? Please tell Mama. There was no time to waste. Akpanko, a thatch roof maker and owner of the small house, together with his two wives, did not have time to ask what on earth she was doing down that dangerous slope at that unholy hour of the night. There were no strangers. There were no strangers to the danger of snake bites in the area. But it was the dying old woman who reeled out a list of native antidotes in quick succession. "Do you have bitter kola in the house? What about bitter leaf roots? I usually see snake leaf around here on my way to the stream. Please give me palm oil or manyanga, a black oil locally distilled from roasted palm kernel." Village people could be really hospitable. They know and love to care for each other. Akpanko and his wives proved they were angels in disguise. Under an hour, Grandma was calm and fairly stable. Her heartbeat and breathing was gradually slowing down to near normal. The herbs she prescribed were made into a paste to cover the wound left by the fangs, but it seemed to Akan that the magic antidote was the snake leaf. The moment Grandma drank the juice of snake leaf, which was pounded, soaked in water, and filtered, she came back to herself. Almost. Curiously, the snake leaf looked like a snake, something like a wild aloe vera plant, twisted and pigmented. A cat had been let out of the bag. One of our trade secrets is inadvertently leaked. Not to worry. Akpanko and his wives had saved her life. They deserved the trade secret. But it took another week or so for Grandma to hit the bush paths again for her cassava farms. And it took a longer time for her to settle down for her most critical role as a village traditional midwife. Chapter 3, Birthplace of Hunters. Nearly all the children in the village were delivered in Grandma's house under her watchful eyes and into her skillful hands. Whenever childbirth was tough and complicated elsewhere, the surest destination would be Grandma's house, carried often on the back of a bicycle and rowed carefully by a man in the night with 2 or more women holding the woman in labor. The bicycle ambulance and the first responders would arrive with prayers on their lips and desperation on their faces. Instantly, Grandma's bedroom would be filled with the chorus of "Push, push, push, please. No, you can't be tired now. Push, push." Grandma's voice would rise in desperation. Akan could hear the urgency in her voice, issuing commands and giving instructions. "You, Mike, bring the scent leaves. Quick, you Manginini, that is Magdalene, give me that bottle of Kai Kai native gin that contains some leaves and root. You, Nwan Samwere, that is Samuel's wife. Why are you standing there idle like a tree? Can't you help to fan this woman with your wrapper? There is near pandemonium inside that maternity ward, as Akan waited outside with bated breath, confused and sometimes sobbing, out of pity for the woman in labor. He must not go near, though the makeshift labor ward was also the bedroom he shared with Grandma. Jesus, that is Jesus, Grandma called out 3 times in a loud, alarming tone. You cannot fail in Madame Makinyang's house. Her church or baptism name, thanks to the white missionary, was Madame Maggie Inyang. She was deliberately invoking her church name to remind God she was a full member of Kwaibo Church and in good standing. Oh God, I have paid my tithe too. I have marked my card up to date too. Forgive the sins of this woman. Save her life and the baby life. Forgive my sin also, please. You know, God, we humans are like mud walls. As the mud walls, we don't lack particles. Forgive us because of what Jesus did for us on the tree of Calvary. Amen, amen, amen. As the woman in labor pains cried out once and again in anguish, the tempo of prayers rose to a feverish peak. A palpable sadness enveloped the room, while some of the women would come outside with hopelessness on their faces. Others would step up the prayers with rhythmic chants on their lips. Sikofa, Sikofa, Sobdi, Sobdi, Njom Nikut Fim Fnemi, Njom Nikut Fim Fnemi, meaning Jehovah, Jehovah, come down, come quickly, come quickly. We want to see you in action today. We want to see your power now. Then Grandma, who is indirectly battling with the woman in labor pains, would scream out, I forbid and rebuke you. You sleep on the stool of childbirth. God overpower you 7 times. You sleep in the wrong time. You sleep at the wrong time. Victory in Jesus' name. What type of sleep are you? Pack your load and go. Pack your load. Pack. By now, the tension was so thick it could be sliced with a knife like a yam tuber. By now, the tension was so thick that it could be sliced with a knife like a yam tuber. Then came the long-expected vagitus, the high-pitched first crying and screaming of the newborn baby filling the air, to the relief of everyone inside and outside the house. But the battle is not completely over yet. More work needs to be done for the placenta to come out before the new mother and baby are stabilized. Then, Grandma, all smiles now, her teeth partially blackened by snuff, is presented with a 4-sided bottle of native gin to wash her hands before celebration proper begins. It would seem that when one woman is in labor, all women with her are virtually in labor. Now everyone is heaving a sigh of relief. Their joy knows no bounds. Everybody has a song on her lips. They would take turns to sing and dance, shaking their waists in a typical Ibibio women style, totally drunk with joy. It is a celebration, second only to the traditional marriage rite. Songs of insults are permitted, whereas women sing about the frailties and foibles of their husbands. In the songs, they mocked husbands who only know how to drink palm wine in the day, impregnate their wives in the night, but can't lift a finger to deliver a baby. On such joyful occasions, women had the full immunity to deploy humorous songs and provocative dance steps to communicate their grievances with their husbands. In the day you speak to me harshly. In the night you tease me with sweet names. Your tease you will tease me in futility till daybreak. You have not bought me a new dress for the years. You only know how to tease me at night. You will tease me in futility till daybreak. You will tease me in futility till daybreak. You will tease me in futility till daybreak. The aim was to check the misbehavior and misdemeanors of husbands who usually lorded over them and curtailed their freedom of speech. But women who had skeletons in their cupboards had to think twice before they participated in songs and dances of insult. Their nemesis was not their husbands per se, but Ikperekata, the dreaded social media and carrier of confidential news in the village. Permissive girls, adventurous boys, and cheating husbands were not spared either from the rumor mill of Ikperekata. Ikperekata operated strictly like a secret cult. Their identities were top secret. If not mysterious, their broadcasting hours was in the dead of the night, when everyone had gone to bed and sound asleep. In a terror-laden voice, they went from house to house, rousing villagers to announce the hidden and latest scandal about wives who had sneaked out for extramarital flings, or men who had stolen goods or palm fruits, and promiscuous girls who were flirting or already even impregnated out of wedlock. They tended to know everything in graphic details. Nobody ever had a clue who they were, where they came from, or how they managed to lay hands on the behind-the-scene and concealed information of village folks. They spoke in strange voices with some membrane devices in their mouths, obviously to disguise their identities and convey the impression of extraterrestrial beings. It was a very fearful thing to fall into the mouth of Ikperekata. The dread of Ikperekata was sufficient nightmare to check moral laxity in any form. Any night Ikperekata stepped out with a scoop, the village would be agog the next day with the breaking news. The shame on the wrongdoers and their families was enough to ostracize, if not banish, such individuals for a while from the public. It was the duty of grandma to warn women or drag their ears, as they say, after celebration of birth, to be alive to their nuptial responsibility and be aware of Ikperekata. Chapter 4, Castle in the Jungle. Besides her role as the traditional midwife, Grandma was also the women leader, locally known as Mother of Women, both in the church and in the community administration. It was her duty to mobilize women for community work and settle minor disputes among them. She had all the credentials and curriculum vitae to occupy that role. As a hard-working farmer, expert traditional midwife, herbal doctor, and dynamic church worker, she commanded tremendous respect and influence in the village and above and beyond. The multiple roles she occupied ensured that anybody coming to consult her from any part of the clan must arrive with a bottle of native gin and a head of snuff to open her ears. Otherwise, the complaint might fall on deaf ears. Yet, it was a scruffy little village of mainly farmers, hunters, and palm wine tappers. Streets were narrow, sandy, and dusty. Natives were moneyless and impoverished. Behind the communal forest was Grandma's house. It was simple, dusty, and plain. Red mud and sticks made up the walls. Roofs were made from palm frond leaves. Stitched and stapled together with shafts to form a roof mat. No ceiling, no plaster. In the day, sun rays pierced directly through the thatched roof at several spots. In the night, moonlight took over with a soft fluorescent glow from heaven. Under the rain, the roof simply leaked like a sieve. Clay pots, clay plates, calabashes, and other native containers must be marshaled to collect leaking rainwater and avert a swimming pool in the room. While the wall, rafters, and roof members belonged to lizards, geckos, and cockroaches, the dusty floor were ruled by rats, jiggers, and black stinging ants known as a python. One sting of a python, usually on the bare buttocks, was sufficient for Akan to cry his eyes out and drift off to sleep. Of the 4 rooms, Grandma and Akan shared one. Goats, sometimes as many as 15, were next in priority, with their bedroom next to Grandma's room. In fact, Grandma and Akan literally shared the same bedroom with goats. That was for security reasons. It would require a tough gang of able-bodied thieves armed with powerful sleeping charms to steal one goat from Grandma's pen. That thief was not yet born. The thieves themselves knew that so very well from one failed attempt that left one of them with a severed foot. Very stubborn animals, Grandma's goats often broke through the walls to open a few unintended windows, through which they often peeped into Grandma's room to demand for food. That wasn't a problem for Grandma at all. In this village, goats were nearly kings, highly treasured during traditional rites and ceremonies. Without goats, traditional marriages, burial rites, and sacrifices were non-starters. But for goats, especially he-goats, what would witch doctors demand as penalties for trumped-up infringement against the gods? It was Akan's duty to ensure the goats lacked no supply of their favorite grass. Any shortfall meant trouble. There would be no sleep for Akan and Grandma all night. The goats would bleat and cry for food till daybreak. Once the day had broken, the goats would be let out of the pen briefly to forage on pastures around the homestead, while Akan hurried to fetch anything from lovely green grass to scrubby woods, young trees, and hardy shrubs. It would be real feast. If such grass included some legumes, a member of the pea family, crunchy and so delicious to goats. Once Akan arrived home with a fresh bunch of grass, the goats would say something that only Grandma could interpret. According to Grandma, that meant, hope you didn't cut the grass near the toilet. Grandma loved her goat so much, she would also want to know the source of the pasture. The only trouble Grandma had with her goats was their insatiable appetite for her cassava, whether cooked or uncooked, leaves or stem, hot or cold. No blazing fire under a boiling pot of cassava was sufficient to dissuade Grandma's goats from staging a daylight raid. Akan was always on guard with a stick to stop the obstinate goats from literally getting their fingers burnt. Soon, Akan grew up to discover something not so amusing about goats and cassava. Though goats love cassava, cassava hates goats with passion. The enemy of goats in cassava is called cyanide. It is a salty chemical in cassava that is simultaneously very toxic. It gets straight into goat's brain and knocks them out in a blink of an eye. For Grandma, that was almost as tragic as the scene of her fainting grandchild. God, I beg you, help me, spare the life of my goat. She will scamper from pillar to post in search of palm oil bottle. What are you doing by that, standing there like a tree? She will scream at Akan. Can't you run to the boats to borrow from me some palm oil? Cassava cyanide was not only a terror to goats, it dealt mercilessly one day with Grandma's visiting relative. The family had just returned from the farm, very hungry and struggling to cook, while a pot of cocoyam was on the fire. The visiting old woman pounced on raw cassava and began to snack one after the other, combining it with palm kernel. Suddenly, a noise like a fallen coconut caught the attention of all. She fell headlong on the floor in a fainting fit. Panic seized the household. Grandma was aghast. It was also palm oil forced into her mouth that saved the day. Next in hierarchy in Grandma's house were heaps of palm kernel. These brownish nuts were highly valued in the market and often took the place of money in trade by barter. In Grandma's house, raw food was never a problem, but soup. Her constant refrain to the grandchildren was "Kapkerefere, kukerusong." You may worry about soup, not fufu, a dough made from pounded yam or pounded cassava or yam. The beds in Grandma's house were made of bamboo. As the right-hand man of his grandma, Akan often took his place at night beside the old woman. His position on the bamboo bed was permanently close to the wall to ensure he did not fall off the ground in his sleep. Sometimes Akan would spread a raw mat on the dusty floor for his bed, just in case of accidental bedwetting. He was usually embarrassed anytime he woke up to discover that he had done it again and the mat was wet. How it happened, he didn't know. All he remembered was that he had a dream about urinating outside the bush. How that translated into a wet mat was a matter of shame. It was worse if any of his cousins was around, because they would take time to ridicule him with derisive songs. To escape the shame of bedwetting, Grandma's mat, placed on a bamboo bed, he opted most of the time for a torn mat on the floor. The only trouble was the house rat known as a buffer that often feasted on his smelly finger toes. This was compounded by jiggers that would lodge mischievously in between the same toes. Nobody had any answer to the tyranny of toe-eating rats. Their furtive entrance and departure while Akan was asleep was a mystery to the boy. Their clandestine and surreptitious procedure of nibbling at his toes felt sometimes like the house rat came with their anesthesia. The combined mischief of these stealthy rats and ubiquitous jiggers made life so miserable for the boy, causing him to hobble on his heels to school most of the time. Yet, life in Grandma's house was very absorbing. Akan was lucky to have not just an amazing grandmother, but a handful of awesome aunts, many uncles, and cool cousins, thanks to regular exchange of visits. Akan's cousin would descend on Grandma's house in droves to play, fight, and help with chores and farm work. Their mother would drop in often too, to take some raw food and drop off a special porridge or soup they had prepared back home for their family. Akan's aunties could borrow anything such as farm tools, salt, palm oil from Grandma and vice versa. All 5 of Akan's aunties were married in the same village or next door in the neighboring villages. They kept a close watch on Akan and were his safety net wherever there was no food in Grandma's house. Sometimes soup was halfway done on the fire before Grandma would suddenly realize that there was no salt in the house. Akan would be dispatched immediately to run down to one of the aunties to borrow some salt. Rolling his disused bicycle wheel, he would be back in a jiffy. Mission accomplished. Soup ready. It's time for late lunch. Chapter 5. Rats for pepper soup. Though Akan was born in Lagos, one of the biggest cities in Nigeria, tragedy struck when he was about 2 years old. Tim, his father, and second son of Grandma, died in a ghastly motor accident one night along Broad Street in Lagos. Akan hardly remembered his Lagos days or made out the face of his father, except in pictures. He was ferried back to the village with his mother and a young brother who later died also. For the next 8 years of his life, Akan didn't venture out of the village. He grew up an orphan under the palm trees with her aged grandma, smoking rats out of dark holes for meals and chasing insects desperately at night for snacks. He was also adept at cassava farming, harvesting, and processing. He had many friends of his age bracket. Imo was one of them. He was a slightly older boy, streetwiser, and cunning. He was swift in the bush as a deer. Imo could mimic the sounds of many animals and birds and lure them into trouble. He knew the in and out of every small animal, and he taught Akan a bit of his trade secrets, including how to bend a stick into a trap for small and giant rats. A kind of mentor, Imo arrived one morning as soon as he sensed Grandma was away to the farm. Akan was home with his visiting cousins. How many of you would enjoy roasted giant rats if I kill one now? He asked cleverly. And even before the boys could chorus an answer, he ordered, "Let's go. Let's go now before your grandma is back from the farm." And off the boys left, hunting for Aloud, a giant rat, as giant rats are called in Ibibio villages. Aloud are omnivorous and nocturnal animals. They have a particular taste for palm nuts. They feed as well on vegetation and insects. Imo, of course, knew the best time to catch Aloud napping. Imo knew, of course, the best time to catch Aloud napping was in broad daylight. That is, when Aloud are busy snoring deep in their dark underground bedrooms, sometimes 5 meters below the earth's surface. Today, the boys, led by Imo, had to dig till the soil turned reddish before they began to find droppings, nestling materials, and traces of leftover dinner, such as palm nuts, cassava chippings, and dismembered insects. Digging deep down to the inner bedrooms of giant rats is hard work. Imo knew this better than any of the boys, so he came well equipped with a native technology that minimized the labor of digging, but remains all the same grueling. A clay pot with 2 holes was stuffed with thick and oily palm fruit chaff known as nkwet. The idea was to choke and smoke out any stubborn rat that refused to come out in the course of digging. But first, a reconnaissance of the rat residence had to be quickly conducted. Giant rats are an intelligent lot. They have entrance and emergency exit. Their exit doors are usually camouflaged with a disguised opening into the thicket. It is the veritable emergency exit reserved for times of trouble like today. Imo was able to identify and pinpoint the emergency exit. He assigned Akan and his cousin, Udoma, who were armed with machetes, to police the exit. Their duty was to stop and kill any escaping rats that would run for their life. Shrubs in the immediate vicinity were immediately cleared. After a brief digging, the pot with 2 holes was lit up. A thick black smoke began to belch and billow out, almost blinding the hunters themselves. The nozzle of the pot was placed at the entrance door of the rat's home. The pot was blown persistently from the opposite end to unleash thicker smoke into the dark hole. Fire on the mountain. As the rats choked and gasped for breath, they were left with no choice than to run en masse to the emergency exit for dear life. In the chaos that followed, attempts to kill the rats that afternoon, Akan nearly severed the right toes of his cousin Uroma. Sadly, the rats were smarter by far. They all escaped to safety. Lucky rats, unlucky hunters. Nevertheless, adversity is not stranger to village boys. It is their second nature. It takes a village to raise a tough boy, so they say. They staggered on their way home, wondering what would be meat today. Well, every day is not Christmas, they reminded themselves of the familiar saying by elders. Thank goodness, Udoma escaped Akan's machete by whiskers. Soon, they came across another rat hole. Again, they fired blank. In spite of a change of guard, the team leader had decided that Akan's cousin, Udoma, was better equipped for the killer job. Akan was fragile and frail. Udoma knew her onions when it came to looking for meat in dangerous places. He had proven that time and again with the large number of fat frogs he usually caught in the village pond. The only thing going well for Akan most of the time was luck. So it was today, when Grandma sent Akan and Udoma on an errand to Auntie Ima's house along the narrow village street, they spotted a big snail crawling slowly up a tall tombstone. It was a rather odd spot to hunt for a snail, but hunger is no respecter of grave sites. The lightning speed to catch the snail, in spite of its dreadful location, was photo finish. They had not eaten yet today, and whoever picked the snail would be the owner that presides over the sharing of this delicacy. As they stepped on the cemented and wet floor of the tombstone at top speed, Akan slipped dangerously and crashed to the ground. But as Udoma jumped up to pick the snail recoiled and fell to the ground. That's how Akan, who was down on the ground, turned out to pick the snail and win the coveted prize. Back home, Akan cracked the snail, washed, salted, and roasted it properly. Of course, he shared the relish and relished it with Udoma. But Akan, the owner, got the lion's share. It takes a lion heart, so they say, to have the lion's share. Not today. Fortune did not favor the brave. Fortune favored the favored. There is always another day. The next day, 2 giant rats and 6 newborn babies were cornered in the holes by the team of Imo, Udoma, and Akan. They must join their ancestors today, come rain, come shine. And it came to pass. The team debated what to do with the babies. Some wanted to make pepper soup out of both parents and babies, but Akan suggested the babies be nursed as pets. He appointed himself as the nursery keeper. No problem, Imo said. Akan was then sent to fetch firewood for the barbecue of the parent rats. Before he returned, parent rats and babies have been disemboweled, salted, and roasted to the sadness of Akan. He was grieved for the baby rats, that they were still not old enough to open their eyes. To his disapproval, he rejected his share of the rat barbecue. It took Udoma quite some effort to alter his mood. Chapter 6, Barbecue of Termites. I'm still reading Village Boy by Aniet Hussein. Akan's sadness will soon turn to joy. Before long, it will be the season for flying termites, when thousands of flying termites known as Ndube would swarm every home to usher in a feast of young and old. Everyone would show up on termite night with a special song that was believed to invite larger swarm, and everyone would get his fill, eating them either fried, cooked, or raw. Nobody cared where flying termites came from. Perhaps they were flying manna from heaven. A point of light and container of water were all they needed to trap thousands to fill their baskets and calabashes. Grandma could accurately foresee when termite night would come. It took many years before Akan came to know that flying termites were triggered by heavy rainfall and humid temperature. Unknown to Akan also was that those swarms of termites did not fly in from heaven. They actually lived quietly inside Grandma's house, mostly in colonies, feasting inside the soft hollow of native rafters and roof members. Besides, Akan and other children never knew that termite night was actually a honeymoon and mating night for termites. These were nuptial flights, when flying termites shed their wings, make love, and regroup to start another branch of their community, right inside Grandma's house. Even if Akan and every villager knew this, it wouldn't matter much. Their crunchy and nutty flavor made fried termites such a delicacy to be desired by everyone. But the king of delicious insects in Akan's village was the bull cricket, known as Idiang. The bull cricket is but the first cousin of grasshopper. To village boys, it didn't matter whoever was Idiang's cousin, nephew, or niece. What matters was their irresistible taste. Its 2 inches size, cylindrical body, and round head made for a very rich, delicious munch. Beyond the head and body, the rest of its young are made of spikes, which children had to eat with utmost care. The best part of the spikes are the hind legs. They have enlarged thighs, providing for the cricket the ability to kick and launch like a rocket in times of danger. But for Akan, the cricket thigh was equivalent to a delicious roasted chicken thigh. It was his drumstick for years. But catching one bull cricket was hard work. Boys must know and take advantage of its weak points. The one undoing of the bull cricket was its wings. Not that it could not fly with it. Most times it did. The trouble with the cricket wings was that it was too noisy for its own good. All it took was for the cricket to rub its leather-like wings together. That rubbing of the wings produced a shrieking, deafening noise, which attracted village boys to tiptoe next to it. This loud, persistent chirping, sung mostly by male crickets, was usually produced to attract female crickets. Ironically, it was the same love song that attracts enemies like Akan. In other words, the downfall of the male cricket is a woman. Akan and his team of cricket hunters had to tread carefully in the night, picking their steps circumspectly before the cricket was alerted to vanish into its smooth, dark hole. Even when it had vanished with the speed of light, Akan had a strategy to stop the promiscuous insect on his path. All he needed to do was slice his machete into the soil around the suspected trajectory of the cricket hole. It was a gamble to instantly mount a road block against the escaping cricket. Sometimes it paid off. Most times Akan fired blank. In a good night's raid, Akan and his team could smile their way home with as many as 20 or more bull crickets. Chapter 7. The Vernacular of Lizards. But if we have this online, the cover page, okay. To most animals and insects in this village, humans are a horrible lot, never to be trusted. One day, according to a fable Akan heard from Grandma, as expert hunters stepped into the bush with their hunting dogs, bows and arrows, all animals ran for cover. In their hiding place, the giant rat was surprised to see the lizard quivering and nervously hiding together with it. "You have no business hiding here with me, Mr. Lizard. Humans don't eat you for sure. You are almost good for nothing," the giant rat said in a whisper to the lizard. "Keep quiet, please," replied the lizard, now fully shaken with fear. "Never you trust humans. They are terrible beings. If they don't kill you for pepper soup, they will kill you for kicks." No sooner than the hunter walked past their hiding place, the lizard began to narrate to the giant rat the painful ordeal his first cousin, the monitor lizard, had suffered in the hands of humans. "For your information, no pepper soup is more delicious. No pepper soup is more delicious than monitor lizard pepper soup," the lizard boasted. The giant rat agreed humans are wicked and must never be trusted, as the lizard said. But he mocked the lizard for comparing himself with the monitor lizard. "Look, Mr. Lizard, I think we are talking about fishes in the water. How come you mentioned the crab?" "Are the crabs same as fishes?" The lizard was enraged at that point. He would take it no more from the cocky giant rat that had earlier referred to the lizard as good for nothing. The lizard took strong objection to being described as a crab. He erupted in anger like a volcano, spewing abusive words in an uncontrollable outburst. In the commotion that ensued, the hunters' eagle eyes were attracted to the scene. They wasted no time directing their arrows at the fighting duo. Both the giant rat and lizard suddenly found themselves in mortal danger, as the hunters' arrows did not recognize any difference between the rat and the lizard. In the end, the two paid a heavy price for their pride, arrogance, and bitter quarrel. The giant rat bit the dust, while the lizard lost one of its hind limbs. With a bleeding wound, the lizard limped up the tallest coconut tree to hide in pains. Long after the hunters were gone, with the lifeless giant rat, the wounded lizard jumped down all the way from the tallest coconut, feeling lucky it was alive. Dizzy, the lizard heaved a great sigh of relief, looked around, and saw other family members nibbling away on insects. It was the expectation of the wounded lizard that the family would rejoice and congratulate it on the narrow escape. No dice. With only 3 legs, the wounded lizard looked odd and was ostracized. Not bothered, the 3-legged lizard refused to feel inferior, but picked courage, told off his family members, and limped about to catch some grasshoppers for lunch. If I can escape 7 hunters, fall from the tallest coconut tree with only 3 legs, and you don't congratulate me, I will congratulate myself, the lizard said. It was a never say die attitude that saw the wounded lizard outlive other lizards to become the king lizard a few years later. The morale of the encounters was left in no doubt. I can also learn a big lesson from the fable of a baby mosquito who flew out on her first flight, luck shone on her, and she came back unscarred. How was your first flight? The mother mosquito asked her baby on return. Oh, Mom, it was a perfect maiden flight. All humans were clapping for me, the baby mosquito said. Clapping? Clapping for you? The frightened mother exclaimed. Yeah, thank your stars that you are back alive. Next time, beware of those who clap for you. They may one day kill you. Fables wrapped around animals and insects were vehicles which Grandma and Uncle Etem employed to teach Akan many lessons of life. In the story of the hunter, giant rats and lizards, Akan learned many lessons. Trust no one, look down on nobody, and control your temper, to mention a few. Chapter 8, A Tale of Two Uncles. Uncle Etem was one of Akan's favorite uncles. He did not only thrill Akan with endless folklores or help him chase delicious insects for snacks, he also taught him new English words, often reducing them to funny songs and rhymes. Cassava, iwa, banana, mboro, plantain, ukom, table, okpokoro, ink, mongwit, nkanika, clock. Very often, Akan would pronounce clock as crock and send many relatives into prolonged laughter. Uncle Etem would say clock. Akan will say croc. Let him say no, 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 it's clo, 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 clo. Akan will say cro, 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 cro. Etem, however, loved the curious and skinny boy. He was ever patient in explaining and correcting him. His folklores and fables were second to none. He had the rare ability to arrest the attention of children and hold them spellbound. Simultaneously, in a state of fright, suspended excitement, and anxious uncertainty, before he dropped the bombshell to climax his tale, the incredible exploit of tortoise and its uncanny ability to always outfox the mighty and powerful in the forest was his forte. He rarely failed to drive home the moral of every tale. Uncle Etim also knew or pretended to know the delicious taste of nearly every bushmeat, be it roasted, fried, or steamed for pep soup. Listen to me. If you eat pig meat now, oh my God, you will lick your fingers for 3 days, he said, scratching his head, as the boy stared at him under the moonlight and wishing pork would suddenly drop from the skies. I tell you, pig meat is the best of meats. But money is the problem. Don't worry, boys. When you grow up and you go to America, you will be tired of pig meat, he concluded. Oh, my God. So, Uncle, you have been to America before? Akan asked with curiosity written on his face. Is America, not America? Uncle Etim said, sending other children into another round of laughter at the expense of Akan. Thank you, Uncle. Is America in the sky? Akan asked inquisitively, mispronouncing America one more time and provoking more laughter. No, it is not, Uncle Etim answered, a little bit irritated by the interruptions. But Uncle, you told me that the airplane that passed last night in the sky was going to America. Oh, sorry, America. Akan pressed further. Okay, boys, it's time you all went to bed so that you can wake up in time. And for you, American boy, make sure you pray before you sleep so that God can take you to America one day, Uncle Etim said, dismissing his inquisitive nephews. It was always fun hanging out with Uncle Etim in the evenings under the moonlight. But Akan's older Uncle Ekong was not so. He was harsh, ill-tempered, and perpetually cane-wielding. Akan was always going about with cane. Akan was always going about with cane marks and stripes on his back from Uncle Ekong's ruthless floggings. Whenever Uncle Ekong was going to the pit latrine in the night, he would order Akan to accompany him and stand guard at the outhouse. The little boy would be completely overwhelmed by joy, not just of snakes, overwhelmed by fear, not just of snakes, but ghosts that he usually heard were roaming around at night. The real and present danger, however, was not snakes and ghosts, but the unpleasant odor, a miasma of unhealthy fumes that consumed the boy as his uncle discharged, often with difficulties, some really hard poops under the shithole, down the shithole. One sunny day, soon after Akan returned from school, Uncle Ekong got Akan beaten black and blue. It was such a merciless beating that Udoma, Akan's cousin, ran home to invite her mother. Akan's crime was failure to cook cocoyam for him soon after he came back from school. When Akan managed to escape and ran to the neighbors begging for cover, Uncle Ekong was hot on the heels of the screaming boy. In the frenzy, 3 dogs pounced on Akan and beat him everywhere, thighs, buttocks, legs, and hand. And that became a bigger problem. When dogs bite in the village, it was believed that the victim would bark and die unless urgent treatment was administered. Someone was dispatched. Okay, see you again in 10 minutes. Hello. One sunny day, soon after Akan returned from school, Uncle Ekong got Akan, beaten, blue and black. It was such a merciless beating that Udoma, Akan's cousin, ran home to invite her mother. Akan's crime was failure to cook cocoyam for him soon after he came back from school. When Akan managed to escape and ran to the neighbors, begging for cover, Uncle Ekong was hot on the heels of the screaming boy. In the frenzy, 3 dogs pounced on Akan and beat him everywhere: thighs, buttocks, legs, and hands. And that became a bigger problem. When dogs bite in the village, it was believed that the victim would bark and die unless urgent treatment was administered. Someone was dispatched to a faraway farm to extract grandma. She would certainly have a panacea for rabies. Neighbors reckoned. Akan cried until he lost his voice at the home of a neighbor, surrounded by sympathetic women and children. Everyone who was not in the farm that afternoon came out to rain abuses on Uncle Ekong. He was not a particularly likable young man in the village. "This beating is becoming too much, Ekong," one man said as he sighed and left in anger. "Is it just to cook for you that you have treated him like this? Can't you cook your cocoyam?" Another man asked rhetorically. "You people had killed the father, and now you want to kill the son too," one woman said with tears welling up her eyes. "In the village, nobody dies natural or accidental death. It is either the witch or wizard or both. What kind of uncle are you? Touch this boy again and you will touch me," one teary old woman said. "Why should a little child be treated like this? From this earth, it will not be well with you till you go to hell." Yet another woman cursed, almost in tears too. Uncle Akan was grandma's spoiled and lawless fourth child. He had been idle at home for years. He had not liked to farm. He did not know how to climb palm trees. Neither did he agree to join fishermen at a fiat. To the relief of the kids, he was soon sent out to faraway city of Aba to be an apprentice radio mechanic. Radios were mysterious, prestigious, and rare objects in the village, owned by a few privileged men, especially teachers. Akan and his cousins were happy. Uncle Ekong would not be back to the village anytime soon, where there were few radios to repair. Good riddance to bad uncle. that was not to be. It turned out to be a mere wishful thinking. Uncle Ekong was good at squandering his money and food overnight, and suddenly appearing in the village to ask for more money and food. Money does not grow on trees, Grandma would say. That would keep the restless uncle, sometimes for another 2 to 3 weeks in the village. While that lasted, he was a thorn in the flesh of all and sundry. You would not kill me because I did not kill my mother, Grandma screamed whenever Ekong's recalcitrance was unbearable. With Uncle Ekong at home, Akan's auntie were quick to withdraw their children from Grandma's home, but Akan had nowhere to go. He was stuck with Grandma and his hostile son. Akan's mother had opted to go to the Teachers Training College, TTC, after the loss of her husband. It was not a decision that Uncle Ekong endorsed. This meant constant and unprovoked beating too for her each time she visited to see Akan. The little boy hated with passion the sight of his beloved mother being beaten by Uncle Ekong. Once the confrontation started, and Ekong began to flog and kick Akan's mother, Akan would cry in despair. All he could do at that time was swoop a handful of sand and throw it at Uncle Ekong. One day, Akan and her mother ran into the bush, following a cruel beating. In hot pursuit by Uncle Ekong, they fell into a flooded pit. It was an unforgettable day for Akan. It was a day angry elders could not bear it any longer. They ordered some able-bodied men to round up the unruly Ekong. He was overpowered and tied with ropes to an orange tree, where wild ants beat him everywhere, scrotum and all. He narrowly escaped lynching, as Akan and his crying mother were helped out of the pit and safely taken to Akan's maternal grandparents' home in a nearby village. Chapter 9. The Reluctant Schoolboy. The trip that found Akan's mother in the bottom of a flooded pit was in connection with Akan's schooling. She had served as a housemaid to several Irish women who were missionaries from Belfast. It was in the mission houses that she imbibed the value of education and polished her instinctive attitude for hygiene and decency. Her flair for cooking and sewing were some of the attributes that endeared her to the white women. When one of the illustrious sons of the community, an accountant with a British firm, came home from Lagos to ask her hand in marriage, everyone applauded the choice and agreed he was the only man who deserved such a well-groomed maiden as a wife. But barely 3 years into the marriage, tragedy struck in the cool of the night. Tim, her lucky husband, ran out of luck. He was snatched by the cold hands of death after a fatal crash on Broad Street, Lagos. It was a calamity of immense proportion. The village was inconsolable. A pall of gloom and heaviness descended and covered every inch of the community like a thick, dark cloud. They mourned for months to no avail. It was like the right hand of the village had been cut off, and there was none to say restore. They were so troubled that their sun had set sadly no sooner than it rose. All that was left to console them was Akan, which the village fondly nicknamed Bibi for big boy. This was a big boy in rags, with jigger-infested toes, chasing rats furiously at day for meals and insects desperately at night for snacks. Yet he was the cynosure of all eyes. He was his mother's delight, the center of her life, and the heartbeat of his grandparents. He must go to school, if no other child should. The only issue was timing. While Akan's mom was gearing for Akan to go, Grandma foot dragged for weeks, worrying that the boy was too tender for school stress. Eventually, Grandma bowed to pressure to at least allow Akan to leave home in order to get toughened up a bit, or in other words, Akekbebu Mebiong, that is, learn how to withstand hunger. But Akan's first day in school was dramatic, if not controversial. His mother had sewn the uniform herself and brought it to Akan's house 2 days ahead of assumption of school. It was slightly oversized. That was not a mistake. To Akan's mom, it was economic sense. Akan was growing up fast. One size up was not a bad idea. The boy could wear it for a year or two. But to Akan, it was thumbs down, unacceptable. In spite of entreaties, pampering, and promises of crayfish and granuts, Akan simply did not back down. Hell broke loose when he was forcefully dressed up for school, and the uniform swallowed him almost from head to toe. He cried his eyes out and was virtually dragged all the way to school by Grandma, like a stubborn goat that is unwilling to follow its owner to the market. But that was only a tiny bit of the problem that morning. At school, another drama took over. The headmaster thought Akan was below school age. Grandma herself was not sure of his age. She said the boy was 2 years old when the father died. Asked to pinpoint the year and month her son, Akan's father, died, the old woman broke down and wept uncontrollably. Akan was not left out of the weeping and mourning. Unable to manage the crisis alone, the headmaster quickly invited a female teacher to the rescue. There was a quick village technique of guessing whether a child is up to school age or not. The child was usually required to put his or her right hand across his head to touch his or her left ears. But the crying duo left no room for protocol. Not today. Enough of the trouble, the headmaster thought to himself. Without further delays, Akan was accepted to begin schooling, all protocol reserved. There was more trouble from Akan awaiting Grandma and the headmaster this morning. A baby that does not want to leave, as they say in the village, would demand that the parents bend a palm tree to form bow and arrow. Impossible. Akan's next trouble was nearly as difficult, but not impossible. But it was altogether a shocking demand, a veritable ambush. The boy simply and outrightly rejected the name that was given by Grandma as his school name. It was something nobody had taken for granted. "No, that's not my name," he said, sobbing and crying, even the more inside his oversized uniform. "Grandma, that is not my name." "What is the matter with you this early hour of the day?" Grandma shouted impatiently. Unknown to Grandma, and even to the shock of Akan's mom, who got to know later, the boy had made up his mind not to share the same surname with Uncle Ekong, who had been making life unbearable for him and his mom. Akan said so point blank. It was a bittersweet and emotional drama, producing a mixture of laughter and sadness, as the female teacher fought back the tears welling up her eyes. The resumption date for Akan had to be pushed forward until his mother was available to endorse the boy's decision. It was a trait of radicalism that surprised the mother and later permeated the later years of the boy. That's how Akan wound up with the unique surname of God's Day, his grandfather's first name. Now a pupil, Akan discovered, like other pupils, that schooling in the village was not a piece of cake. Sleeping hours were cut short nearly by a half. Grandma had to practically extract him from the floor mat every morning. He must go to the stream to take his bath and fetch some water back home. Back from the stream, he must sweep the house and surroundings before he departs from his slate and chalk with his slate and chalk to the school. Many village boys do not like to take early morning baths in the chilling cold stream. Some just washed only their legs, arms, and face. Cream was palm kernel oil. To extract the cream, Akan would chew the palm kernel, squeeze the oil along with his saliva into his palms, and rub it on his face, arms, and legs. That was his designer's cream. Failure to apply his saliva cream meant a scaling skin known as ikpok, which would certainly attract some taunting and ridiculing from other pupils. Whenever he could not go to the stream to take his early morning bath, he would go on a jog through the farm to wet his body with dew drop atop cassava and cocoyam leaves. After a kilometer trek or so to school, another round of sweeping and cleaning begins before classes start. And even before classes start, nearly every pupil is yawning, apparently from hunger and stress. In village life, breakfast is rare. For Akan, going to school on empty stomach was routine, if not normal. Chances of eating when he was back from school were slim. 3 square meals is not in the dictionary of villagers. It is a needless luxury, just as giving eggs to children is prohibited, so the child would not be predisposed to stealing later in life. Chapter 10. A native doctor and the bone setter. Akan was not a particularly brilliant boy at school. He was, however, creative, witty, and smart. He often boasted, to the laughter of his classmates, that he would never confess in the class, because the Bible says the first shall become the last. One day, Akan arrived at school, unusually pensive and moody. Some of his friends concluded the usually funny boy came either with an empty stomach or his tough uncle had given him a breakfast of koboko caning before he left the house. The first lesson was on arithmetic. It was on simple addition. 2 plus 2, 5 plus 5, 10 plus 10, etc. It was exciting for nearly every pupil. The teacher then decided to do a brief oral test to confirm her pupils understood her and could apply the lesson practically outside the class. The teacher says, if you have 10 naira and your daddy adds another 10 naira for you, how much will you have? Pupil, nearly all hands except the moody Akans were up in the air, as almost every pupil knew the answer. Anti-I, anti-I, anti-I. Then the teacher ignores the rest and says, yes, you, Akan. If you have 10 naira and your daddy adds another 10 naira for you, how much would you have? Akan, answering sharply with a mischievous smile on his lips, Auntie, my daddy is dead. provoking a general laughter. Teacher, okay, I can. Sorry about that. If you have 10 naira and your uncle adds 10 naira for you, how much money would you have? Say, Auntie, I will have 10 naira. Attracting a general booing of disapproval and more hands in the air, anxious to answer the question. Teacher, pause. I can. You don't know arithmetic. Sharply, Auntie, you don't know my uncle. He cannot give me 1 kobo, talk less of 10 naira. The laughter was prolonged. The answer caught even the teacher off guard. The boy's logic was beyond his age. The teacher was caught between reframing the question or ending the oral test. She didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. Some pupils were confused. Who was right, a teacher or Akan? Thank goodness, the school timekeeper came to the rescue. His bell took over the air furiously. It was time for compound work. It was a special day set aside to cut the grass, screed the walls, scrub the floors, and clean the headmasters' and teachers' houses. The previous week, people had worked. The previous week, pupils had worked the school farm, planted maize, pumpkin, water leaf, garden egg, pepper, tomatoes, etc. The school farm was not on the agenda this morning. It was Friday. The focus was on making sure everywhere was as clean as a needle. All in readiness for the sanitary inspectors who were expected to visit on Monday. Pupils had been placed on notice to come to school with cutlasses, brooms, and ipatut, a rake-like native sweeper made from the petiole of palm fronds. Sanitary inspectors were not only a thorn in the flesh of headmasters, they were a terror to the entire community. Culturally, the standard of hygiene and sanitation across Ibibio land is very high. Every first Saturday of the month was set aside for community cleaning, usually on Friday evenings, prior to sanitation day. The village town crier would seize the air with the deafening sound from his tall drum. The pulsating sound from his drum was all that was needed to instantly arrest the attention of the entire community. Soon after, the high-pitched sound of the drum ended. The town crier, a man blessed with incredible decibels of voice, would yell the breaking news. He would be heard as far as 500 meters away. Listen to me, oh. Everybody listen, oh. Tomorrow is clean up day, oh. Let me repeat, tomorrow is clean up day, oh. Early in the morning, before sunset, every adult, men and women, must assemble as usual to sweep your streets and clean every nook and cranny of the village. Failure of any man or woman to comply will attract adequate traditional sanctions. This announcement is by the authority of the Teirong. Another round of the drum would conclude the announcement as the agile town crier moved to another location to repeat himself until the entire village is covered. Absenteeism and sanitation exercise was rare, unless on grounds of known ill health or old age. Villagers who could not attend because of emergency situations would send their children to represent them. Cleanliness was literally considered as next only to godliness. On his part, Akan was never left out of the sanitation days of the church, which was every Saturday morning, literally known as sweeping of God's compound. Part of the pecks was the chance to pluck quiver fruits that were planted in abundance in Kwaibo church compound. On Saturday, while sweeping God's compound, Akan and his friend Zacchaeus spotted a big yellow guava beckoning on a lucky boy. In the race to pluck the guava, Zacchaeus was faster up the tree with the speed of a cheetah. But he miscalculated his final move. He grabbed the moon-like guava with both hands. Of course, he was left with no support as he came crashing down with the prized fruit. On his way down, he fell on Akan, and both of them landed together on the ground badly. Akan escaped with a minor sprain, but Zacchaeus fractured his left thigh bone. He could barely limp. He cried so much in pain and hardly remembered the quiver anymore. That morning, Zacchaeus landed in the home of the village bone setter. He was a little man, fierce-looking and merciless. He was an expert in setting bones, fractured, broken, or dislocated, and went about his job with an iron fist. Zacchaeus was in extreme physical pain when the bone setters began with what Zacchaeus considered as a heartless job. To escape the excruciating pains, especially from the iron fist of the bone setter, Zacchaeus decided to trick and outsmart the bone setter. Instead of his thigh bones, he told the bone setter his knee was broken, and all the pains were centered around his knee. The old man spent more than 2 weeks massaging Zacchaeus' knee, collected his fee of 1 cockerel, 1 keg of palm wine, 1 bottle of native gin, and a head of snuff. It was a costly trick for the boy. Zacchaeus returned home to suffer in silence. He hoped that his lie would never be uncovered by his parents, and his thigh bone would heal naturally. His thigh bone would heal naturally with time. By the time the cat was let out of the bag months later, Zacchaeus' broken thigh bones could no longer be set. That was the sad story of how Zacchaeus grew up to acquire a nickname as Limping Zacchaeus. Medicaments and medications in Akan's village, just like bone setting, was not for the faint-hearted. Though many were plants, roots, and barks of trees, some were stranger than fiction, yet they cured fast and some permanently. For sore throat, Akan needed no native doctor. Drops of kerosene on a cube of sugar would do. How that worked out was a tough nut to crack. Hiccups, Akan gulped on the spot 7 mouthfuls of water. It was gone. For akboronti, that is mumps, a viral infection that affects the salivary glands and causes the swelling of jaws below and in front of the ears, Akan would dance around the pit latrine, eating cocoyam, as Grandma sang a song that sought to appease the inflammation. Akborontimu na ikpongadia, akborontimu na ikpongadia. That is, moms, I give you my cocoyam to eat. Moms, I give you my cocoyam to eat. For a sickness as serious as epilepsy, the patient was thrown into the refuse dump and covered with cocoyam leaves, or in the alternative, a lizard pepper soup with scent leaf would do. For convulsion, especially among infants, coconut water was the cure. But the coconut must not touch the ground when it is plucked. For diarrhea, a common sickness in the village, Grandma had a variety of leaves, roots, and bark of trees to the rescue. They included a decoction of mango, barks, pawpaw seed, pawpaw leaves, bitter roots, bitter leaf roots, etc. These roots, leaves, and bark of trees were boiled in water or palm wine. The usage was immature. Grandma had surprisingly waited at home for Akan to return from the stream. She was in a dilemma whether to go to the farm or stay back home and crack kernels for the evening market. Just then, Akan arrived home and hurriedly began to dress up for school, unaware that Grandma had some other plans for him this morning. Ukummi, Grandma began with the pet name that she sometimes called Akan. The name means my gallant boy, my backbone, my hero, my pride. And the moment Akan heard Grandma calling him by that special name, he knew instantly that an extra task had been lined up for him. When you are back from school, your food is over the fireplace, she said, avoiding the main issue in her mind. And immediately after you eat, meet me in the new farm at Ikorekang. Have you heard me? She said. Yes, Grandma, Akan answered dutifully. Please, a round of applause for the author of the book I'm reading now. I believe you are enjoying it. Of course, he had to justify the heroic names and prove that he is the old woman's backbone. Back from school, Akan reached out to the uncovered basket over the fireplace for his food. With the back of his palm, he drove away a congregation of flies that swarmed over the food. It was the usual food, the one and only trusted hard dough of fufu. Part of it had already been nibbled by cockroaches of salt, and titrated it with water. That soup, instant, a la carte. Of course, this soup is literally and absolutely pungent and hot, with a wild and angry taste. It is raw pepper and salt. It could leave even the brave with flaming tongues, blocked ears, and sometimes tears. But village boys are too tough, gutsy, and rugged. They know quite a bit of how to tame the shrew. Akan himself had grown up to know he must take proactive steps before a drop of this spicy soup touched his tongue. A handful of palm kernels was the antidote. It must be on standby ever before the first ball of fufu approached his esophagus. Off to the farm he went to help Grandma, both to weed the new section of the farm and harvest more cassava at home. Today, Grandma had harvested so much cassava for one trip. Akan had to return to the farm alone the second time to carry the remaining harvest, while Grandma hurried to the evening market. The harvest was much. After loading the tubers in a large basket, Akan could not lift it up on his head. There was nobody in sight to help. Most women had left their farms for the market too. Akan was a never say die, all things are possible kind of boy. He sat down there in the farm alone with a basket full of cassava, calculating his next move. He thought of returning to the farm for the third time. The thought of returning to the farm for the third time was not an option. Suddenly, he stood up, emptied the cassava entirely on the ground again, cut some sticks and quickly constructed what looked like a table. He put the empty basket on the makeshift table and began to pack the cassava again into the basket. Thereafter, he went under the makeshift table, and the basket was instantly on his head. Off he left. What he did not calculate was the distance he could go with such a heavy weight on his head. Soon, he discovered the basket was too heavy for him. Everyone that saw him on the way pitied him. Women from other villages who did not know him even said cross words on whoever forced him to carry such a load. He himself began to cry and make efforts to quicken his steps. By the time he got also for him, village school is not a cakewalk. Once he stepped his feet into the school compound, it's walk, walk, walk. First, Akan went for his broom, hidden in the bush where no one else could see. Each class was usually allocated a particular path or portion of the school compound. In 30 minutes, every member of the class would hurry to sweep their assigned portion. Those that arrived late would certainly face the music. It was a special teacher called compound master who decided whether the music any pupil faced would be 6 or 12 hot strokes of the cane. For the boys, the caning was on their buttocks, while the girls took theirs crying on their palms. That was sufficient deterrent never to come late to school or stay away from morning duty. Compound masters were pitiless teachers. They brooked no nonsense nor accepted frivolous excuses. The common excuses were sickness, but he knew those who were faking it, though not all the time. One morning, Akan's friend, Ita, arrived at school a bit late, clumsy and sick. He told Mr. Ekpo, the compound master, he had boils on his buttocks and would rather prefer the caning on his palms. Mr. Ekpo was unwilling to listen to the pleadings of the sick boy. He went ahead to smash and burst the boil with the first fierce lash across Ita's buttocks. Instantly, the boy was covered with blood down to his thighs and legs. He cried in pain non-stop back home with a blood-soaked uniform. Suddenly, Ita's father, a hunter, arrived at school menacingly with a sharp machete and then gun. He was mad with rage. The first two bang bang from the den gun sent fears down the spines of the entire school. No one was left standing. Both teachers and students, everybody fled for their life. That was the end of school that day. While some teachers found their way home through various bush paths, Akan and some pupils remained in the bush to jest and savor the snacks of raw cassava tubers and palm kernel. Woe betides any woman who located her cassava farm near the school compound. There might be no free lunch in Freetown, as the saying goes, but any cassava near the school compound was free snacks. Chapter 12, Cheat Udo no more. Unlike other days, Sundays were special for kids in Afara, not just for rarely seen and bottom box dresses, but for the absence of farm work, school roster and rigid teachers. The best Sundays and church outings were usually ushered in with the Christmas season, when all the rich and famous indigents returned home from various cities with their beautiful wives, dainty children, rare cars, gramophones, and of course biscuits. The birds that fly in the skies, as the elders say, their feet are pointed to the ground. Those birds were fully on ground at Christmas. The village would bubble back in life, bursting at its seams. Church would become more jubilant, and village children would grin from ear to ear, as good uncles would take over the choir and sing with deep baritone voices that endeared them to village children. Akan was particularly endeared to Uncle Onofio. Uncle Onofio was a very good man. He was ebullient, robust, and dynamic. His presence in the church would automatically change the complexion of the sermon. And worship, as he eventually took over nearly everything from choir to sermon. He was a well-traveled man. As a big man in a major West African institution, he had ample opportunity to see the better part of the world for peer review and comparative studies. Whenever he took the sermon, he would narrate hair-raising stories of his visits to Jerusalem, Egypt, Mount Sinai, River Jordan, Garden of Gethsemane, to mention a few. I never knew that these biblical places actually existed on earth. Uncle Onofio's stories caught his imagination and set his young mind literally on fire. He told himself repeatedly he would be like Uncle Onofio when he grew up. Under the guava tree outside the churchyard, Uncle Onofio's car stood distinctively different from a few familiar cars Akan and other schoolboys had come across. It was maroon and white in color, a brand new Vauxhall Velox with a white steering wheel, a maroon dashboard, and combined maroon and white seats. It was a beauty to behold. Akan and his age mate would sneak out of the church while the sermon was ongoing to catch a closer glimpse of the car and touch it if no adult was around to warn him. In the mind of Akan and his friends, church was for good men, while bad people either belonged to Ekbo, masquerade society, or stayed away from the church. Churches were mainly Orthodox. There were few and far between: Kwaibo, Catholic, Anglican, and Methodist. That's all. Akan's community was predominantly Kwaibo church, a kind of Anglican or Methodist church in doctrine and practice. It was a highly organized and structured church with schools, hospitals, and a printing press and bookshop in suburban Etienne. Children had to go through 3 baptismal classes before baptism in a river. Baptism day itself was a festive event, similar to college graduation, complete with rice and stew, very plenty, for family members and invitees. It was the D-Day the child would taste the Holy Communion for the first time, after passing his baptismal examinations for 3 successive years. The rate of failure in the baptismal examinations was high. Many were called, but few, as they say, were always chosen. And success for the few chosen usually called for celebration by proud parents and grandparents. Akan loved Bible stories, so he scaled the hurdle as his first attempt. Akan's mother, of course, made sure rice and stew were very plenty. Soon after the boys' first Uriabong, as Jesus' Last Supper is known in Akan's village. But it was not long before new churches began to sprout like mushrooms in the village. With the multiplicity of new model churches, many things went awry. One of the new churches was headed by Uro Okwang, a disgruntled member of an Orthodox church. He complained that his former church had cheated his late father long enough and cheated his elder brother also as well. He vowed he and his family would be cheated no more. Off he bolted out with his family to start his own church. He called it African Deliverance Church, ADC. Of course, the community satirically nicknamed African Deliverance Church as Chit Udo No More Church, CUNMC. Ukwang himself became the pastor of his new church. ADC diluted the doctrine of Ukwang's former church and lowered the bar for would-be members. The new church also crashed the 3-year baptismal class of the Orthodox Church to a mere 3 weeks. In the 4th week, his new members were baptized, and some were even appointed deacons or elders. The church boomed for a while, then trouble struck. 3 ADC elders felt cheated by Pastor Ukwang in matters of cash. They said accountability and transparency were far cries. Enough. Cheat we don't know more, they said. The following week, they started another church with a similar name, except that they substituted African with worldwide to form Worldwide Deliverance Church, WDC. It meant they had gone global, far beyond and unlimited to Africa like ADC. But it was a small mud house and thatched roof. You could count on the finger of one hand the entire members of the church, of the worldwide church. For Akan, this worldwide church was a semblance of his grandma's little sickly dog. It could not even face the hen, let alone the cat in a fight. But guess what the title of the dog was? The name of the dog was Tiger. One day, WBDC caught a big fish during their evangelism. A member of Ekbo Society, Udo Panudo, had been ostensibly converted. The community was shocked at this feat. The fierce-looking man was put through an overnight baptismal class. Usually, baptismal examination for those who could not read or write was oral. During his baptismal examination, Udo Panudo, a menacing figure, was deliberately asked a very simple question designed to guarantee him a pass mark and baptism in the church. Pastor asked him, Udo Panudo? He answered, "See me here, Pastor." Pastor asked, "Okay, tell us, who were those that killed Jesus on the cross?" The simple answer expected was, "The Jews." It was a chorus in the church. Meju eke with Jesus, meaning the Jews killed Jesus, they nailed him on a tree. These interpretations are necessary because we are being watched worldwide. Udo Akpanudo, very upset by the question, "Pastor, how can you ask me that type of question? Pastor is accusing me of being a wizard." His voice now rising. "Pastor, did you see me there? When you people killed the Son of God, there was commotion in the examination room. Every effort to pacify Udo Panudo fell on deaf ears. He stormed out of the church furious, straight to the home of the village head to lay his complaint. The pastor of the worldwide church had to appear before the village council with a he-goat and a bottle of native gin to sort things out, appease the gods that had been invited to judge the case, before Udo Panudo could return reluctantly to the church. One day, weeks after he returned to the church, Udo Panudo was randomly picked to pray in a Sunday service. To the surprise of many, he had become a full member of the worldwide church. The same zeal he employed in the Ekbo Society was deployed to the new church. He started his prayer very admirably until he got stuck midway with a particular Bible word that had no Efik Ibibio translation. To compound his problem, he had actually forgotten even the English version of the word. So he kept repeating the word. He kept repeating, "Oh God, forgive our sin and make us to be white as." "Oh God, forgive our sin and make us to be white as." "Oh God, forgive us our sin and make us to be white as." Silence. "Oh God, forgive us our sin and make us to be white as." Silence. As. That thing, oh. That white thing, oh. Upset and embarrassed, his relative, a retired teacher, who was an elder of the church, stood up angrily and interrupted the prayers. Don't you know snow anymore? Hey, thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Udo replied gratefully, oh God, make us to be wise as Achino. Achino. Oh God, make us to be white as Achino. That same thing my brother has just mentioned. Nearly everyone in the church laughed their heads off. Meanwhile, the troubles of ADC were growing in leaps and bounds. One of the pastors, Timothy Ekem, was simultaneously an elder in the village council. He was able to combine and mix both spiritual and temporal rites with admirable flair. But his good relationship with the native liquor was not just an open secret, but a veritable threat to his two portfolios. After he arrived at the church on Sunday, fully soaked and merry, a short man, he had a bicycle that was almost his height. It was his standard practice to row the bicycle everywhere he went rather than ride it. Villagers called him a Timothy, the pastor that rows his bicycle to church. Some attributed this to his diminutive size, but others placed it squarely on his constant state of stupor. One holy day, at the end of the church service, he went ahead to attend a reception ceremony hosted by a member who dedicated a newborn baby. The bar, so to speak, was inexhaustible, with a local brass band at the background to complement the flow of booze. As usual, Timothy was somewhat the worse for drinks. On his way back, before the road, he came across a pool of water left behind by the last rainfall. Other men rode their bicycles across the pool of water, while women simply waded through it with their wrappers slightly lifted above their ankles. Not a Timothy. After spending some minutes talking to himself and the pool of water, he simply parked his famous bicycle by a nearby palm tree and went his way. Yes, bicycle. Timothy is on his way home. He said, if you like, you can follow me. Otherwise, you can sleep there with the palm trees. God knows that Timothy is not your age mate. Off he left. But that was not the issue that got Timothy into big trouble with church authorities. Trouble came a few Sundays later, just before he left for the church, with his bicycle by his side and his old Bible tied with a rope to the back seat of the bicycle. He called out as usual to his wife to hurry up and fetch him the liquid courage. Liquid courage. Mao, Ekadi boy, where are you? Please hurry and bring me that thing, he ordered. Of course, his wife understood the coded language and quickly surfaced with a bottle of native gin and a dirty snifter glass. Timothy blew off the dust from the glass and downed 3 quick mouthfuls, followed in each case with a hawk to clear his throat. Today they will know that I am a powerful preacher in this village, he boasted as he hit the road for church. In the church, he met briefly with his elders in the vestry before he walked up the raised enclosed platform, from where preachers usually sit isolated before they deliver their sermons. Inside that cupboard-like pulpit, preachers are hardly seen until the solemn moments when he would emerge in all his dignity to deliver his sermon. Meanwhile, inside the enclosed platform, the unlikely had happened. Pastor Timothy had lapsed into the dreamland and snored away steadily, unbeknown to the congregation and the elders, sitting round a table 3 steps below. It was customary for the preacher to stand up instantly and begin his sermon immediately the choir ended its second ministration. Alas, the choir ended their rendition, received a loud, rousing applause, and sat down, but the preacher was nowhere to be found. Elders began to gaze with bewilderment at each other, just as the congregation were at a loss about the usual void. Quickly, one elder raised up the enclosed pulpit. Lo and behold, the preacher was enjoying a sound sleep. Pastor, Timothy, the elder called out in a hushed tone with urgency in his voice. Roused and confused, Timothy sprang to his feet, stood with arms akimbo, and fixed a funny gaze at the congregation. Totally blank, he did the abominable. He unleashed the salutation meant for the village council in the church. He then he saw. He man, you. Meaning, gallant men of our land, be strong. I greet you again, be strong. Be strong. Women, let me hear your sweet voice. Oh. The laughter and commotion in the church was uncontrollable. That was the end of church service that day. The news of the incident spread like wildfire in the village. It was the last time Timothy mounted the pulpit in that church or anywhere else in the community. While the fortunes of ADC were dwindling, its counterpart, WDC, appeared to be growing exponentially. Mainly due to the endless flow of prophecies. A local politician, popularly known as Money Hat, arrived one Sunday in the church. He was a councillor representing a group of villages in the council. He had frequented the church and the prophet's house during his campaigns, but was nowhere to be seen after he won the election. Known for his stinginess, some of his supporters often compared his hands metaphorically to a superglue that sticks to money only for himself. This Sunday was a Thanksgiving service, and the celebrant, one of his supporters, brought him to grace the occasion. The councillor arrived late in the company of his wife and friends. Proceedings were halfway through, and the assistant pastor was at the tail end of his long sermon. But no sooner than Money had sat down in the front seat reserved for him than the church founder and prophet roared into a fit of spiritual spasm, shaking and making declarations in unknown language. The members of the church, familiar with the operations of prophecy, God had come down to speak either to individuals or to the congregation. Everything, including the sermon, came to an abrupt standstill. God had supposedly descended from heaven into the church and was about to speak. All heads bowed. The prophet screamed at the top of his voice with a unique muffled but insistent sound. It was a pin-drop silence when the voice of God, as prophecy is called in the village, invited the stingy councillor to step forward. He had no choice but to obey. While most members of the church wondered what the voice of God had in stock for the politician, others silently hoped the voice of God would tongue-lash the politician for his poor performance. Prophecy. Eyen mi, oh, eyen mi. Ami obong ndoko ki pa ifentem. Ami obong ndoko ke pa ifente. Si o tai ti e koke panfo. Din mi ki so idara mi. Manoto rondi on fi yo fru fongfo. Meaning, my son, oh my son, I, the Lord, require in the first place that you bring before me now a substantial amount of money so that I can multiply my blessings for you and your family. Money had response. Obong me, mbong kamaketi okong diong, mamfre pad me kufok. Meaning, my Lord, please, I didn't come with much money today, as I forgot my handbag in the house. And the Lord responded, oh, Edin tufong foduke Italy, make Lebanon. Does it mean that your house is in Italy or in Lebanon, that you cannot hurry to honor the Lord with your substance? Money had response. Obong mbok, yaku kamantison. Eboki isongisi woten yauno. My Lord, please let me owe you as a debt. Our elders say that the lender cannot kill a borrower who promises to settle his debt. At this point, no one in the congregation could hold back from laughing out. Realizing he had met his match, the prophet surrendered. A pickpocket, according to the village, does not pick the pocket of a pickpocket. It was left for the congregation to choose, as the saying goes, between a daredevil and a holy coward. For those who didn't love the politician, it was clear that the company of wolves may be better than a company of wolves in sheep's clothing. The prophet had climbed a tall palm tree to find the palm fruit impossible to harvest. But that was not the end of the encounter. Some elders of the church were heard saying, as they grumbled on their way back, they believed those who fight and run away live to fight another day. The embarrassed prophet himself spoke only in parables. A wrestling match is not over by throwing your opponent on the ground. 7 years is not forever, he was heard telling somebody after the church service. What he meant was that another election was in the horizon, and the stingy counselor will come back, groveling for prayers. Chapter 13, Motorcade in a Trance. Motorcade in a Trance, chapter 13. The missionary primary school that Akan attended was in a small village near Afara. It was owned by Kwaibu Church, founded by an Irish missionary called Samuel Alexander Bell. The two buildings were mud walls and thatched roofs. The blackboard was not a board. It was the center of the mud wall, covered with a mixture of charcoal and clay. Classroom seats were twin bamboo benches attached to an elevated bamboo plank that passed for a table. The burden of provision of building materials at any time the need arose rested on the pupils. It was mandatory, compulsory, and obligatory. The headmaster, a stocky and stern-looking man, would step into the assembly hall just as the morning devotion was rounding off. He would announce with stoicism the need for roof mats known as nkanya, studs known as mboi, fork sticks known as mfa, building ropes known as nyang, brooms known as ayang, and other local materials. Like the laws of the Persian and the Medes that cannot be altered, he would decree that all pupils should come to school with specific quantity of building materials that he estimated would take care of the construction or repairs at hand. Failure to do so would attract commensurate corporal punishment. What the school lacked in facilities was well compensated for in discipline. Teachers were members of the same church. They were rigid, unsmiling, and no-nonsense. They lived in the same village too. That made them nearly ubiquitous, if not omnipresent. A pupil's absence from the church on Sunday would attract commensurate corporeal punishment in the school on Monday. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Uncle Etim was always at hand to help Akan meet the demands for Nkanya, Nyang, and Mboi. But a day came when Uncle Etim had gone to the maternal grandparents to help in the communal palm fruit harvest. Akan knew for sure trouble awaited him at school. Staying back home was a worse option because Uncle Ekong was home and could wield his big stick at the slightest provocation. The worst part of Uncle Ekong's beating was that he would not even allow Akan to cry out, "Hold your mouth, cover it, cover it, cover it now," Uncle Ekong would order with alacrity. That morning, Akan was caught between absenting himself from school or braving the 12 strokes of cane. That was certainly awaiting him in the absence of his roof mat. It was a catch-22 situation, a choice between the devil and the deep blue sea. To compound his dilemma, a thick, clumsy cloud drifting across the sky suddenly gave way to a heavy downpour. But Akan would not be deterred. There was a way out. On rainy days, umbrella was a cocoyam leaf only bigger boys could afford. Only bigger boys could afford the luxury of plantain or banana leaves. Akan would get himself a cocoyam leaf umbrella soon. But there was an emergency at hand. Under the rain, the thatched roof at Grandma's house was leaking like a basket. Grandma had left very early, as usual, to the farm, and Uncle Ekong was still enjoying his sweet rainy morning sleep. Akan had to scamper in search of every available calabash, clay pot, broken utensils to contain and prevent the leaking roof from flooding the rooms. Done with that, he plunged into the deep blue sea, as it were, with his cocoyam leaf umbrella. All the way to school, he reminisced about better rainy days during holidays, when he and his cousins would huddle around the fireplace, either roasting corn and eben as African pear for snacks, or just stretching their tiny fingers over the fireplace, with smoke from wet firewood virtually blinding their eyes. Not today. Off he hurried to school, very certain that corporal punishment awaited him on arrival. But to cushion the lashes, Akan decided to stuff his buttocks with racks and cardboards. The first furious stroke of the cane on his buttocks landed with an echo across the assembly hall. The cat was literally let out of the bag, came up. As other pupils laughed and giggled at the embarrassing situation, Akan licked his wounds and suffered additional punishment, which included cutting of overgrown grass behind the schoolyard. It was the first public humiliation he suffered in the school, which he thought dented his fine boy credentials. He vowed never to cut corners anymore. Akan's favorite subjects were nature studies, civics, hygiene, handwriting, and handwork. Nature studies was akin to geography, learning simple things about oceans, rivers, mountains, hills, skies, animals, birds, plants, etc. Handwork had a special teacher who taught pupils how to weave baskets, mats, as well as construct bamboo stools, bamboo benches, and bamboo beds. But Akan was more keen about civics and history. The stories of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Michael Okpara, Udo Udoma, Diana Basi Umonda, Etimokone Eyo Uyo were music to his ears. He loved calendars and almanacs of politicians. Whenever he visited any home that had calendars and almanacs on the walls, he would climb up a stool to read the names of politicians, their titles, and positions in government. One day, all pupils were required to line up the road for the visiting Premier of Eastern Region, Dr. Michael Okpara. After waiting nearly all day under rain and sun, a convoy of black cars sped past as children waved. One day, all pupils were required to line up the road for the visiting Premier of Eastern Region, Dr. Michael Okpara. After waiting nearly all day under rain and sun, a convoy of black cars sped past as children waved the green, white, green flags. Akan had never seen such a number of cars before. It occurred to him this was a very important person. Those persons in the convoy, he thought to himself, must be more important than the white men and women who often drove past his village to either Kwaibo Mission Hospital, Etinan, or Kwaibo Mission Leprosy Hospital in Ekwenogum. The spectacular motorcade preoccupied his mind and made a lasting impression on him. A few days after his encounter with the motorcade of Premier Okpara, he found himself in a trance. He was home alone that quiet morning to help Grandma crack some kernels for the evening market. Palm kernels were of high quality in the village. They were used as money in trade by barter for tilapia fish and crayfish. While busy speeding up the assignment, with only goats and hens in his company, he lapsed into a trance. In the trance, he saw the appearance of the same motorcade again, but in a greater and more remarkable detail. The men who were inside the black cars wore black suits, white shirts, and red neckties. In this trance, he saw them alighting from their cars, walking on a red carpet rolled out for them. As they approached the entrance of a white, beautiful building, a twin glass door opened on its own accord for them. Suddenly, the trance faded away as it began. Back to the real world, Akan shook his head, wondering for a while what he had just seen, before returning to his domestic task. Behind the forest where Grandma's small mud house stood. For a long time, he could not erase the dreamlike experience from his mind, as his thoughts kept lingering around the mysterious incident. But he kept it to himself, not knowing how to explain it to anybody. Before now, the white Peugeot 403 and Land Rover driven by the missionary doctors and the wooden lorries used for public transportation were the only known vehicles to Akan and his folks. They loved and held the white man's Peugeot 403 in high, if not mythical, esteem. It was even believed that the tire marks on the sand left by the white man's car were fertilizer for crops, such as pumpkin, maize, and pepper. Any day the white man in the Peugeot 403 drove past, women and children would descend in droves on the road to scoop the sand from the tire marks to fertilize their farms. It was every child's dream to one day enter a car, or at worst, a lorry. Chapter 14, The Journey Too Far. Chapter 14, The Journey Too Far. Akan's chance to enter a vehicle came when his auntie, who lived in the distant city of Aba, invited him and Grandma to visit. The news of this journey was melody in Akan's ears. His imagination ran wild instantly as he became restless days before the trip. He boasted endlessly to his friends that he was traveling to Aba, and chances of even entering the aeroplane were very high. None of the boys knew Aba did not have an airport. They just stared at Akan with awe and a tinge of jealousy. "Do you think I'm a small boy like you?" he said rhetorically to Imo and Udoma. "Very soon you won't see my brake light again in this village." This bragging had become a refrain for Akan. "Soon you will not see my brake light too. Better look at me well now." Oh. The night prior to the journey, Akan could not bat an eyelid. The anxiety of traveling, the imagination of how it feels inside a vehicle, and the thought of the sheer beauty of a city were so fascinating that all combined successfully to steal away his sleep. Then, The only Aba-bound lorry usually passed this village every day at about 4:30 a.m. By 4:30 a.m., Akan and Grandma were already waiting by the roadside, all due to pressure from Akan. It took another hour or so of waiting before sharp rays of light from a distant vehicle pierced through the array of palm trees into the soft early morning cloud. Yeah, the time for the big boy to fulfill his lifelong dream had finally come. Somehow, by the time the vehicle drew near, 10 long minutes later, it showed no sign of slowing down, in spite of attempts by Grandma to flag it down. Instead, it simply wobbled away to the agony of Akan. It turned sharply to Grandma, speechless, with disappointment written boldly on his face. "Don't worry, that lorry is the one used for carrying palm oil drums, not for passengers," Grandma said, trying to pacify the restless boy, waiting for the real lorry to arrive. For Akan, took the almost eternity. At long last, the Lord is my shepherd, as the lorry was named, arrived with many noisy passengers it had picked along the way. They were mostly traders. Grandma was helped into the lorry first with the aid of a ladder, while Akan was literally thrown into the lorry by the lorry conductor to sit next to Grandma. An argument ensued immediately about the transport fare for the boy. The conductor demanded the same money for Akan, else Grandma should carry the boy on her laps. To Akan's delight, the women in the lorry rose in unison against the conductor. A compromise was struck. Akan and his seat and Grandma. Akan had his seat and Grandma paid half the fare. Akan's first surprise was that the seats in the lorry were very stiff and uncomfortable. They were hard wooden planks without a back or headrest. But comfort or no comfort, he was happy the journey had begun at last. It was still dark, and he barely could see anything for a short while. His thoughts went to his friends, and he was wishing they had seen him inside the lorry, with his legs dangling mid-air, too short to reach the floor of the lorry. Akan simply leaned on his Grandma for support. Soon, somebody was snoring in the warmth of his Grandma's arms. The old woman was not surprised. She covered him up immediately with the second layer of her wrapper, and for the first 30 minutes of the journey, Akan was caught by a deep, sound sleep. By the time he opened his eyes later in the journey, he was simultaneously confused and racked with stomach spasm. He retched and made to vomit, but Grandma quickly covered his mouth, put onions or bitter cola in his mouth. One woman shouted. Grandma was well prepared for that and quickly cut a piece of bitter cola already in her mouth and squeezed it into Akan's mouth. Village boys were at home with bitter cola, bitter leaf, or bitter anything. Life itself in the village was bitter in a sweet way. Soon Akan was himself again, his eyes shining everywhere in the morning sun began to give him a clearer perspective of the journey. Now the curiosity and talkative in him came alive. He was flowing with many questions, asked rather loudly to the amusement of other passengers. Grandma, see, the trees are running backward," he shouted. "Grandma, why? Why are the trees running so? See, the cloud is running with us. Do the trees always run when somebody is going to Aba?" The only answer he could get was a general laughter by passengers. Akan could not believe his eyes when the lorry eventually made its way into the legendary city of elephants. No elephant was at sight to grunt or trumpet, but the sheer number of cars, buses, and lorries was overwhelming. Not only did he see any Peugeot 403 or Peugeot as they called it in the village. He saw other cars he later came to identify as Morris Minor, Vauxhall, Citroen, Volkswagen, Beetle, not to talk of many Bedford lorries, Bedford buses, and Combi Volkswagen. He even saw what he called big motorcycle. The only thing close to a motorcycle that Akan had known was a mobilette, a type of bicycle with a small engine owned by a missionary. Then a blast of what he thought was a huge trumpet seized the air. Suddenly, all the vehicles on the road came to a halt, as his eyes darted everywhere trying to identify where such a loud, scary sound emanated. He saw a series of wagons connected together, rolling noisily on top of a narrow steel path. Grandma, see, a big long bus. See, a big long bus, oh. Akan screamed. The lorry conductor quickly corrected him. It's a train. Jesus, Akan shouted. Okay, I like a train more than this old lorry, he said. Shut up your mouth, the conductor replied to the laughter of other passengers. Number 9, Umuaba Street, Aba. That was the home address of Auntie Meme. Akan had memorized it like a rhyme. So when the lorry conductor asked Grandma where she would alight with his noisy grandson, and Grandma said Motor Park, Akan quickly interrupted to say, no, Grandma, we are going to number 9 Umuaba Street. By the time Grandma and Akan alighted at the park, they found Auntie Meme already waiting. Chapter 15, a different calabash of fish. Akan's excitement knew no boundaries at the sight of his township auntie. He jumped down at the sight of his township auntie. He jumped down from the lorry and literally flew into the hands of the woman, also knocking her down. It was a challenge getting home with him, as literally everything was attractive to his eyes. And warranted a second or third look. The 10-minute walk ended in a one-story brick house. What a happy moment for Akan, as he raced up this wooden staircase to hug his two Aba cousins, Ima and Eno. But for Grandma, it was a different story altogether, as she refused to put her feet on the staircase. So you people live like birds on top of a roof, Grandma said, sighing. Ah, ne. We live inside the house upstairs, not on top of the roof. Auntie Meme replied, smiling, God forbid. The daughter of Inyangakpaidem cannot climb ladder like a palm wine tapper. She protested vehemently at the sight of the steep staircase. It took some persuasion before Grandma allowed Auntie Meme to hold her hand and guide her carefully up the wooden staircase into the house. But that was just the beginning of the trouble. Grandma needed to urinate soon after she was helped upstairs. When the lorry driver stopped somewhere after Ikorekpene, for those who needed to ease themselves, Grandma did not go down. At the second stop, when the driver met a police checkpoint and went inside the bush to deposit a bribe at a designated spot, some passengers went down to urinate, but Grandma was not one of them. Now she needed badly to urinate. Meme, come first, Grandma called out on the daughter who was trying to fix a meal for her guests. Hold my hand downstairs, I want to urinate, Grandma said with a bit of urgency in her voice. Laughing, Auntie Meme directed Grandma instead to the toilet next door. No, God forbid, Grandma shouted in a firm rejection of the offer. Am I a newborn baby to urinate inside the house? It took a lot of persuading and begging to convince her that there was nowhere downstairs or anywhere else to urinate. Matters became more complicated when Mother Nature called later, in a more serious and higher dimension. It happened soon after a good, welcome meal of solid fufu and delicious afang soup, complete with stockfish, the township way. The old woman threatened to go back to the village the very next day. Suddenly, Auntie Meme found herself under tremendous pressure. Auntie Meme found herself under tremendous pressure. It was a case that Auntie Meme's husband pretended to be in the dark, while Akan was enjoying himself, playing with his township cousins and learning to count 1 to 10 in Igbo language. 02, 1, 1, 02, 2, abụọ, 3, atọ, 4, anọ, 5, ise, 6, isii, 8, 7, asaa, 8, asatọ, 9, eteghete, 10, iri. I tried. Grandma had a tough time. Grandma had a tough time adjusting. For her, the city was the zenith of confusion and needless complexity. She was practically lost in literally everything. It was supposed to be a 2-week vacation for Grandma and Akan. But 2 days into the vacation, she started complaining about possible lack of care for her farm, that should be weeded, and her goats that may be starving, and some pregnant women that may be due for delivery, and this and that, and this and that. The city was a complete disorientation. Auntie Meme's husband had a big cupboard-like gramophone radio called Grundig. It stood on 4 legs and belched out news in English and Igbo languages. Grandma understood none of the two. Most programs and commercials were also run in Igbo language. It was the early days of a pain reliever called Fensik, and Grandma had a nephew whom the white missionaries baptized and named as Fenson. Whenever the commercial on Fensik came up, Grandma would raise herself slightly from the cushion chair and ask, what has Fenson done wrong to these Igbo people? Every time Fenson, she would begin to pray that Igbo men would not harm his brother's son. God, please cover my brother's son with your wings, just as the mother hen covers her children. It was expected that Grandma would soon adjust to life in the city. That expectation never materialized. It was an expectation cut off and short. The city remained a complete disconnect for her. Too many people, too many vehicles, and too many buildings. She kept soliloquizing and shrugging most of the time, leaving the greenery and natural open spaces of the village to this concrete jungle. She was certainly not going to work for her. It was certainly not going to work for her nose after snuff. For one day, she couldn't even find a place to blow her nose after her snuff. For one full day, she didn't even inhale the powdered tobacco into her nostrils or place it between her cheek and gum. This was becoming unbearable, a stark contrast to her lifestyle in the village. Back home, she led a very simple, virtually unrestricted and natural life, essentially in peace and at our own pace, not here, but for Akan. The same reasons Grandma disdained the city was the very reason he was excited to be here. So when Grandma suddenly announced on the 5th day that the holiday was over, Akan and Auntie Meme's protestation landed on deaf ears. The old woman meant what she said. It was not just a mere threat. That was the unhappy tale of how Akan's honeymoon in Aba ended abruptly before it began. The return journey to the village started on a sad note too. At the motor park, the Lord is my shepherd, the famous lorry that plied the village route, was nowhere to be found. It was involved in a near-fatal accident the previous day. According to Motor Park Men, the only vehicle available was a ramshackle and virtually crumbling lorry known as After God Fear Women. Hakan was unhappy. He prayed in silence that Grandma would change her mind. No way. She was too determined and entirely bent on returning to her farms, goats, and natural village life. After God Fear Women broke down several times on our way. At each point, the male passengers came down to push it, while the fuming women refused to come down and assist. Eventually, the spark plugs were changed, and the journey gained momentum. Throughout the journey, the topic on the lips of passengers was that the Lord is my shepherd. She claimed the preferred lorry somersaulted after puncturing a front tire. Others said the driver oversped at a wrong bend. Still, others who claimed they were eyewitnesses said the accident was caused by a bad overtaking. Yet there was a man who said the driver had taken a few more glasses of native gin at the motor park than he could handle. It was the fault of the government. Another man argued because the road, he said, were very bad and the authorities did nothing about them, nor about the hawkers who sell alcoholic concoction inside the motor park. Arguments were still heating up when suddenly the conductor announced that the accident spot was somewhere nearby. Expressions of grief and sorrow filled the lorry as passengers stretched foot to catch a glimpse of the famous lorry. The Lord is my shepherd was lying down on its sides inside the lush green vegetable farmlands with two tires hanging in the air. It was a miracle. Nobody died, the conductor said, as he mentioned names of some familiar passengers who were in the lorry. Akan had never seen an accident scene before. So while Grandma thanked God for saving lives of passengers, other women lamented the wasted food items in the greeny farmland. Akan, though still moody about the sudden return to the village in the dilapidated lorry, was transfixed by the imagery of the accident scene. What came to his mind was his Sunday school recitations of Psalm 23. Suddenly, the talkative hymn came alive. "Grandma, Grandma," he shouted inadvertently at the top of his voice and caught the attention of other passengers. "I know why nobody died in that accident. The Lord is my shepherd is lying down in green pastures." Yes, that's what the Bible says. When the Lord is your shepherd, he will make you to lie down in green pastures. It was an unexpected comic relief out of the blues that very few could hold back from laughing, but Grandma ordered Akan to keep his mouth shut. 16, chapter 16. A laborer in the farm yard. We're still on time. How many? Back home, Grandma threw herself to her grandson back into the farm. She bought another plot of land for cassava farm with the money her son-in-law gave her, only to realize the following week that the primary 6 examination fees for Akan was due. For those in the hall, we are still reading Village Boy by Aniet Cheusen. The cover page is on the live stream, so those on the live stream can see. But for those in the hall, are reading Village Boy by Aniet Cheusen. Back home, Grandma threw herself and her grandson back into the farm. She bought another plot of land for cassava farm with the money her son-in-law gave her, only to realize the following week that the primary 6 examination fees for Akan was due. Akan was careless. Akan was careless. He had made no mention of examination fees, even in Aba. By now, he was the only pupil who had not paid for the all-important fees. A letter was quickly dispatched to Akan's mother, who was now an aide to a lady missionary in faraway hamlet in Igala land. Akan had grown up to become the village letter writer. He knew firsthand that it took nearly a lifetime for letters to reach their destinations and be replied. He visited the nearby postal agency in Ikot, Urok-Panabia, repeatedly and anxiously, hoping for a postal order containing his exam fees. All his visits were to no avail. Grandma became desperate. As a last resort, her thoughts strayed to borrowing. Where and whom to borrow the money from now was the problem. It was a mere 2.50 naira 50 kobo, but that was nearly a fortune in the village. At night, she prayed for a way out, holding Akan's hand. The deadline was just 3 days away. As the cock crowed to signal daybreak, she stepped out to the home of a palm produce buyer in the village. In the kingdom of palm trees, the palm produce buyer is the king. He is the man who converts palm oil and palm kernel into the much needed cash for villagers. He buys off palm produce readily from villagers, whether in cups, calabashes, or baskets. One thing was certain: the Teobot, as he was known, would not cheat anybody, literate or illiterate. To create confidence, a Teobot had a weather-beaten mechanical scale to weigh the palm produce and a small overused book the size of a New Testament Bible, known as Reckoner. Whatever the scale read, a Teobot consulted the Reckoner to know the cash equivalents. On a big market day, a Teobot would arrive early to station himself and his scale prominently in a stall beside the market. He stored the palm oil in several drums and jars, and the palm kernels in huge bags besides his stall. Once or twice a week, wooden lorries would arrive from Aba, the commercial nerve center, to buy off the palm produce for onward supply to manufacturers of popular brands such as Sunlight Soap, White Petroleum Jelly, Nko Cream, Omo Detergent, Key Soap, Blue Band Margarine, and Pepsodent Toothpaste. Being a man of means, a Teobot always had some extra cash and disposable income. He was a sure bet to borrow from, Grandma concluded. Her collateral, she reasoned, was at best her cassava farm. At worst, Grandma reckoned, she could repay by installments with palm oil and palm kernel. She was lucky to find the man already awake that early morning. Some villagers go to bed literally with their hands because they know early to bed means early to rise, which they believe makes a man healthy and wealthy. Grandma narrated her dire need with utmost submissiveness and sobriety. She had no choice. The rich, as they say, rules over the poor, and the borrower is a servant to the lender. The rich man took a penetrating look at Grandma after she managed to land with a request for loan. Without saying it, he concluded it would take eternity for Grandma to refund the money. A short and pot-bellied former teacher, he cleared his throat twice before he inquired to know the particular grandson in question. The first son of my late son, Grandma answered with despondency in her tone. Everyone in the community and beyond knew the devastating story of our late son. Wisdom dictated the man refrained from probing further in that direction. He must be the small boy that usually brings your palm kernel to the market. The would-be lender said, adding, I am told he is also very good in weeding cassava farms. Grandma nodded in affirmation. Villagers led a very mingled and interwoven life. Through intermarriages and intramarriages, nearly everybody is a relative. Somehow, the palm produce buyer is a relative of Akan's maternal grandmother. The eye is too close to the nose, Aloud said. If the eye is in trouble, the nose will suffer too, he continued. Well, since your grandson is good at weeding cassava farms, I will pay him 2 naira 50 kobo to weed my farm, and you will not have to worry about how and when to pay back the loan. It was a welcome deal that Grandma sealed with great appreciation to the man. God couldn't have answered her prayers better, she reckoned. The moment Grandma broke the news to Akan back home, he jumped for joy and instantly enlisted the help of his bosom cousin Udoma. Quickly, the same morning, Akan and Udoma took up the challenge and confronted with aggression an expanse of cassava farm, nearly the size of a football field. Grandma joined them midday, and a huge bowl of fufu and afang soup, cooked with tilapia fish, by market time in the evening, the job was done to the astonishment of Aloud. Jaw dropped, the man stood there in his farm, amazed in disbelief. He stared down the expanse of farm with incredulity. It appeared to him now that the money was too much for a day's job. Quickly, he shifted the goalpost and added another day's job. This time, Akan and his cousin, Udoma, were required to construct a native fence around his barn, where he kept yams, cocoyams, and water yams. Five minutes. The Best Bicycle Repairer That Ever Was, Chapter 17. Primary school was done and dusted. Endless thanks to indefatigable Grandma and her heroic effort. A yeoman job had been accomplished by the old woman. For 10 years, Akan's right-hand man was his rear woman. Akan was the cynosure of her attention, the apple of her eyes. He was practically the reason he lived, all things being equal. Akan should have been on his way to secondary school, but all things were never equal in the village or elsewhere for that matter. For Akan, the river he had to cross on his way to secondary school was River Money. It was probably easier to cross River Niger than River Money. Only a miracle canoe could cross River Money. Grandma could not. The idea of enlisting Akan as a bicycle repairer was toyed with repeatedly, but the boy rejected it vehemently. The convoy of Premier Michael Opera and the images Akan saw in a trance some years back never left him for once. Bicycle repairers were not in that convoy, Akan said to himself repeatedly. Suddenly, the idea of sending Akan to an apprentice photographer surfaced. It was championed by Uncle Etim. Top stars of village life were not only teachers, pastors. Top stars of the village were not only teachers, pastors, and their foibles, photographers competed keenly for attention and easily made the list of movers and shakers of many hamlets. The photographer in Akan's village was a curious man to watch. Some years back, he was famous for the wrong reason, as a village drunkard. Everybody knew Oyobio for his abiding rendezvous and romance with liquor. Very few villagers remembered his real name as Moses. So permanently drunk and sometimes troublesome was Oyobio, whose name means hurricane, that Etirong, the village head, had to step in and personally handle the matter in the interest of public safety. The village town crier was sent out by Etirong to announce that nobody should give or sell palm wine or any alcohol to Oyobio anymore. Defaulters were to face stiff traditional sanctions. One day came a pastor from the city to conduct a crusade in the village. Somehow, Oyobio staggered his way to the venue. In his usual state of stupor, even to the amusement of everyone, he did not return the same. Since that day, and to the amazement of the entire village, he lost appetite completely for alcohol. He made a 180-degree turnaround. He was soon to earn a new nickname as Holy Moses. He went back ahead to welcome a very successful photographer and choir master with a beautiful wife and 2 children. He relocated to Uyo. The district headquarters, and visited home once in a while, especially whenever the headmasters or teachers invited him. But why is it that when I go on break, 5 minutes is very short? Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Photography itself was a novel, spectacular sight. Photography was a novel, spectacular sight, so amazing to photographers. Could not forget the first time one particular old man in the city, in the village. Hello. Hello. Photography was a novel, spectacular sight, so amazing to villagers. Preachers, and their children were among the few who could afford it. Though Akan saw the childhood pictures of his naming ceremony, and that of his first birthday in Lagos, he was too young to remember the events. Now a village boy, he never had the privilege of posing before a photographer. Was this the real deal? Will the showmanship and popularity of the photographer combine to be the clincher and persuade Akan to fall for this profession? One Sunday afternoon, Uncle Etem asked Akan to accompany him to watch Holy Moses on duty. Once in action, Holy Moses covered himself and the camera nearly entirely with the black fabric. He stood there, concentrated and completely silent like a nun. Akan discovered the photographer was a man that must be obeyed even by the revered village headmaster. He turned and twisted the headmaster's neck to any direction he desired. Upwards, downwards, backwards, or sideways. Not only that, he also decreed the leg and hand positions of the headmaster and his wife. Then he dashed back to his masked camera, some yards away, to check and adjust some buttons best known to him. It was a complex protocol to admire. Now, cheese, 1, 2, 3. The sound of the mechanical snapshot would be heard yards away before his clients could heave a happy sigh of relief. No sooner than the headmaster and his wife stepped aside, some young men and women hurriedly lined up to take their turns in front of the camera, giving the photographer some exaggerated sense of importance. Young men posed with borrowed bicycles, radios, clocks, while powdered-faced girls posed in various styles, squatting, standing, cross-legs, mostly dressed in their mother's special attires, jewelries, and handbags. Suddenly, Holy Moses announced to the disappointment of everyone that his film had finished. Uncle Etim was in the queue and quickly joined in bombarding the photographer with questions on what he would return to the village with, on when he would return to the village with more film. Akan was confused and waxed lyrical as usual. Uncle, why did he refuse to snap you and many people? He asked. He ran short of film. Uncle Etim replied. Uncle, what is film? Akan pushed further. Oh, Akan, don't disturb me, Uncle Etim said, rather irritably. Uncle, is film the photo paper or the paper photo? Akan persisted. A film is a film, Akan. A roll of film contains only 12 or 24 exposures. When it's finished, it's finished. Holy Moses has to buy another film before he can take any more pictures. When the pictures arrived 2 Sundays later, nearly half of the village gathered to admire them and heaped encomiums on the photographer. He became so important, the headmaster even invited him to give a talk on the magic of his profession to outgoing primary 6 pupils. Akan was there. It was a very interesting talk that captured the imagination of many pupils. After snapping the pictures, Holy Moses told the pupils he would take it to the dark room. In the dark room, the film would be placed carefully in a chemical for a specific number of minutes or hours, depending on the type or number of snapshots. Next, the film will be placed in another chemical called fixer. Thereafter, the film is washed with water and dried for some time. What is left is called negatives. With the help of something he called developer, the negative were channeled through a source of light into a photographic paper. The result is the image of those who pose in front of the camera. Fascinating. At least 3 pupils were sufficiently inspired. They left school to become his apprentices in Uyo. Enormous pressure was put on Akan by Uncle Etim to join the apprenticeship. Akan was adamant. His heart was fixed on going to secondary school. Uncle, I want to go to secondary school. Please. I have made up my mind, and my mind is made up, Akan told Uncle Etim in a statement that sounded way above his age and surprised the man. When Ekong, the troublesome uncle, heard all the stress Akan was giving everyone about going to secondary school, he said, Akan, he said Akan wasn't a prisoner, a prisoner demanding for onions in his soup. When Uncle Etim reprimanded him for saying such a thing to the hearing of the boy, the bad uncle doubled down with another idiom. A cow that is in a hurry to go to China will return as canned beef. None of this deterred nor discouraged Akan. He resolved to never give up. But things appeared to get from bad to worse. Instead of secondary school or photography apprenticeship, he found himself alone and lonely in deep waters. While all his friends left the village to start one apprenticeship or the other, he was abandoned in the village to run errands, hew wood, fetch water, pound palm fruit into palm oil, process cassava into gari and fufu. This time, not just for grandma alone, but also for any old woman who needed help. Akan's kind-heartedness meant that he hardly said no to requests for menial assistance. Whenever he found the elderly villagers struggling with loads, either from the farm or market, he would happily step in to carry the firewood or basket. There was a very old woman who had no child. She lived alone in a partially collapsed mud house in a desolate homestead, making a living from whatever came her way. I can convince Udoma, his cousin, to join him in fetching firewood and water regularly for the lonely old widow. All this made Akan a darling of old women and a constant recipient of their God bless you prayers. As the village saying goes, the small boy that enjoyed running errands for elders always goes about with a fat belly full of food. So it was for Akan. Fat belly at home, no money for school. Chapter 18. Sharpshooters and the hooligans. For Akan, not being in secondary school or in any apprenticeship, workshop somewhere meant more time to play, and there were loads of traditional Ibibio games and sports at hand nearly every day. They included Ekap, Oyo, Inside Song, Ikara, not to mention boys' universal love for football. Ekak was a game of camouflage and disguise. It was played on a pile of dry sand. The only equipment required were a ring the size of a bracelet made with a flexible stick or wire, and small sticks the size of a pencil. A maximum of 4 players armed with small sticks would gather round a heap of sand to conceal the ring in such a way that opponents are tricked and misdirected to search for it in another location. A noisy crowd of fans would surround the players, squatting on the ground. It is a battle of wits. Each player needed lots of intelligence and concentration to outwit the other. The first player serves the ring under a heap of dry sand by swiftly sweeping it across a distance of about 2 feet with a calculated maneuver to drop it where his opponent would not see. His opponents would then be invited one by one to pinpoint and pick out the hidden ring below the sand. With their pencil sticks, only one specific and precise attempt is permitted. No fishing expeditions, no cutting of corners. Failure rates was high, so were near misses. But as the saying goes, nearly does not kill a bird. Once a player was able to pinpoint the ring with his pencil stick and draw it out, he was greeted with a roaring applause. He just won a point and was entitled to take over from the first player and hide the ring. If no player succeeded in finding the ring, the lead player would happily and proudly pinpoint and draw out the ring and continue to serve another round. Sometimes the server himself could miscalculate and forget where he had hidden the ring, and everybody would yell and jeer at him as he surrendered to another player. Some boys were so good at the game, their parents would entrust important items for them to hide, away from the eyes of delinquent siblings. While a cap was an individual game and required little or no physical strength, Oyo and Ikara were exciting and intensive team sports that required lots of running, jumping, catching, nosing, and shooting down of moving objects in flight, midway, mid-air. For Oyo, the moving object was a stocky, broom-like artifact constructed from fresh palm fronds and tightened firmly with strings of piassava. The only other equipment for the game was a native loop made with piassava ring. This was a game of marksmanship. Each team was made up of 5 or more players equipped with their loops who stood some 10 or so yards away, opposite their opponent. Oyo, the stocky broom-like artifact, which the game was named after, belonged to both teams. Just like the ball in football is, it must be thrown forcefully into the air in such a way that it descends into the opponent's half of the playground. It must be caught and nosed mid-air by the opponent before it drops on the ground. How well it was thrown or nosed was up to the skills of players in the two teams, but the intention of the thrower was to make things as difficult as possible for the opponent. Ability to simultaneously catch and nose the airborne Oyo mid-air was a spectacular feeling, not just for the players, but for spectators. It was even a more special moment if the player catching and nosing the Oyo could hit it on the ground repeatedly to demonstrate his expertise. But that was a very risky and tricky show because chances of the Oyo dropping off the nose was very high. So it was safer and great enough to simply catch and nose if you can, then go for a show that could cost a precious point. Most of the times, the throw landed on the ground, either because of the scramble by all players to nose it or because of the high degree of marksmanship that was required to nose the Oyo mid-air. There was a severe penalty for the player whose throw was caught and nosed. He was immediately taken captive by the opponent and his team depleted. He could only return to his team if he was lucky to nose a throw from his former team and quickly run back to them. If he was able to cross the center of the playground, known as the no man's land, he could regain his freedom. If not, he was taken back to captivity to play against his team. Tension could reach feverish peak whenever two communities contested and a team member or more were taken captive by opposing communities. It could take a whole afternoon of spectacular throwing, nosing, running, jumping, pushing, shooting, shouting, sweating to complete a set and declare winners. The game of Ikara was more or less like Oyo, except that bows and arrows were required. The target object for contention was a round pad, a semblance of a wheelbarrow tire. It was made from dried plantain leaves or palm fronds. Call it a wheel of dried leaves. The two teams of 5 or more on one side squatted or lined up side by side like a firing squad with their bows and arrows readied and aimed. A neutral man who played the role of a referee, stood at one end with the padded wheel of dry leaves in his hands. When he had finished, every team player was ready. He swung the wheel of dry leaves in the air several times like a discus thrower. With the best possible speed, he rolled it straight across the firing range. Instantly, arrows would fly off the bows as shooters from both teams competed to shoot down the wheel of dry leaves. Sometimes the running wheel would escape all arrows unscarred, but once a sharpshooter was able to hit the target, he was celebrated and carried shoulder high as all players lined up again for another serve. The set was made up of 10 arrows, 10 throws, and winners of the first 5 sets were champions. A variety of styles were adopted to target the wheel of dry leaves. Another style was to hang or place the wheel of dry leaves on a particular spot for individual shooters to target. At the end of a particular set, the distance would be increased and many competitors would drop off after a certain number of failed attempts until a winner emerged. This was not just a game, it was a training ground for hunters. But the king of sports for village boys was backyard football. It would seem all boys in Afara were born with football in their DNA, and in the absence of farm work, Akan and his friends would play football nearly all day, get dirty from head to toe, and noisily take off in droves like weaver birds to the stream to swim naked. Most adults too took their baths in the same stream naked. Yes, naked. Yes, naked. Well, some men would sometimes cup their John Thomases with one hand, just to keep them from ringing like a bell. Certainly not village boys. Boys did not care about their John Thomases. It's doubtful whether they even noticed it. Like Oyo and Ikara, backyard balls were initially made from dry plantain leaves, firmly wrapped into a round object with strings of cassava. Call it a ball of dry leaves. Akan was a star in backyard football with a beguiling style that often tricked and sent opponents in the wrong directions. He was at times mischievous too. He could trip another player in a nearly invisible way and send him tumbling many times over instantly. Fisticuffs would ensue, and Akan was always the worse for it. Black. Tumbling instantly, fisticuffs would ensue, and Akan was always the worse for it. One day, after he started trouble in the run of play, Odudu, the boy he brought down with a tricky foul, got Akan very badly beaten, while the other boys cheered on. He lifted Akan up easily on his shoulder. He didn't just throw him on the ground, he carried him around to search for a very hard spot on the ground before he slammed him almost headlong. As if that was not enough, he sat on top of Akan and punched him freely. Luckily for Akan, a woman who was returning from the farm was passing by. Even before the woman came close enough, Akan swallowed his pride and called out, begging the woman to stop the fight, since the boys would not. Quickly, the Samaritan woman threw her firewood on the ground and stepped in to save Akan from further punishment, not without stern warning to the fragile troublemaker. Don't ever look for trouble again. Can't you see that you don't have any stamina? All you have is big mouth and no hand. Stop fighting. But fighting was part of the game, made worse by the absence of impartial referees. After the humiliating fight, Akan ignored Odudu and instead shifted the blame to Kokoete, the boy who provoked the fight. Kokoete was the boy who insisted that Akan deliberately tripped Odudu because Akan was sneakily tripped him several times before. So Akan blamed Kokoete for his plight. Like the house rat said, I have no problem with the one who broke my head with a stick, but the man who persistently pointed at the dark spot I was hiding. Akan said, the ball of dry leaves was soon to make way for rubber balls. Only a few boys could boast of rubber balls, and they were cocky about it. They dictated who would play their balls and set the rules for the game arbitrarily. Some of the rules were really funny, but Akan and his skinny friend Emedion, a goalkeeper, did not find it so funny. Emedion, nicknamed Medi, was so engrossed and upset by the attitude of rubber ball owners. He wrote a letter to his stepbrother in Enugu, requesting him to buy a rubber ball for him. In the letter he said, 2 fat boys are always the goalkeepers. The owner of the ball decides who plays. Anytime the owner of the ball got annoyed, the game is over. Nobody dribbles the owner of the ball, otherwise he gets angry and goes home with his ball. When it is time to differentiate the two teams, the owner of the ball belongs to the side that wears the shirt, while I belong to the side that plays without shirt. In a matter of weeks, Medi's ball arrived from Enugu. It was more beautiful than every other ball in the village. Medi became the new kid on the block. All roads led to his house. All boys courted and couldn't wait to have their legs on Medi's ball. By now, all the other balls in the village had gotten old and patched and stitched everywhere. The news of Medi's new ball was melody in the ears of every boy. The feel of a bouncing new ball could make a boy salivate. Surprising Medi, as they say in the village, turned tiger. He didn't allow anybody, including his friend Akan, to touch his new ball. Was Medi going to play his own ball in the bedroom? One Saturday afternoon, some boys lost their patience. They arrived at the church premises, as usual, to enjoy a game of football. The available ball was very old and leaking. It had been repaired and stitched several times. Still, it would not bounce, but wobbled clumsily around. Attempts to manage it were frustrating. It was like kicking a sack of pumpkins. Desperate, Akan was dispatched to go plead with his friend Medi to bring his ball. Medi was adamant. Something must be done, Odudu said. He was sufficiently upset and fed up with the selfishness of Medi. So he quickly mobilized the boys to Medi's home. The boys arrived. Mehdi sensed trouble and ran inside the house. It was his surprised mother that faced the boys. She directed a battery of questions, mainly to Akan. Bibi, what is the matter? Tell me, what is the matter again today? It is not matter, mommy. It is Mehdi. Akan replied with a whiff of mischief that made Mehdi's name sound like the Mary and Martha story in the Bible. The frowning boys lapsed into a brief moment of laughter at the reply. Tell me, what happened? Mehdi's mother asked irritably, obviously wishing Mehdi's father was home to handle matters. Mehdi's father was a palm wine tapper and had gone out for the evening rounds. Odudu suddenly stepped forward, shoved Akan aside, and took charge. He was a known delinquent, rough and very bold. Very few mothers permitted their boys to hang out with Odudu. He was born out of wedlock, son of a single mother. He belonged to the youth masquerade group and was actually their leader. Everybody knew that whenever Odudu was the boy inside the masquerade, very few people would cross the street. You see, mommy, Odudu began to speak. When the goat has some food to eat, he eats it with the hen on the ground. But when the hen has his own food, he flies on top of the tree to eat alone. It is not good. Yes, the boys chorused, fuming. The woman became more irritated and enraged. So tell me, Odudu, who is the goat and who is the hen? Before she could get the answer, half the boys, 6 of them, had rushed inside the house, straight to the spot Mehdi was guarding his treasured ball. The ball was under the mother's bed. Odudu easily overpowered Mehdi, while Akan picked the ball. Off the boys went to enjoy themselves thoroughly. It was nearly dark when Mehdi's father and mother arrived at the church compound in company of their crying boy and other relatives. On sighting them, the boys took off in a different direction, while Odudu kicked the ball hard into the dark thicket before he disappeared. Akan knew he would pay a high price that night for being part of the hooligans. You will eat football tonight. No dinner for you, Grandma announced angrily in front of Mehdi's parents, who came to complain about the incident. It was a mere threat, trust Grandma. She couldn't muster enough courage to carry out her threat. No, not long after, the complainants left, and soon after she tongue-lashed Akan, food was ready in the usual basket over the fireplace. I don't blame you. I blame death that took the life of your father. Only God will provide the money for you to leave this village and go to school, she said as she left the boy to attend to 2 women who came to procure some root concoctions for rheumatism. 19. Runaway houseboy. Chapter 19. Runaway houseboy. Even miracles take a little time, so the fairy tales would have villagers believe. But Akan's miracle took a little twist. It was a miracle when his mother, Mama, eventually returned from her missionary journeys 3 long years after she left home. It was a miracle when his mother, Mama, eventually returned from her missionary journey 3 long years after she left home. But like most, quickly take over the care of her son, Akan. Akan's mother reluctantly allowed Akan to join a pharmacy owner in Uyo, as a houseboy. The experiment was a flop. 2 weeks into his new status as a houseboy at Woodhouse Street off Barrasville, Uyo, Akan escaped the home of his master cheerfully as he fumbled in a bushy Uyo town to a commercial bicycle park on Accra Road. "Village, here I come," he said to himself as he clutched his small portmanteau on the back of the cranky bicycle. It was a wet, rainy day. Akan's mother had left for his heartthrob, an illustrious husband, who died at only 32 years of age. It was her sisters, Mma and Ne, who paid the commercial cyclist. It was nearly an hour before Mama could gather herself up to make food for her escapee son. She was a specialist in rice and stew. In fact, it was many. Her stew had no good second. Of course, nothing less would be expected from a lady who walked and traveled around with white women. That evening, the boy enjoyed a feast of rice and stew, only equivalent to the one on Christmas Day. Akan was happy to be back to base in the warmth of his mother's love, snoring all night by her side. But it was a sleepless night for the widow. After turning several times on the bamboo bed for hours without sleep, Mama stood up, lit up a kerosene lantern, and began to write letters to 5 young men in Lagos, all of whom were her husband's close friends. "Dear Onofiok," she began, with initial courtesies and inquiries about the man's family, before dropping the big bang. "It is with a grieving and broken heart that I write this letter to you tonight. My son has completed his primary school. I would have sent him to secondary school immediately, but I have not been able to secure any employment yet after the war. Please assist me for my late husband's, your friend's sake. God bless you. Extend my greetings to your wife Jane and the children, your sister Jessie, Philip." It was the same wordings in all the 5 letters, except for name changes. Waiting for at least one reply was like waiting for God. It would probably take 5 to 6 weeks for her letter to travel from one postal agency and post office to another on bicycles and locomotive before the reply would come. That is, if it would ever come at all. But Mama, a woman of faith, did not wait for reply before she started operations. First, to the church, Akan was taken for a 3-day prayer and fasting. Akan usually stopped his fasting by 12 noon, but Mama fasted and prayed all day, reading the Bible, underlining nearly every way. A local carpenter was contacted to make a school locker and stool. School sandals and white canvas were bought. Buckets, pails, box iron, and cutleries were not forgotten. The woman of faith even sewed the uniform by herself, and as usual, barbed Akan's hair by herself. Akan ironed his new school uniform, struggling with the smoking box iron just bought for him. There was excitement in the air for the village boy. He was smiling from ear to ear, confident the hand of the clock cannot be turned back. School sessions were already underway everywhere, but Mama expected a late entrance to be announced, usually in churches, and it came to pass. The Apostolic Secondary School, a comparatively new and struggling missionary school, was in search of new students who new students to fill its empty classrooms. The school was barely 5 years old. Mama would have wished it was a famous Bible mission secondary school where some teachers were white, men, or the celebrated Lutheran high school near Uyo. Akan didn't care or even know the difference. Secondary school is secondary school, he thought to himself. Mama it was that worried about all those details, while Akan worried about nothing except to fantasize about his new environment, stature, and status. For him, it was already a fait accompli. Lo and behold, the long-awaited reply from Lagos came at last. It was written by Uncle Anief Onofio. Mama had been visiting the post office to find out if she had a letter. When the letter eventually came, the post office messenger, known as a mail runner, had to run down to the house with the treasure. The first thing that grabbed Akan's attention was the postage stamp. It had the image of the head of state, General Yakubu Gowon and Victoria Zakari, his newly wedded wife. It was the postage stamp to commemorate their wedding 2 or so years earlier. The letter was carefully, slowly, and prayerfully opened by Mama. A loud scream of "Hallelujah" seized the air as she jumped up to hug her sisters, her mother, and Akan. That was all that was required for everyone to know that God had answered her prayers. Akan had just won a scholarship. It covered tuition and boarding, fees to be paid via postal order directly to the school account. High academic performance and school behavior were conditionalities, good behavior were conditionalities to fulfill if he must enjoy the scholarship for a full 5 years. It was Uncle Onofio who coordinated the entire effort and struck the deal. In addition to his late friend, Akan's father, he sent a handwritten personal letter to Mama ahead of the official typewritten letter signed by Giobasi, secretary of the group. All is now set, no two-way out. It's better I go to school or I go to school. It's either I go to school or I go to school, the excited Akan told himself. Immediately, 2 commercial cyclists were contacted and booked for the fateful journey to destiny. One cyclist was for Akan, his metal box and locker, and the other for Mama and Akan's essential. Akan sat side saddle on the hard iron frame in front of his cyclist, his metal box and locker firmly strapped with twine ropes at the back. Mama followed closely behind on the back of her cyclist, looking beautiful and happy. It was a slow ride on a sandy and pothole-filled road. 45 minutes or so later, they received at the gate of Apostolic Church, Korokunse. Akan was the first to jump down with anxiety and curiosity boldly written on his face, his eyes shining everywhere. After a brief registration procedure, Akan proceeded into the boarding house as his house prefect quickly stamped his authority over the folks. As the year 1 students were called, his mother stood outside lonely, consumed with mixed feelings of sadness and joy, reluctant to leave, with tears of joy rolling down her cheeks. Akan himself, soaked in emotions, managed to peep through the windows to wave bye-bye once or twice to his beloved Mama, who stood still and refused to go for a while. It turned out to be a goodbye to the village too, for Mama, for the boy. Mama soon got a teaching job in Calabar, and Akan was Calabar bound every holiday inside a 1-hour ferry across the sea from Moron. But Mama never missed a visiting day in spite of the distance and the sea in between. It was usually her relish moment to come and see the boy's hand, watch him serve rice and stew, and wipe some other existing specks from his face, hair, and clothes. She fought back tears at times, obviously wishing her husband were alive to join her on visiting days like most couples they saw. She fought hard to play alone the role that both parents should play. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The birth of ambition. I will be a prefect in this school one day, Akan said to himself. It was on the first day he stepped into the school compound. Prefects, he discovered, were very important people, lording over other students and winding up sometimes with extra ration in the refectory. The prefects, he later discovered, were also the best dressed, most serious-minded, and among the best and highest brightest in academics. If serious-minded and austere academic were all it took to become a prefect, Akan resolved nobody would stop him from accomplishing this goal. He allowed these thoughts to occupy his irresponsible mind and tailor his comportment, deportment, and gravitas. It was without doubt the vaulting ambition of a tiny, fragile village boy. It was easy to notice his lean and hungry look, but not his aggressive mentality. And it was easy to notice his lean and hungry look, but not his aggressive mentality and tall ambition, stored and hidden away in his bones. A village boy in a village school is a village student. His first year classroom here again was mud walls, thatched roofs, and dusty floors. Students trekked a kilometer or so to and fro in a long line every morning and evening with their enamel buckets or their heads to fetch water in the village stream for the school kitchen to cook. Here again, students cut the grass and swept the compound, monitoring and morning and evening. Devotions are compulsory. The apostolic church style, complete with its doctrine, corporal punishment, and everything. And the rod never spared. The overwhelming bulk of the students were children of the poor, mostly with neighboring The overwhelming bulk of the students were children of the poor, mostly from neighboring villages and surroundings. Akan was top on the list, except that he was now privileged to spend his holiday with Mama, his beloved mother, in the Kenyan city of Calabar. During those holidays, he alternated his time between hawking bread in the morning and hawking kerosene in the night, from Mukpa axis to Calabar. Hawking was a job he gave himself in order to buy himself good second-hand white shirt and canvas when school was about to reopen. It was a good job that also guaranteed him his pocket money, and Mama helped worry less about everything. Then one afternoon, while venturing into the heart of Calabar to sell bread, he stumbled onto the state library. It was such a serene and attractive place for him to see, though located in an old Elizabethan bungalow. The next day, he lingered much more around the library before he summoned courage to peep into the house with uncountable books. To his surprise, there were children's books inside. The quiet hall, to his surprise, there were children's books also inside the quiet hall, reading various books and looking at pictures of present and past leaders on the wall. The next day, he opted out of his street trading, put on his Sunday best, and braved the library for the first time in his life. It was a strange feeling altogether, and he picked each step nervously, fearful someone could order him out or even arrest him. Everybody must be shown due respect here, he cautioned himself, as he found right inside the library the tranquility, orderliness, and dignity that was absent in street trading. Once he got a seat, it was love at first sight. On his own, he decided to spend at least one day in a week in the library, interacting and rubbing shoulders with rich men's children and well-behaved adults gave him the sense of importance and self-worth that he so badly needed. Soon, he became a voracious reader of newspapers, magazines, many books, especially biography designed for children. He updated his knowledge for current affairs before returning to the village school to thrill his friends with news of events around the world. It was in Calabar Library that Akpan borrowed and read the biography of Thomas Jefferson, the third president of America. Jefferson was a statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, and philosopher. It was Jefferson's statement that if he were to choose between government without the media and the media without the government, he would prefer the latter. The statement blew the young mind of the inquisitive Akan and was to impact his entire life, forcing him to journalism career. Back to school literally after his working holiday, he narrated the stories of John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Muhammad Ali, and the first men who went to the moon, Rovers Football Club of Nigeria, etc., for his friends and even teachers in his village school were very young and mostly school leavers. Some were in their late teens too, marking time for better employment or admission into tertiary institutions. The only two university graduates in the school staff were principal, a calm Yoruba woman, married to a bald-headed but brilliant Ibibio man, and the vice principal, who also and the vice principal who also doubled as an English teacher in senior class. No students of this school had ever passed the West African School Certificate WASC examination in Division 1, 2, or 3, nor did any qualify for admission into any university. Anyway, it was a great burden that the principal carried and often shared with students, especially accounts, said. One sarcastic and often angry mathematics teacher had a way of venting his frustration on these village students. On these village students who could barely comprehend his big English. All right. In this milieu of abstract subject and abject poverty, Akan's grades were swinging between average and below average. It wasn't until his second and third year that he began to find his footing virtually and surprisingly in all subjects. By his fourth year, he was considered among the brilliant few. In one subject called government, he was unrivaled and entirely in a class of his own. He loved the subject with passion and often surprised the teacher with his insight. It was his addiction to American published Time and Newsweek magazine that set him up as a boy to watch. Soon, it became impossible to separate him from James Hadley Chase novels, even during examinations. It was an addiction that cost him many sleepless nights. Akan was competing with other students in a different school to read the most titles of James Hadley Chase. Among those he read were Just a Matter of Time, What's Better Than Money, You Never Know with Women, No Orchids for Miss Blandish, The World in My Pocket, The Guilty Are Afraid, Goldfish Have No Hiding Place, Come Easy, Go Easy, Tiger by the Tail, and The Sucker Punch. Some people feeling nostalgic. In the process, he found himself more in America from the imagery of James Hadley Chase books than perhaps those who actually lived in America. Similarly, he saw other unseen places of the world in the pages of various other books and magazines. The consequence, the Crown Prince had been born in the village of the blind, one-eyed man, they say, is the king. School became fun. I can play table tennis, volleyball, basketball, and football. Rising to become the school's #1 goalkeeper, he joined the Boy Scout and Scripture Union and was also president of the Literary and Debating Society. In his fourth year, he was named the team leader of the school's cultural group that eventually represented not just the school, but the southeastern state at the 4th National Cultural Festival in faraway Kaduna. He returned from Kaduna with token gifts of kilishi and kuli-kuli, that is, Hausa Fulani snacks, for his friends. He was now popular as Coca-Cola, and long before, he was nicknamed the Emperor. Chapter 21, Dreams Do Come True. Chapter 21, Dreams Do Come True. One Monday morning, just as devotion was about rounding off, the principal walked into the assembly hall, accompanied by the vice principal. It was unusual to have the two principals in the same morning devotion, except for a very important announcement from the government. Something was certainly in the air. Tension filled and soaked the hall as students shifted on their seats and whispered to each other, wondering what the matter could be. Then the principal stepped up to the platform along with her lieutenant. There was pin-drop silence as she began to speak gently and almost inaudibly. As we all know, she said, our final year students seated here with us are about to begin their West African Examination Council exams next month. Everybody was brought to a rapt attention. It was becoming clear to some senior students that what the principal was driving at. The long-awaited change of student government and appointment of new prefects was here. Somehow, the school authorities had managed to keep it unusually under wraps, and teachers who were known to be close to students never got the wind, as usual, of the developing story. To Akan, it was nothing short of a thunderbolt. The full force of what the principal was about to say paralyzed him with fear. The full force of what the principal was about to say paralyzed him with fear. He became instantly nervous, sweating on his palms and forehead. He had all along been carrying his shoulder high as a prefect in waiting. His popularity among students and some teachers had gotten into his head. He had in fact become a bit swollen-headed, if not recalcitrant, in his relationship with the outgoing senior students. This morning, he had not even tucked in his shirt and was unfortunately sitting in between two final year students that he was a thorn in their flesh. Now the die is cast. Accordingly, the principal continued, there is need to appoint new prefects. Accordingly, the principal continued, there is need to appoint new prefects. A passing motorcycle owned by an old teacher and smoking like a chimney with a broken exhaust pipe was the only noise that violated the tranquility of the hall. But for the moment, Akan's name came out of the mouth of the principal, the hall broke into a standing ovation. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. In his seated position, Akan immediately tried to tuck in his shirt before stepping out to the podium where the principal had invited him. But a senior student sitting next to him had jacked him up forcefully for everyone to see and know that this brand new prefect was stubborn and did not even dress properly for the morning devotion. It didn't matter much. Too little, too late. A new king had already been born. Ambition fulfilled. Mission accomplished. Chapter 22. From village to villa. From a school prefect in secondary school, Akan went on to become the National Secretary General of University Students. In one of his visits for a meeting with the state governor, he came face to face with a glass door that opened on its own for him. Reminiscent of the trance he found himself as a 7-year-old boy in grandma's house. A full flashback overwhelmed him that afternoon as he sat with the governor to iron out issues affecting students' bursary. Another dream come true. From the university, with a degree in political science, Akan was posted to Kano State for the compulsory 1-year paramilitary national youth service. By the time the postings for primary assignments were published in the orientation camp, Akan was posted to work directly with the handsome state governor of the Commercial Navy Center of Northern Nigeria. His accommodation was within the government house parameters, a 4-bedroom flat, tastefully furnished and built for top aides of the governor. It was cozy, complete with janitors and gatekeepers. Akan became an overnight big man. He helped write speeches for the governor, opinion pieces for newspapers and radio commentaries that publicized the state's activities. It was part of what added up to make him the winner of the Youth Service Copper of the Year award. With this award, automatic employment in the state was his to ask. But Akan left for Lagos, where he get crashed into journalism without even the basic training in the profession. He had read Time magazine and James Hadley Chase books enough to know how to write. As a matter of fact, he had written his first feature article for the Nigerian Chronicle in his final year in secondary school. He was paid 12 naira for that piece. That was the elixir that made him abandon his initial quest to study medicine. From that point and all through his 4 years in the university, the Nigerian Chronicles engaged him as a guest writer. What he lacked in formal training in journalism was well compensated for by his unflappable confidence. He had strong belief in himself. He is level-headed at all times and entertaining no uncertainty. About his own career, his own writing skills, from a very influential newspaper to the most reputable newspaper ever published in Africa. Akan staged a few years rhetoric rise that won him multiple journalism awards. He was nicknamed He was nicknamed the Wizkid of Nigerian journalism, breaking barriers, sleeping in swamps and war fronts across Africa and Asia for news today, and interviewing presidents and world-class leaders in their palaces the next day. Whether the crisis was in Pakistan or Afghanistan, and whether the war was in Liberia or Sierra Leone, it was Akanda was assigned the tough job with juicy pegs. His best kept secret was the rugged village life that prepared him to tackle all odds. Political appointments were to follow. He accepted some and rejected others. In his first political appointment, as special assistant to the governor, he was arguably the closest personal aide to the governor, dining with him, riding in the same convoy, sometimes personally driving the governor himself on very private outings, and influencing policies and political appointments for others. He was only 33 years old. See this village boy, yo. Hey, don't be small. Akan would often mock himself, whether he was sitting with a governor or president, or whether he was studying in Oxford or Harvard universities. Didn't Mama tell him that her God specializes in raising up the poor out of the dust, and in lifting up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them merit the throne of glory? Now, there is nothing Akan is proud of. It is the fact that he was and remains a village boy. Next to that is the knowledge that Grandma and Mama's God is true, and does raise people from nothing to something, from nowhere to somewhere, from zero to hero, from grass to grace, from victim to victors, from obstacles to miracles, from trials to triumphs, from poverty to prosperity, and from manger to mansion. Till today, at the peak of his career, Akan's heroes remains those men and women, boys and girls, who barely eke a living out of virtually nothing, roasting plantain, yam and corn by the roadside, hawking banana and groundnuts on the streets, yet daily feeding the family, and some successfully training children, even in higher institutions. That for Akan is sheer grace, next to a miracle. Even as a household name, today Akan is naturally drawn to such families. He has set up a foundation to help, assist, train, and motivate brilliant orphans and poor youth with potentials for greater tomorrow. These days, whenever Akan is mentoring young people, his refrain is in the words of W. Clement Stone, said, "Aim for the moon. If you miss, you may hit a star." Chapter 23. The advantage of disadvantage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I'm going to be reading a book that has a chapter with only one sentence. Wonderful. Chapter 23, Advantage of Disadvantage. And the only sentence is, smile. To be raised in poverty is an advantage, never a disadvantage. That is the end of Village Boy by Aliette Hussein. I just think we've been reading too much of stories. Today we also started with, I think yesterday, we read successful Nigerian entrepreneurs and how they started. And we stopped somewhere. We still continue. But I just feel led that since we have a lot of persons who may want to be entrepreneurs, particularly in the age of digital, in the digital age. So I want to read How to Become an Internet Millionaire by Iyabo Oyewale, published by eWealth Training Center. How to Become an Internet Millionaire. This work was published in 2008, but I still believe the truths revealed in them are still very useful for today. And you may still be able to apply the concepts that are here. How to Become an Internet Millionaire, Iyabo Oyewale. Chapter 1. Is it possible to turn the internet into your personal ATM machine without incurring the wrath of the CBN? I know this is a question raging through your mind, so let me assist by answering it first. It is very possible to turn the internet into your personal ATM machine without incurring the wrath of the CBN. In year 2003, when I started my internet business, that's Iyabo speaking, not me. When I started my internet business, I did not know it was soon going. Let me hold it with my hand. I think it will even help to keep me awake if my hand is engaged. I know this is the question raging through your mind, so let me assist by answering it first. Yes, it is very possible to turn the internet into your personal ATM machine without incurring the wrath of the CBN. In 2003, when I started my internet business, I did not know it was soon going to be my single source of livelihood. But fast track 2007, I was able to say goodbye to a highly lucrative job as deputy editor of City People's Quarterly, a subsidiary of City People's Magazine. Aside myself, there are so many people who have been able to sustain themselves by doing internet business. If we were able to do it, you can too. You just need the know-how, which I provide in this book. Without much ado, let me launch into the steps to become a millionaire online. The internet is the greatest leveler I ever saw. Leveler. The internet technology has no respect for race, religion, educational status, etc. Once you know the rules of operating online, you can also turn a profit irrespective of your background. For example, Michael Dell became a millionaire because we need his computer to browse. Bill Gates became a millionaire because we need his Windows software to browse the internet. They both dropped out of college, yet the internet has made them millionaires. You can also benefit from the net. My internet success story. In the year 2003, I noticed that people wanted to start their business. Find a need, very important. Or let me just say, find a starving niche market. I can't stress this enough. I know I am bringing in too many terms here, but I will explain them one by one. First of all, what is a starving market? Late Gary Halbert, one of the highest earning copywriters, used to ask a question in his copywriting classes. If you owned a hamburger stand, what advantage would you most likely have on your side to make you insanely rich? Is it the advantage of having superior meat to make the burgers? Is it the advantage of having sesame buns? Is it a robust building with loads of parking space? Or is it the lowest price? No. The only advantage you need to make you insanely rich is a starving crowd. You won't sell hamburgers no matter how good they taste or how low price they are if nobody is hungry. It is the same for making money online. You find a starving crowd and you are halfway there. Most people fail online because they first develop a product or a website and then try to find a market for that product. But that's the wrong way of internet money making. Your failure rate will be extremely high if you try developing your product before finding a market. It is far more better to find a hot market of people willing and ready to buy first and then sell them products that they want to buy. Read the above paragraph again because it has one of the most important lessons for making money. Most people lose money and are unsuccessful in selling products because they ignore that lesson. First find the market, then find or create a product to sell to that market. Another term I want to talk about before I teach you how to find a starving market is the word niche. You may have heard it somewhere, but what does the word mean? A niche is a group of people with similar interests. According to Wikipedia, a niche is a market. Is a focused, targetable portion of a market. By definition, then, a business that focuses on a niche market is addressing a need for a product or service that is not being addressed by mainstream providers. A niche market may be thought of as a narrowly defined group of potential customers. A distinct niche market usually evolves when a potential demand for a product or service is not met by any group, or when a new product arises due to changes in society, technology, or the general environment. Niche market ventures may become profitable even though they are by nature small in comparison to mainstream marketplace due to the benefit of specialization and focus on small identifiable market segments, even without the benefit of the economy of scale. Niche market may be ignored or discounted by large businesses due to what they consider to be small potential. This in turn is part of the process that makes the niche market available to smaller businesses. The key to capitalizing on a niche market is to find or develop a market niche that has customers who are accessible. That is growing fast enough and that is not owned by one established vendor already. The best way I explain niche marketing is with noodles. Now, assuming I want to produce noodles but do not have the kind of resources the major noodles producers have, all I will do is in a niche marketing is to say I am producing noodles for invalids. Now tell me, will invalids buy the general noodles again? I have carved my own market out of the noodles market and I will make good money. Sub-niching. Say under every niche there is a sub-niche. Health is a general niche, while weight loss, quit smoking, nail fungus cure etc. are sub-niches of the health niche. For every niche under the sun, there are sub-niches. And I tell you, your ability to locate profitable niches will spell the success or otherwise of your internet business. So let me quickly show you how to find a hot, starving, and addictive market. How to find hot, starving, and addictive. But first, you have to do some background research on where the the starving market is. There are two ways: primary research and secondary research. Now, most internet marketing gurus will tell you to go to www.freekeywords.wordtracker.com. And when you enter a word into that search suggestion tool, it tells you how many people clicked for that word. But here is the problem. Most people search for items when they are looking for free information. Free keyword search suggestion tool is a good tool for secondary niches. That is, once you have decided on a market, you can use this tool to double check if it really has the potential or not. Just follow. But what to do for primary market research? Here is an easy trick. Research magazines. Surf through magazine names. If there are 2 to 3 similar magazines being published, you found yourself a hot market. Here is where you can find a list of magazines. Magazines, www.magazines.com. There are so many, but sift around the site. And what I always say is that if a publisher has brought out money to publish a magazine on a particular topic, that means that particular market is paying. That is, they appreciate information and are willing to pay for it. Number 2, spying on other marketers. It sounds unscrupulous, but many marketers look at the clickbank.com marketplace to see what's selling well. The key is to devise your own unique angle. Some marketers also spy on projects being posted on Elance, Fiverr, and major marketing sites, best-selling products like on Amazon, Jumia, and other e-commerce sites, because the people posting them don't realize they are being spied on. 3. In reality, go to www.amazon.com and search their best sellers list. It will give you an idea of the reigning niche at the time. What is Amazon.com? It is the world's largest online bookstore and marketplace. Well, now almost everything is sold on the site. But if you go to the book section to check out the best-selling books, it will give you an idea of the trend that is reigning at the moment. Amazon has a compilation of a set of bestsellers for every month. Number 4, visit www.google.com/trends and look for trends that are emerging so you can be one of the first to fill a need in a niche. A friend discovered people were searching for autism through this site. He set up an autism blog, placed articles, AdSense, as well as affiliate products on it, and today he is smiling to the bank. Number 5, look to article directories to find out what publishers are picking up most. Of course, this means more competition, but don't let that drive you away, because many marketers do it wrong. Anyway, top article directories to look at are ehow.com, ezinarticles.com, goarticles.com, isnare.com, that is isnare.com. Number 6, watch the news and absorb print media too. In fact, government policy can influence your information product. I will give you a good example. During the 25 billion naira capitalization of banks, a mentor of mine did a seminar for bankers on the way out of the quagmire, because at the time, most bankers were damn confused. They just did not know the way out because the capitalization was raised from 2 billion to 25 billion. He did a seminar and charged close to 40,000 per participant. He profited from a government policy. You can also locate a profitable niche. What about stress management in the workplace, filing, and other information that are needed to process business and improve efficiency? You can go on the internet, find out information, and offer executive seminars on this. Companies need it. Number 7, spy at forums. People express their frustration at forums, and they come there for solutions. So look through forums. You will see where the shoe pinches for most members. And once you have the solution, you can market it to them. And I tell you, they will buy it in the twinkle of an eye. The market you want to target will determine which forum you will look at. If you want to target the weight loss market, you have to look at weight loss forums. Once you have a broad niche, such as health and fitness, try to narrow it down even more, such as managing diabetes, health care for pregnant women, etc. After you have an idea for a niche, dangle the bait in the virtual waters of article directories. Sites like squido.com, squidoo.com, and see if there are forums where you can begin branding yourself as a go-to person in your niche. What you will be doing at this point is to give out a free article to collect people's email addresses. You are like a fisherman here. You put a bait on your internet to catch fish. Please and please don't joke with building your list. It will determine the success or otherwise of your internet business. If you are targeting the international market, you can test the waters by dangling your bait at forums. For example, many Nigerians want to travel abroad. If you dangle how to travel abroad, get information on how to travel abroad, and then promise to send the information to the emails and check how many emails you will receive, it can help. Your classified advert can read like this: free report, how to cure breast cancer without surgery, only for the first 20 persons to respond. Email. If you have many respondents, please know that a market exists there. If you do not have many respondents, please leave the market for another one. You want to make money, so you should be sure there is a market before you proceed with producing your product or getting resale right. Step 4, find out how to fill that need. If it is an information need, you can get the information and package it into an ebook or something and sell it for mega profit. If it is a service need, find out how to fill it and get handsomely rewarded for it. You don't have to have the solution. Somebody may have it. You will just market it as a joint venture. Okay, let me give you examples. Chicken Soup for the Soul by Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen. These smart guys just collected other people's stories into a best-selling book. $1 Million Emails by Yannick Silva. Just like the duo of Jack Canfield and Mark Victor, Yannick collected the best-selling emails of top internet marketers, and it became an instant hit. Step 5. Once you have a best-selling internet business ideas, move into the market again and locate another need and fill it till you reach your millionaire goal. I am already excited at the prospect, and I just want to welcome you to the Internet Millionaires Club. Please don't laugh. It may look unrealizable now, but if you follow this book to the end and apply the information therein, you are going to smile and I mean it. Chapter 3. 30 money spinning internet business you can do anywhere in Nigeria and smile all the way to the bank. If you have been browsing for a while, you know that there are several ways to make money online. But of all these ways, I know you are constantly asking yourself which of them can make me a millionaire. Here are 30 of them. 1. Information marketing. Oh, I love this one because I know you can make good money with it. Yes, you can be a millionaire. I'm not the one talking. The secret is to locate a problem that people are having and find a solution to it. For instance, you have just gotten information that many women want to lose weight. Quickly package an information product containing information on how to lose weight for such women. Sell it to them. I can bet you will sell to high heavens. Or you just create an information product containing information on how to cure AIDS. Your phone will ring like crazy. Unless I forget, your bank account will be transformed overnight. What are info products? They are knowledge-based products. Any product that teaches you what you did not know before is an information product. Information products are one of the best products online. The other two products are software and pornography. Information products come in various forms: books, e-books, audio, video, e-newsletters, TV programs, radio programs, consultancy, seminar productions. While creating an information product can change your fortunes virtually overnight, it's not everyone that can write. But I tell you, there is a way out. Below, I review how to create an information product without writing a single word. 6 ways to create an info product without writing a single word. 1. Hire a ghostwriter. Many internet gurus use this method, and I tell you it works all the time. You can simply hire a writer on elance.com, fiverr.com, upwork.com, guru.com, who will write your book for some $100 and then give you all the writing and publishing credits to you. I do agree that it will take some time to get a good writer, but the trick is to keep your eyes wide. And also, don't give your job to people based on emotional reasons. Rather, award your job based on the fact that the person's sample convinced you beyond every reasonable doubt. Also, when giving out your book, get a commitment from the writer that the project includes revisions where necessary. This way, if he or she writes the book and you are not satisfied, you can always request for a revision. Also, give out clear guidelines as to what you expect the book to contain. If possible, draw up a table of contents, but give room for the writer's input, because most of them will give you creative ideas if you allow them to. What I am saying in essence is that you cooperate with your ghostwriter to enable him or her do a fantastic job. Number 2, interview an expert. Assuming you have chosen to do a book on weight loss without dieting, but you are not an expert on the topic, you can easily find an expert in the field which your target market knows and respects. Then you can interview them and turn it into an ebook, audio or video course, and sell it for big profit. I can tell you most experts won't mind giving you the right to sell the product, because it is also a way to market themselves for free. This is a super easy way to create your own product, as it can be done in minutes. For bigger profit, you can transcribe the tape and turn it into an ebook. You will also have a big package on weight loss without dieting, the audio file as well as the ebook, and sell. Number 3, compile templates, samples, articles, and so on. This one is also very easy and cost effective. If you are familiar with Yannick Silver, You will know he's created 2 best-selling ebooks called Million Dollar Emails and Autoresponder Magic, just by putting together other people's successful email promotions and other autoresponder follow-up messages. Going by our weight loss example, you can compile powerful articles of weight loss experts the world over into an ebook and sell, or stories of people who has lost weight and how they did it to inspire others who want to lose weight. I don't know if you have ever heard about the book Chicken Soup for the Soul, 101 Stories to Open the Heart and Rekindle the Spirit by Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hensel. All these guys did was to get inspirational stories from 101 people and compile it into a book which they call Chicken Soup for the Soul. If these guys were successful at it, you can also be successful. Just sit down and think through the process and come out with how best to do it. Number 4, public domain materials. It is true that people are making money from public domain materials. But first things first, what is a public domain material? Any work, such as a piece of art, writing, music, or an invention, is said to be in the public domain when it is not protected by a patent or public copyright and may be freely used by anyone. For purposes of this book, we will limit the discussion to written works. This applies whether the work has never been patented or put under copyright, or when the existing copyright has expired. There are no laws which restrict its use by the public at large, so it is fair game. Usually, these works are older pieces written in the 1930s or before. However, there are some newer public domain works as late as the 1990s also. There are some works that cannot ever be protected by copyright, such as US government works, unadorned works and ideas, extemporaneous speeches, and standard plots and stock characters. If you want more about what qualifies as public domains, you can check out www.unc.edu. As you can see, anything published before 1923 is a safe bet. So I suggest you stick with this. It makes things much less complicated. How to make money from public domain materials. You can package any text you download into an ebook. By the way, you can find books that their copyright have expired after 25 years on unc.go or archives.com digital library. Okay, you can package any text you download into an ebook and sell it through ClickBank, make it unique and sell reprint right, use it as a viral ebook to increase traffic, use it as content for your AdSense, use it as content for your blog, use it as content for your membership site. 5 sites where you can get public domain materials. Here are 5 places where you can find thousands of public domain materials. Some files in the website are not in the public domain, so please double check them before using. Number 1, digital library. www.digital-library.upenn.edu/books. www.lcweb.gov. archive.org. Gutenberg.net. Gutenberg, Gutenberg.net. Manybooks.net. Valuable domain materials you can proceed from this minute. High profit niche category books. Number 1, books. The Secret of Wealth. How to write a hit song and sell it. Number 3, how to make money. Number 4, how to develop perseverance. Number 5, how to develop self-confidence, and millions more. Timeless classics, As a Man Thinketh, Acres of Diamond, Mastery of Self, The Evolution of Man, Within You is the Power. Famous stories, Les Miserables, Notre Dame de Paris, The Land of the Changing Sun, A Christmas Story, and much more. Priceless works suppressed or censored by legal authorities such as Ulysses, Candide, Fanny Hill, Moll Flanders, Canterbury Tales, The Sistrata, The Cameron Confessions, The Rights of Man, The Age of Reason, and thousands more. You can also have motion pictures and television works such as America at Work, School and Leisure, Tracked by the Police, Sounds and Lovers, The Beast from 20,000 Phantoms, The 13th Letter, Clash of the Wolves, and all of that. Free classical sheet music from legends like Chopin, Bach, Beethoven, Hanon, Debussy, Mozart, Verdi, and so much more. You can sell the information just as it is, but it is more profitable to put together a package. If you don't mind doing some shipping, you can put a manual and some pictures, record an audio, and create a checklist or mind map. Packaging this together will allow you to charge about 500% more than an ebook, and you don't have to work hard for it. I'm truly excited about public domain, and you can also benefit from it. Just follow the guidelines in the book. If you think it is only books that you can make money from, you better do rethink, as there are some old films that have been resurrected from the public domains. Movies such as The Little Mermaid, Snow White, Blue Lagoon started out as public domain works, long forgotten until a movie producer resurrected them, modernized them a bit, and made them into modern money making. Warning: please double check to make sure any material you want to use is in the public domain before using it. You can do a Google search on how to confirm the public domain status of a work or material. Best of luck in your public domain marketing efforts. Number 5, resale rights. This simply means obtaining the resale right to resell a product. It is a good way to start your internet business since you are not sure yet of yourself. There are different types of resale rights: basic, master, giveaway. You can get free resale rights from resellrightsvault.com, or do a Google search on free resale rights. You can also buy resale rights to any ebook you want to resell. They range from as low as $10 to as high as $500. It depends on how much the owner of the rights wants for it. Number 2 business, online payment. Have you ever spotted a product online and you desperately wanted to buy it but couldn't because you lacked a credit card? If you have that problem, thousands if not millions of Nigerian internet users have it, and if you can find a cost-effective way of solving this problem, you may well be on your way to making a fortune online. Why? I should know. I've been using the internet since late 2001, and often I've had to contend with how to buy stuff online. But now there is a site where you can get virtual prepaid cards and resell to people for profit. Number 3, web design. The job of a web designer is to simply construct websites. In the US, web designing is a gold mine, but in Nigeria, we are just beginning as of the time this book was written, I believe. Opportunities in web designing have increased in recent times due to the high level of internet literacy among our populace. Many people and companies now know the importance of having a website, and I dare add churches and schools too. A whole lot of them don't have websites. That's a business key. That one is my own. I'm adding it. Churches and schools, a lot of them don't have websites. Many people and companies now know the importance of having a website and need the services of professional web designers and managers. If you can fit into the bill, I can assure you, you will never go broke, as you can make as much as 30,000 designing an ordinary website. That was then, no. Now it has increased. While designing a professional website can fetch between 80,000 to 200,000 for you. The best way to start this business is to go for a thorough training on web designing. There are several web design programs, Microsoft Front Page, Microsoft Dreamweaver, which you can master to start making money from this business. The easiest way for you to do this business is for you to design a few templates which you can use for the majority of your work. In other words, put together some basic designs which seem to work for many sites and basically fill in the blanks on them and put in pictures and colors. This will greatly speed up your work and help you to provide a good service for all of your clients. Now you have sites that provide you with templates that you can use in all different kinds of templates: schools, church, business, banks, e-commerce, ready-made templates, so you don't rack your brain to even begin designing. What you need to know to succeed in this business: you need to know how to design professional website, that is, create web graphics and pictures, upload websites to the server, edit and update web content, as well as register domain names. You also need to know how to submit sites to search engines, create online forums, find reliable web hosts, etc., etc. Number 4, web hosting. Web hosting is all about providing virtual landed properties for website owners online. It is a business which involves allocation of space to website owners online and through which the site operates. This is a little known business. The noise all the while has been towards design, but the hosting aspect is a gold mine on tap. Web hosting can be an exciting business startup for a budding entrepreneur. You can be accurately rewarded for it. All you need to do is to set up your business as becoming a hosting reseller. That is, provide hosting facilities to website owners. As a business owner, you are busy buying space from a big hosting company and distributing the hosting space to other website owners. Resellers are nothing but entrepreneurs acting as middlemen, offering your hosting services by using time and space from another hosting service rather than owning your own. Most of the times, the quality of service offered by resellers are so good that consumers do not ever have the idea that they are dealing with resellers. What do you know? What As a business owner, you are buying space from big hosting companies and distributing the hosting space to other website owners. Resellers are nothing but entrepreneurs acting as middlemen, offering your hosting services by using time and space from another hosting service rather than owning your own. Most times, the quality of services offered by resellers are good, so good that consumers do not even have an idea that they are dealing with resellers. Who do not have servers. The good thing is that resellers can pick and choose their services. They are basically in a position to provide the customers with the best service. Reseller hosting businesses can be quite a profiting market. Once you understand the nitty-gritty of your business, I also do this business and I can tell you it is highly profitable. Number 5, dating service. Sex, they say, sells like hotcake, and that is why so many dating sites exist. As such, you may not start a general dating site. There are just too many out there. But you can have targeted dating sites for your state, your religion, etc. This is an example of taking a larger niche market and dating and specializing even more to find a very tightly focused niche for your business. Online business is about reaching the largest market. It's not about reaching the largest market. It is about providing the best product and service for a very narrow market, easy to reach online. A Nigerian site that currently offers this service is www.datingcycle.com. You can build a dating site for your church, Christian dating sites. You can have dating sites for your state. You can have dating sites for your region. You can even have dating sites for your school. It will pay and you smile to the bank. Number 6, online supermarket. Most people today run very busy schedules. They leave home very early in the morning and don't return until late at night. This is inclusive of several women who have to work to fend for their families. As such, they have no time to shop. As a smart online entrepreneur, you can start an online supermarket where you will sell a variety of necessities. Don't limit the number of products to sell. Let your imagination guide you. You can then charge your customers for delivery at their door. A Nigerian site that currently does this is www.shopforless.com. You are sure to hit it big in this business with the right plan and strategy. Yet, another site that offers grocery service is easyshop.easycook.com. This is targeted mainly towards career women. They supply all condiments for cooking and even pre-cook some of the ingredients like meat for them. Just let your imagination run wild and you will be able to come up with a money-spinning idea in this area. Just a little chicken. While preparing for this Readmania, I wanted to buy a cardigan. And I was on Jumia and all the rest, and it was just take time for the cardigan to arrive. Imagine there was such a size you would quite understanding. I don't know, there are no sites where you can just sell shoes just talking online and you can get it within the video. Except when you go on Conga and you have to wait a lot of time to come. Yes. Number 7, internet coaching business. You would agree with me that the internet culture is somewhat a new phenomenon in Nigeria. As a result, most would-be internet entrepreneurs need help in the form of a coach or a trainer who will take them through the nitty-gritty of online marketing. If you can therefore start an internet business coaching service, you are definitely going to have more than enough customers on your hand. The rule, though, is that you should be an established internet marketer to be able to coach. If not, please don't dabble into this kind of business. You will get your fingers burnt and hurt your integrity. But if you have made money online and are confident you can transfer your skills to other people, this business is a sure money spinner. The coaching can be done in two ways. Either you meet with your mentees physically at a location, or you can coach them through a discussion board, live chat, teleconferences, etc. A Nigerian site that currently does this is clubewealth.com. Shortly after Readmania, we're able to talk about running a creative writing academy for people who want to write and I want to. Online advertising. OneNaira.com and advertcolony.com are Nigerian websites that offer online advertising services to entrepreneurs. If you are interested in this kind of web business, check out the sites for more details. The strategy advertcolony.com uses is twofold. It has a free advertising package that limits the features a business can enjoy, and then paid package which entitles an entrepreneur to a professionally designed website as well as personalized email address. This kind of service will be highly appreciated and patronized by small business owners. Do you know there are several small business owners in Nigeria who want to take their business online but either don't have the wherewithal of having a full website design and running, or they just don't know how to go about it? This is where this kind of web business comes in. For a not too outrageous amount, you can offer this service and quietly transform your bank account. Number 9, article writing. You can make money online by writing articles for website owners. Most website owners need fresh articles to update their web content and also increase their search engine rating. But they do not have the time to do so. So they rely on freelance writers, article writers, to get the job done. Depending on the nature of job, most of these website owners are prepared to pay between $4 to $8 and even more per article. If you can write 10 articles a day, you could be earning between $40 to $60 daily. This is not bad at all, and to start, you don't need a lot of money. Just log into freelancewriting.com and you will get free advertising for your service as well as jobs you can bid for. You can also go on fiverr.com, upwork.com, and advertise yourself as an article writer. Write articles and post there as samples, and you will begin to see customers looking for you to give them the same or similar articles that you have as your samples. Number 10, online employment agency. To know if this business is lucrative, just get a copy of Tuesday Guardian, where scores of vacancies are advertised, which is religiously read by our scores of jobless graduates. You can set up a site where people looking for jobs can search for jobs, and which companies or individuals looking for staff can log on to. This way, you can act as a middleman between those seeking for jobs and those who want staff. You can password protect your site and make it a members-only affair. You can charge very little every month or every time the person logs in on site. One site that has perfected this feature is jobsearchnigeria.com. It sells crash cards, which those who want to go on the site buy to access the site. You can decide to do scratch card too. The opportunities in these business are limited only by your imagination. How do you get patrons? Place adverts in the widely read newspapers, especially Tuesday Guardian. Write to companies looking for staff to consider getting people from your database of applicants. Charge applicants to add their details to your database. What you charge applicants should be different from what you charge the companies. Other Nigerian sites that offer this that currently offer these services are lagosjobs.com as well as nigerianbaseforum.com or Jobaman. You can go through this site and find out how you can also launch a similar service. But I can boldly assure you that there is a very large market for this kind of service. Internet marketing consultant. An internet marketing consultant advises clients on how to successfully market their business and its product and services on the World Wide Web. For years, marketing consultants have used their expertise to help businesses improve their bottom line by navigating the often complex waters of the consumer marketplace. Today, however, the proliferation of personal computers in homes and businesses across the world gives us another new marketing opportunity, the internet. In Nigeria, it is no different, as a lot of businesses want to use the internet to sell more of their products and services, but often they need help understanding this new and often confusing sales tool. That is when they call on the services of an internet marketing consultant. What you need to succeed in this business. To be an internet marketing consultant, you must know marketing so that you can steer your client in the appropriate direction. Remember, you are being paid for your expertise. One thing you do not need to have is technical expertise in computing. You should have some basic understanding of HTML code, search engines, and web design. The main piece of equipment that you need to start an internet consulting business is a computer with high-speed connection. If you can't afford one initially, the cyber cafe near your house can serve you until you gather money to purchase your own computer. Marketing your business, advertise in widely read newspapers. Your advert may read something like, you want to sell more of your product and services without increasing your marketing cost, call now. You put your phone number. You can also network and spread the word about your business in the Chamber of Commerce as well as entrepreneurial associations and on social media. Since startup capital is minimal, once you get your business off the ground, it should be possible to recoup your starting cost within a year. Number 12, music review site. Just like the movie industry, the music industry is hot and steaming. If it were not, the duo of Kenny Ogumbe and Dayo Adeneye of Kenny's Music won't be smiling to the bank. You can cash in on this current rave to start a music review site where you can offer free music downloads, sample downloads, etc. You can also tell people about the new releases, give them information about Nigerian music stars, most listened to tapes or CDs. The list is really endless and depends on your imagination. If done well, your site is definitely going to become popular among music lovers. They will trust your judgment when it comes to what music is worth listening to. You can then contact music labels, musicians, and others whose products and services have to do with that industry to list them in your directory and make good money. A typical example is nigerloaded.com. Number 13, copywriter. Most people set up websites and concentrate completely on traffic, but never stop to spend some time with the copywriting on their site. They don't even know if it is convincing. Yet, it has been authoritatively established that on the internet, words sell more than graphics or images. So if you can specialize in this aspect of internet marketing, I assure you, you can never go broke again. Start learning everything you can about writing advert copy. Study from the masters like Ted Nicholas. Purchase products that can teach you how to write good copy. Collect every piece of junk mail you get. Start paying attention to good copy. Start practicing headlines. writing headlines. Find a mentor, someone you can always show your copy to for assessment. Once you learn how to write good copy, you could charge by the page, by the job, or by the commission. Number 14, travel and hotel guide. This is also a flourishing internet business if you do it right. You could be reviewing travel destinations, hotels, restaurants, etc. Find one of the packages where you can become a travel agent and sell tickets, with the travel agency doing the actual bookings and money. For different destinations, you can also liaise with the Nigeria Tourism Development Corporation, airline operators, aviation operators, travel agents, etc. to know when tourists are coming in, so you can get them hotels they can lodge, etc. You can also have a database of tourist places, plane schedules, flights and hotels in Nigeria as well as abroad. This way, you will be serving both the travelers coming into Nigeria and those traveling abroad from Nigeria. Combine all the above with being a watchdog of the industry. Do reports and reviews on aviation operators. Protect and enlighten the travelers in your expertise. Expose deceptive travel agencies and places. The key is to get enough good quality information and reviews to make your site interesting. Then your revenues will come through advertising or other incomes you may add as you go along. Don't forget that you stand to gain commission by recommending various airlines and hotels. If you do this properly, you will in no time become an authority, an expert in this. And once the operators know the travelers and tourists flock to your site, they will rush to place adverts on your site. Number 15, what of cookbooks and recipe site? Most housewives, even some men who love food, are constantly in search of new recipes to give their husbands and families a treat. Therefore, new products or cookbooks can be extremely hot. A popular example of such a hot product is the Maggi cookbook of recipes, which has been and continues to be on high demand. If you decide to do this business, you could start a recipe of the day, week or month, newsletter or message board or trade recipe or blog. This will quickly grow your popularity in the market. After a year or so, you can compile this into a book. You can also include information and sell for a tidy profit on new kitchen appliances. The biggest challenges this area would be making sure you are selling products which cannot be found at the local store. Millions of copies. Yes. Number 16, health and fitness guide. To see just how hot this market is, just flip into most soft sell journals or even dailies, and you will be bombarded with so many health and fitness adverts, with screaming adverts like lose 60 kg in 3 weeks, penis increase and enhancer, breast firmer, butt enhancer. You could build an entire community around a specific diet program, exercise program, or nutritional program. Message boards, easing, chat, and more would all be exciting to your prospects in any of these areas. Plus, there is no lack of companies which you can find online which would allow you to be a dealer for their products. for you to sell on your site. In Nigeria, this is a sure money earner. If you think otherwise, ask the Quincy Ayodeles of Quincy Herbal Slimmers. Number 17, beauty and health products. To know just how hot this market is, take time to watch several adverts of products that promise to enhance your beauty on TV. If you are still in doubt, flip through the dailies and magazines, and you will no doubt be bombarded with lots of adverts of beauty products. Yes, this market is real hot, as we all want to look beautiful and appealing to the opposite sex. I am afraid women constitute a large category in this market. You could find a specific market and focus your site on that. What I mean is that you can decide to focus your site on facial beauty alone. You could have a primary product, and there could be hundreds of supporting products to go with it. You could also start a beauty tip of the day, month, or week newsletter. If you do this right, you will definitely never be broke again. Check out a similar site like 1001beautytips.com. Number 18, online bookstores. Books sell. If they didn't, Amazon.com, the world's largest online bookstore, would not be making huge profits year in, year out. You can start either a general online bookstore, a targeted niche bookstore, where you can sell online fiction books, autobiographies, geography books, history books, e-books. The list is endless, really, and depends on your thought process and imagination. Movie review site. Number 19. The Nigerian home movie industry, Nollywood, is a money-spinning industry. You and I don't need a seer to tell us that the worth of the industry is, at the moment, is consecutively put at 55 billion naira. This means there are people who are home video junkies. They cannot stay but watch home videos. You can cash in on this craze by establishing a website where you review Nigerian home videos and other films, where you tell people about the latest release, the most watched films in the market, etc. When your site becomes popular, with the increasing army of home video patrons in the country calling at your site first before they buy a film, you can then contact home video marketers and others whose product and services has to do with that industry to list them on your directory and make good money for it. You can also ask them to place adverts for their upcoming movies on your website. Number 20, small business resource site. Because of the economic crunch in the country, most people, both employed and unemployed, are turning to the small business sector of the economy. They are setting up small businesses to generate extra income or full-time income. This set of people need resources on how to turn their business profitable and the mistakes to avoid in setting up a business. If you can provide this information, you are sure to get large customers among this set of people. You can also broaden your horizons by holding seminars, selling videos, audios, etc. If you can, however, not provide these products or services, there are several sites that do. You can partner with them for a tidy profit. A very good Nigerian site that is currently offering this service is startyourdreambiz.com. If you visit the site, you will be given the opportunity to download a 100% free ebook on how to successfully start your dream business in Nigeria with little or no money, and you can sell and make the profit. Number 21, sports on the web. Sports, particularly football, enjoy an unprecedented followership in Nigeria. You can cash in on this craze by setting up a sports site where you will provide the increasing army of sports or football fans with up-to-date information on Nigerian stars abroad, how their clubs are faring, members of the Super Eagles, Falcons, etc. You will have to determine what you are going to do on your sports site. But once you get the formula right, you can go to sleep. as sports lovers will be thronging to your site by the minute. Examples of Nigerian sites currently doing this are Taye Ige's www.hotsportslive.com or completesportsnigeria.com. You can even be offering betting tips. Number 22, personal finance site. Just like in all other aspects of life, people need financial advice. If you can teach people how to manage their limited or unlimited financial resources, you are going to win their lifelong patronage. You can also go into stock investment, which stocks to invest in, whatever. What you can do on such site is limitless, but be focused. Number 23, proofreading service. If you have an eye for error, then start making noise about your skill by setting up a site. So many books are being published in the Nigerian market, which would do wonders on the internet scene if only they were well written. These authors need you and are ready to pay. Your goal is to get out fast with your services. Establish yourself as an authority and send your name before others claim the market. Because of doing Readmania, I had to read a whole lot of it. And I can tell you for real, of all the 40 books I've selected, I've read all of them. None of them have I not noticed up to 10 to 20 errors. Typographic, grammatic, and otherwise, even factual errors in them. Imagine they have subjected, even the companies that publish, a lot of them have in-house proofreaders that do their copy proofreading in their department, like a lot of the publishing companies. So if you can establish yourself as an established proofreader and copy editor, you can make a whole lot of money. Go to Indian Street where they are printing. People are printing burial programs and other stuff. You can pay you small money to proofread the stuff. You go to funerals, you see now programs, you receive programs, even programs of top people. You find errors in it. Imagine you just charge, even if it's 1,000 to burial program, or you charge 1,000 for every 500 words. Imagine how much you get when you do it well. It's something. Building your own software empire. What does Bill Gates, the world's richest man for many years running, do for a living? He sells software. Not just any software though, he sells the software absolutely everyone needs to use if they want to use a computer. For you to be able to operate your computer, then it has to be running a copy of this software, Windows. Why software for a product? First of all buying decisions are based on one of two different reasons, either to gain pleasure or to earn pain. Look at any buying decisions you have made recently, and it will be based on one of these two reasons. You either wanted to achieve pleasure out of the product you bought, or you wanted to earn the pain some problem has been causing you. Every day, computers are making inroads into our lives. They are controlling every aspect. Every day, computers are making inroads into our lives. They are controlling every aspect of it. Along with this progress, though, also comes the frustration of learning to deal with them. I don't think anything causes more frustration in users than trying to learn how to deal with their computers. Guess what? People will quickly purchase anything you can that can end the pain in their lives, and will do so without you having to convince them to buy it. If they can see that it is a solution to their problems. Software sales makes a good primary business, and it can also be used as a secondary income stream from most websites, as anyone visiting a website is interested in some type of software. They don't need to be, or they wouldn't have been able to get to your website to help you get started in your business. I suggest you check out affiliate programs involving software. Why am I recommending affiliate programs? Because creating software is not an easy job. It isn't something you can dream to do this weekend. But if you have, through your research, found out a very strong software problem you want to get fixed, the best option is to produce software solutions customers need. One example of this is, you go around, you look at like nursery schools and secondary schools now. I think by now we should have eliminated paperwork in schools by now. You understand? You have a nursery school now, or you approach a nursery school and tell them that you have a software that can automate their school system. Parents can log in from home and check their children, just like the university portal. You understand? You can create a portal for school. Parents can pay fees, check their children report card, and all the rest of those things. Teachers can upload assignments and all those things on the site to sell so much. Software. Resell rights marketing. Most successful internet entrepreneurs today started with resell or reprint rights marketing. Now, what are reprint or resell rights? It simply means obtaining the right to resell a product. Usually, when resell rights are involved, you pay an upfront fee, and then you are given the right to resell the product and keep 100% profit. This is unlike affiliate marketing, where you are paid a commission. When an order comes in for 5,000 naira, you process, duplicate, and ship the order yourself. Then you keep all of the money that is left over. 26. Self-publishing ebooks. Anything you know can become a money-making ebook. Just think about it. If you know how to make people laugh, write a book teaching others how to do it, and you make more money. Take a look at howtobefunny.net. If you know how to make babies sleep, of course you can make money by writing a fast-selling baby sleep ebook. If you know how to make cats go to toilet and not mess up the place, why not write a fast-selling ebook and teach those secrets to the rest of the world? Check out secretofcatstraining.com. I have seen almost everything get sold as an ebook. How to make soup, how to make cakes, how to propose marriage to a lady, how to discover a cheating lover, how to make your dog listen, and so many more. The truth is that you can write your own ebook that will bring you fame, help others solve their problems, and most of all, make you a truckload of money. In the last 6 months or so, I've had about 4 of my friends have traveled as well. And I'm asking, how were you able to do it? How do you like I'm going to study, I'm going to school? How do you do it? You can come together to this and do it. You know, how to travel abroad to study. We are working on that kind of thing, and I see a great market for it. A lot of people, including those in this room, want to leave this country. Me inclusive. And then chapter 4. 21 absolutely unbreakable commandments of running a highly profitable internet business anywhere in the world. Commandment number 1, understand how the internet works. Commandment number 2, brainstorm and come up with your online objective. Number 3, find a market first. Number 4, build your list. Number 5, build your website. Number 6, communicate with your list. Number 7, create quality products. Number 8, do joint ventures. Number 9, build up an army of affiliates. Number 10, sell other people's products. Number 11, offer excellent customer service. Number 12, learn how to write effective classified adverts. Number 13, master how to write sales letters that sell. 14, put your personality into your business. 15, copy any internet business model. 16, niche and grow rich. Number 17, take your business seriously and promote it like crazy. Number 18, nurture your new baby business. 19, create multiple streams of income. Number 20, make your business stand out. Number 21, keep learning and improving your business. And that's the end of this book, How to Become an Internet Millionaire. So let's continue with this. We started this book in the morning. Successful Nigerian entrepreneurs and how they started. Successful Nigerian entrepreneurs and how they started. So we'll continue with Home of Teresa, H-O-T. Home of Teresa, that is chapter 10. In the morning we did chapter 1 to 9. This is now chapter 10. Home of Teresa. Back in school at the University of Benin, Nkiru Emodi had thought that she would simply walk into a waiting job after her degree. Buoyed by this optimism, she was quick to seek employment after her graduation in 2010. Her optimism, however, was dealt a fatal blow at her very first job interview. I went for a job interview and when I got there, behold, a crowd of about 3,000 applicants were gunning for the same job I was after. She recalls with mock horror. One job, 3,000 applicants. The equation troubled her to no end. Although the rest of the day passed slowly, like a nightmare, she held on to hope. Maybe, she told herself, fate would favor me. On her way home, while processing her experience, a call came in. Sorry, you didn't measure up. You will not be getting the job. The caller said, and hung up. Shattered, she broke down in tears. A few weeks later, Emodi hit the streets again with much excitement, propelled by thoughts of a new job prospect. She had taken the pre-employment test and passed. She was optimistic that she would get the job. But when she got to the interview stage, The panel insisted that she must provide proof of 10 years experience. How on earth would anyone expect a fresh graduate to have years of experience? She couldn't conjure years of experience. She was dropped. Emodi's experience in the job market foreshadows the grim reality by most of the graduates churned out by the Nigerian tertiary education system annually. This reality is also not different from the one faced by millions of employable Nigerian youth. Youth unemployment is one of the biggest development dragons that Nigerian planners and thinkers have struggled to slay ever since independence. The National Bureau of Statistics defines the Nigerian youth as anyone within the 15 to 34 age range. The Nigeria Bureau of Statistics annual report puts the number of unemployed youth during the period Emodi was denied her job at 11 million. The body also says that graduates like Emodi make up about 20%, that is, over 11 million of unemployed youth confronted with this reality. Emodi looked inwards. After the Abuja interview, I cried and decided to embrace my plan B. Plan B revolved around my dream to be my own boss. While in school, I had always thought about a future where I owned and ran my own business. And when I went searching for a job, my plan B was to do my business in case plan A failed. She says, although she had no specific niche in mind when she decided to quit seeking for business, she had convinced herself that she only needs to find her forte, and she did and would do well. Emodi loved shoes with a near fanatical fervor. It was this passion that would direct her to her strong suit. But in her wildest imagination, she never envisioned that production and not retailing would be her métier. I decided that I wanted to go into buying and selling of shoes because I am in love with shoes, especially fanciful shoes, she says. She discussed the idea with her friends and family, but got little support from any of these quarters. The unanimous advice she got was, get a job, work for some time, and then you may go into business. Every fool must learn, but why trust the knowledge of a brick maker about jewelry? Would you go to the bread maker to inquire about stars? A protagonist in George Clason's motivational book, The Richest Man in Babylon, asked a mentee before offering him a timeless advice. If you would have advice about jewels, go to a jewel merchant. If you would know the truth about sheep, go to the herdsman. Driven by instinct, Emodi sought out an expert in the leather business and shared her plan to become a shoe merchant. The man is my uncle, Chief Obi, popularly known as Obi Leather, with over 30 years of experience in the leather industry. Although figures are hard to come by, Nigeria has a thriving shoe industry, built and sustained by men like Obi Leather. Aba, a city in southeast Nigeria, is widely accepted as the hub of shoe production in Nigeria. The city is home to several shoe production hubs. The biggest of them, the Shoe Plaza, a report says produces about 30,000 pairs of slippers and 10,000 pairs of shoes in a week. More than 60% of new shoes worn in Nigeria come from Aba. But most Nigerians don't know that they are wearing Aba shoes. Ken Anyanwu, National Secretary, Association of Leather and Allied Industrialists of Nigeria, once told the International Center for Investigative Reporting. Emodi's uncle listened to her dream and then stretched it beyond her imagination. What she got by way of advice was so invaluable to her that she tweaked her original plan. That decision would make her entrepreneurial journey to start on a focused and result-oriented note. Why don't you learn how to make shoes instead? Why not produce leather footwear using the same high-quality based leather used for shoes you would like to buy and sell? Do that and you might put yourself in a better position. Your creativity will blossom as you design and create. You will grow with time and have a footwear factory later, her uncle said. Not done, he infused her with more wise words. It will require patience, but in the long run, with patience and consistency, you would be better off. He went on to buttress his suggestion with the names and stories of famous businessmen who started from the scratch, grew their businesses and perseverance and luck, and became world famous. Emodi found the suggestion that she could become a shoemaker and factory owner fascinating. She resolved to take Obi Leather's advice. First, she spent 6 months studying the shoe business, talking to traders and artisans, paying close attention to people's attitudes towards shoes, and seeking to discover the real reasons why people acquire particular shoes. One of the first lessons Emodi learned from her uncle was how to differentiate between fake, synthetic, and original leather. This knowledge gave her a solid foundation introduction to the shoe business and proved invaluable when she sought to differentiate her business from the competition. Emodi also turned the workshop of a shoemaker near her home into a second home. With the help of the cobbler, she began to learn the craft, mostly by observation and experimentation. She studied intently and intensely, as if her life depended on it. And in order to diversify her range and offerings, she learned how to make female and male shoes, slippers, and sandals. I brought out my late mom's shoes, and I tore them apart to see how they were put together. As for what I could not understand, I went to the workshop of a shoemaker close to my house to watch him at work. From her sketches and the tutoring of the cobbler across the street, Nkiru Emodi made her first shoe, a sandal she made for herself in 2013. That was one of the defining moments of her career. That was when I fell in love with shoemaking, she says. It took me a full day to finish making the shoe. I discovered I could make good sketches and designs. During the period, she didn't make her shoes with any machine. Instead, she put herself through the rigors of making shoes manually. I did everything with my hands. I used chemicals. I had sores on my hands and my fingernails got broken. I worked in great discomfort. Capital for her new business came from 3 sources, each one as precious as the next. The first seed were donated by family and friends. My first startup capital came from my dad, brothers, and a few friends who believed in my dream after I spoke to them about my passion. I was able to raise 90,000 naira, she says. Then she auctioned some of her late mother's belongings and her possessions. To all of this, she added her savings. At a point, she screamed so badly that she skipped meals in order to save money. Shortly afterwards, she was diagnosed with ulcer. While conducting her research on shoe markets and buyers, Emodi made a discovery that framed her early attitude towards the branding and marketing of shoes. Nigerians, she found, mostly buy brands, not shoes. So, a few weeks before she launched her first collection, she carried out a social experiment to validate this theory and seek assurance that she was on the right track. I was traveling to Abuja and I had a bag full of shoes. I got talking with a passenger on the bus and he asked me what I had in my bag. I told him they were shoes. I opened the bag for him and other passengers and watched their reactions. Her first reaction was, "Oh, Italian slippers." I told them the shoes were made in Nigeria. They could not believe those were made in Nigeria shoes. And I discerned the change in their attitude when I told them the shoes were made in Nigeria. She recalls. Emodi was not disappointed by the reaction. On the contrary, she was left energized by the result of the experiment. On the one hand, it confirmed what she theorized about the average Nigerian shoe buyer. On the other, it confirmed her hunch that her choice to be a shoemaker was the right one. That was the first time I knew I was in the right place, that I was doing well and would make good shoes, she says. She was gratified that her co-passengers could differentiate her products from the foreign ones. From that moment, she set off fully without looking back. The next hurdle was improving her craft and burnishing her brand. She acquired tools and machines for leather craft and shoemaking, got a trademark to brand her shoes, and went on a publicity spree on social media. Mentoring was at the heart of the restructuring that brought about a turnaround for HOT after it began to struggle shortly after its birth. She recalls the episode. In 2016, I thought money was all I needed to boost my business. I wanted to take a loan. She tried all sorts of options, but none yielded results. It was a hard lesson. Potential investors wasted little time telling her that they preferred ventures with quick, significant return on investment. Tired and confused, she approached her pastor and mentor, Dr. Isaiah Wells of Gospel Pillars Ministry, and asked for a loan. His response, she later said, altered her understanding of capital totally. If I gave you 4 million naira, you wouldn't manage it well. You would waste it on resources that are not needed, Dr. Welch told me. He made me understand that it is one thing to have money to begin a business, but publicity and acceptance are far greater factors, especially since mine was a new business. He told me further that an entrepreneur should always TAG, T-A-G, think, which I had done, act, which should be the next stage, and grow. But her mentor didn't just fire her up with these wise words. He gave her an assignment. Think deeply about your needs. Draw up a list of the requirements that you need to reposition the business. Find the answers to those questions and get back to me with your thoughts. By the next morning, she had enough clarity regarding her aim to realize that publicity was topmost on her need list. Cash-strapped, she could not afford to advertise in the print or broadcast media. So, she harnessed the enormous power of the new media, especially the social media, to publicize and grow her business. Social media helped a lot, she says. I could not reach our clients through radio or TV. It was too expensive. Apart from word of mouth, I was able to leverage on social media. I used Facebook and tagged friends. I also used Instagram to tag people. Apart from the few interviews in the regular media, the social media has helped the most. I am doing a lot to put my work on social media. My work is seen abroad as it is seen all over Nigeria. I thrive on putting on my shoes as made in Nigeria, and people have accepted it now. She spent more time with her mentor and gained more valuable lessons. She learned that being accountable financially was one of the sine qua non of successful business. So she restructured her finances and cash flow, developed a robust bookkeeping culture, and opened a profit and loss account. Implementing these changes brought a significant turnaround in her business and placed the company on the path of profit. I made so much financial mistakes, I didn't even understand what putting structures were to a business, she admits. I thought it was all about going to the market, buying materials, making good shoes, and selling. It was when I restructured that I understood I needed to pay myself. I needed to pay my workers' salary. I needed to know how much was coming into the business in a month. I needed to plan my expenditure and how to recover the money. By the end of 2016, Emodi's rebranded hot footwear had begun to enjoy the benefit of the strategic restructuring of the previous year. Business boomed. Hot broke even and started making a profit. As of February 2018, Home of Teresa was producing an average of 50 pairs of shoes a month, priced averagely at 20,000 each. According to Emodi, before then I was producing shoes based on what I liked and my creativity. I wasn't paying attention to what my clients wanted. Rather, I was persuading them to like my taste. In the long run, that wasn't good for my business. Emodi is a firm and ardent believer in the power and potential of made-in-Nigeria goods. She argues that Nigerian goods will compete with global brands if only young entrepreneurs had a fraction of the support given to their contemporaries in other climes. She says local investors, institutions, and governments need to do more to help those in the shoe business to grow. She would like government to harness youth enterprise as a result of generating wealth and reducing poverty. Delving into the value chain of the shoe business, she identifies leather processing as an area where the government can help our fast sector to grow fast. The leather industry is potentially a major foreign revenue earner if only government will pay it attention. Leather processing is crucial to the growth of shoemaking and other leather products industry. Although the major raw material abound in the northern part of Nigeria, there are no processing factories. So my colleagues and I have to rely on the importation of leather at huge cost. This is why the prices of shoes are high in Nigeria. Otherwise, shoemaking is a profit-making business, but a leather factory is needed to boost the SME. The second problem is dearth of capital for beginners, entrepreneurs, and experienced businessmen. Financial institutions, she adds, are often quick to turn down loan requests from small businesses. I have approached banks for loans, and I was turned down. I observe that most of these financial bodies are more interested in what they can get from you, not what they can give. At other times, her attempts to obtain loans were met with banks demanding unrealistic collaterals, usually upbeat. But here, Emodi can't hide her frustrations. I employ 6 people for my business. I pay them based on contract. I pay them from my purse. I have solved the people's problems. If I had more finance, I would employ more people as an entrepreneur. I am more concerned about what I can give, the value that I can provide, and more than what I can get from anyone. Considering the state of the economy, I am trying to reduce the rate of unemployment in the country. I see myself as a problem solver, she says. On the other hand, Emodi is happy with the progress she has made, and she is quite pleased with doing what she does, what she loves. From looking for a job without getting one to becoming a shoemaker and an employer of labor, my motivation kept me going. I believe in myself, she says. Her working day begins at 10 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. She works all day every week except on Saturdays and Sundays. On Wednesdays, she goes to the market to source for materials. But if I have a project of value, we take extra hours and work within the time or deadline given. When we have others that have a deadline, we work until 7 p.m. We work overnight if we need to realize our target. But of course, Emodi is not merely satisfied. Not yet. She wants more. She spends considerable time on the internet, searching for new knowledge, tips and tricks, and current trends in the shoe business. Life, she believes, is a continuous school with little holiday in between. She plans to attend a shoe business school in Italy to broaden her skills. I am not yet there, but I am far better than when I started. I'm trying to make better pairs of shoes every day. I can compete with any brands out there, including the Italian brands. You wouldn't even know they are Nigerian made except I tell you, and that is my joy. Any Nigerian brands are now competing with foreign brands. So having traveled so far, what are our experiential law of success? She outlines them concisely. Thou shalt be focused. Thou shalt be determined. Thou must be patient. Seek mentors and trust in your maker. This was 11. And I said this was chapter 11. Chapter 12 now. Readmania Africa. We are still reading the book Successful Nigerian Entrepreneurs and How They Started. Chapter 11. Readmania Africa. Adebola Williams and Chude Jidonwo had only one asset between them, and when they took their first tentative steps in business, hope. The other asset which they cherished no less despite its intangibility was their budding friendship. The year was 2005. Williams was 19, his partner 20, and together they believed that the world was their oyster. Barely out of their teens, but driven by audacious dreams, these two would go on to build some of Nigeria's foremost youth enterprise brands, breaking new grounds and picking up accolades from far and wide as they did so. Williams and Jidowo are the minds and muscles behind Readmania Africa, and the premium brands like the Future Awards, Robin Mines, and Y Niger. Statecraft Incorporated, their communication and PR firm subsidiary, has been credited with contributing significantly to the electoral victories of 3 African presidents. Their paths crossed for the first time at a TV studio in Lagos during the recording of a youth program. They were at the opposing end of an argument. It was a tense meeting. We met a year or two before we started Readmania. We met on a set of a TV show. Williams told Nigeria's magazine, Encomium, in 2015. There was an argument and we were both on different sides. After the program, I went to him, but he wasn't receptive. I kept on talking to him. We would pick a topic. I would say my own side and he would say his. My sight kept making sense to him. I was getting all he said. That made him pay attention to me the more. From there we became friends, helping each other at work. Although the future partners were teenagers when they met, their exposure and combined experience in the media were not only considerable but unusual. They both had an early start in broadcasting. When they met, Chidonwa was working on television personality Fumi Iyondo's popular talk show New Dawn as an assistant producer, while also studying law at the University of Lagos. Before joining New Dawn, he had worked as a researcher for Celebrating Jesus on private broadcaster MBI on a popular talk show Inside Out with Agatha. Williams had different brief stints at Africa Independent Television, Silver Bay TV, MBI, and Ben TV before becoming the co-host of a youth program on NTA. Both men were driven, hungry, and determined to be successful. Williams, who had to start fending for himself at a young age, once explained the reason he was so driven. I was born into wealth, but before I was 9, everything was lost, and that is the most difficult situation to be, he told Vanguard's Esther Onyebola in 2013. If you were born in a particular state, you would be used to it. But if you were born in a particular state and it reversed to the worse, it would be difficult to adjust. If I was born in one-bedroom apartment, I already knew the drill. But being born into wealth, adjusting later, wasn't easy. At that point, I knew I had to survive. At an early age, I realized that my life is my life, and that if I got messed up, it was my life. So I made a conscious effort to make it better. In 2018, over a decade after Gideon and Williams founded Readmania, Williams is in his car reminiscing about their early days, flitting from philosophy to psychology and peppering his narrative with anecdotes. You are a young Nigerian, and they say you can't make it without a shortcut. We have proved that narrative wrong, he says in his car as his car eases out of the premises of a co-hotel and suite, Victoria Island, Lagos, where he had attended a Tony Elumelu Foundation's Young African Entrepreneurs meeting with the French President Emmanuel Macron. With their reputation as media entrepreneurs and political activists now established and many laurels in their kitty, Williams sees himself and his partner as solution providers. Nigeria has too many problems. It is unthinkable for us not to have solution providers. There are so many problems in the country begging for solutions. The rich, the poor, the mighty, the weak are all in a pyramid where everybody will pay for solutions. Every problem in this country is begging for solutions. You just need to be focused, dedicated, and hardworking. However, he is quick to add that the type of success that he symbolizes takes a process. His is not an overnight miracle. You might be hearing about my 13-year-old company, but there had been years earlier in which I didn't find my feet. We have had to dissolve the first company, Red Strat, founded by 3 of us, before my other partner told me we can still do the magic together. We then formed the new company that we have today. We wanted a name that resonates with young people. Initially, we wanted White something, but it didn't work. We wanted a name with young people, but the Corporate Affairs Commission could not register the name, so we chose Red, which signifies vibrancy. The Red media story has been well told in the Nigerian and foreign media. Already, aspects of these stories have mutated into a few urban folk tales that now serve as an inspiration for thousands of youth with an eye on success. But both partners, Williams in particular, are familiar faces at high-octane corporate and public events. They have access to Nigeria's rich and powerful, and their reach extends beyond Africa's largest economy to the rest of the continent. But only a few, Williams says, know that their journey started rough. William concisely enumerated some of their sacrifices. My partner sold his car at some point. We used our personal money. We sacrificed our lunch money to print posters. We trekked some distances to enable us to save money to plow back into the business. In the early days of the Future Awards, we went about in the midnight to post posters. A company we hired messed us up. So Chude, a couple of friends, and I trekked from Unilag to Maryland at midnight, bearing starch in paint buckets to put posters. We put our lives at risk. A number of times. We would go for a marketing meeting and would be delayed till midnight, and we would find ourselves without or with half the money to go home. All sorts of sacrifices that my partner and I underwent. Drawing lessons from his experience, William highlights the importance of the right strategy for founders of startups. He emphasizes the need for partners to leverage their different skills in their organization's formative years. One is the talking person, and he is good in communication. The other in visions and plans. One is good in mathematics and in accounting. The other knows how to manage people. These are especially important because when you start out, you are your own HR, your own finance person, and you are doing everything on your own, he says. A secondary advantage of partnership which they exploited, according to him, was the richness of the different relationships that the partners had built over the years. Each partner has a bank of human beings, uncles and aunties, friends and neighbors, people you have done things for, people that you serve, people that you greet, good morning, sir. If you are a sole proprietor, you have just one people bank. When you are two, you are two. You have two people's bank, and that means you have many resources to put into your young business. That is what happened to us at Readmania. We focused on our people bank. Our first office was donated by one of our big uncles, now late. He was also our first lawyer. We had friends in HR, so we fixed our recruitment in their offices on Saturdays. As for the staff, we looked out for competence and people who shared our values then. They were relentless, vibrant and forward-thinking individuals. We have always had a board from the outset. Even when people didn't take us seriously, we had boards to counsel us and provide oversight. A small businessman can't pay a board, so the first board must be from your people's bank, the people you serve. In the light of their experience in building Readmania, William debunks as apocryphal the often cited excuse of lack of capital as an impediment to initiate and sustain a startup. A man that has a will has achieved half of it already, he says. Every morning when you wake up, you must have that burning desire to realize a dream. At least one of the biggest lessons from this experience is that ideas without hard work amount to wishful thinking. One of my mentors used to say, Deborah, I am not the smartest, but I will hard work you. And my mother says to me, I have never seen anyone that hard work killed. He says, as he recounts the rigors he passed through as an entrepreneur. The Readmania CEO outlines some valuable lessons that other fresh entrepreneurs may find handy. 1. Think, plan, and share. He says, as you envision the idea, write it down, share it with a few people, and ask yourself, what problem is this idea solving? Having shared your idea with the right people, receive their criticism, then go over the idea and fine-tune it. Mind you, share only with people whose judgment you trust, so that they can help to bring you up and not down. 2. Envision how it will happen. What is the roadmap? What do I need? You now think again. I don't have the money. What do I have in my hands? Even Jesus had 2 fishes and 5 loaves. You will always have something in your hand, something little. It is not about the size, but about the little that can grow in your hand. And so, you say, what do I have? That is where the people bank come in. The people you know. Where are your uncles, the aunties, whom you have shown respect to in the past? The love that they have for you will help you. Free office space, free advice. You must have served other people. It is a cycle. Number 3, find partners. Go out and share your dreams boldly and politely. Collaboration is the new currency. As a young entrepreneur, go out and meet people. Network. Number 4, look good. Make lasting impressions. In other words, be clean, pleasant, and presentable. Have a mint in your bag. Invest in perfume. Wear a clean shirt and tie. Iron your trousers and wear a clean shoe. Number 5, do your homework. You cannot sit before a king and not have your ideas put together. Before you go before a king, you should define your ideas. You must work to the best of your ability. You must pitch like every ounce of your life depends on it. You must not be lazy. You must not be arrogant. Learn humility. It is a life skill. Anything you need to know in life, learn it. Get knowledge. Get exposure. Grow. Those were the kind of things that we did. Number 6, be focused. What kept us going was the commitment to create something for our own lives. With commitment, you are not ashamed to do what is needed. The sacrifice to pay for the realization of your vision. You have got to be focused on your dream. That was what made us do whatever is needed to realize your dream. We have a 20-year vision that in 20 years we will have built a critical mass of young people that are leaders in their country. That is our main focus. Every other thing that came along our way was God's blessing on the sidelines. Every organization has a pivotal moment in its history when a series of fortuitous events or circumstances join forces to present it with its first biggest opportunity. For Readmania, that moment occurred in the early years of the Goodluck Jonathan presidency. In the years prior, the partners had established themselves as their brands as one of Nigeria's most reliable youth brands. Their flagship project, the Future Awards, which celebrates outstanding achievement among Nigerian youth population across professions and socioeconomic groups, was already an established and accepted brand. Both men had also spearheaded and led initiatives advocating for good governance. Their brands and persons had become synonymous with the mobilization and harnessing of youth energies. Still, they needed mainstream opportunities to establish their bona fide as media strategies. The first of these opportunities came in 2010 and would eventually lead to the launch of Statecraft Incorporated, the subsidiary which has consulted for prominent political figures in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Liberia. In a 2017 interview, he granted the yearly Africa Initiative. Gideon, a yearly World Fellow at the time, described the flurry of events and their effect on Readmania. He says, "It was completely unexpected. I was contacted out of the blues by a senior official in the presidency of my country in 2010. He wanted one of our organizations to create a roadmap for youth engagement in governance over a decade. We constituted a high-level youth consultative group and delivered the document. That concluded that we thought after that our magazine Why wanted an interview with the president. We made that request, and then along the way they said, we hear you also run a youth communication agency. The president wanted to run for office. He had assumed office in his current tenure because the original president had died in office, and that he would like the company Readmania Africa to run the youth communication. This was almost surreal. To run youth engagement at the highest level, we had never even considered the possibilities. It had the element of every single thing that made us excited about the media and non-nation building. I will always be grateful for that opportunity. By the next election cycle, Readmania had changed clients. It worked this time for the underdog, candidate Muhammadu Buhari, who at the time was contesting for the fourth time after losing thrice. In 2015, we were contacted to run another presidential campaign. Everyone assumed the candidate would lose because he had run 3 times before. We assumed he would lose, but we thought this was a huge challenge. We were already disappointed with the president and fed up with his political party, which had been in office for 16 years. It was certainly time for historic change, and we thought at worst you could shake up the ruling party from lethargy. We ran the entire communication for the campaign: TV, radio, print, outdoor, digital, and PR. It was the most fun I have ever had in my life. The interview rounds off at the car halt in front of the Readmania head office at Ogunlana Drive in Surulere. Apparently, William's encounter with the youthful French president, the country's youngest leader ever, had gone pretty well. Among other things, Macron, during his visit, charged his Nigerian audience to take risk, telling them there is no success without being a risk taker. His advice resonates loudly with Williams and mirrors the belief that drives his social and business engagements. Young people must expose themselves to the right content, the right things on social media. They have to start to consume the right content, watch videos such as TED videos, read magazines, visit tech sites, read materials that will sharpen your creativity and increase your mental strength. People need to stop waiting to be fed. You are to produce results. Stop being a consumer. Move yourself to the places that will inspire you. The assertion that Nigeria has a very difficult business environment that suffocates startups does not hold with Williams. He believes that with vision and a roadmap, the task of conceiving, incubating, initiating, and nurturing a startup to success is possible in any climate. If you enjoy something, you go around finding the path around it. I was passionate about young people. I was passionate about telling stories. So were my colleagues. We linked up with each other. We found people who were like ourselves. I have always enjoyed talking to people. I have always enjoyed motivating people. That is what I am doing today through my work, through PR. All the things I am doing today, I have always done all my life. Everything is a learning process. That is how one should see life. Mistakes are part of that learning process. Life will always deal you a hand. There will always be situations that seem as if you made a mistake. The important thing is to let your mistake be an opportunity to learn and be better at what you are doing. Things that have happened to me might appear as negative at first, but I pondered on the good that I can take away from them. That is my attitude towards life. Jide is Igbo, Williams is Yoruba. Nigeria's deep ethnic fault lines have been known to smother, eventually, social and business relationships that go off to a good start. However, Williams would not brook any question that seeks to interrogate the dynamics of the partner's ethnicity. I am not even sure if that's a valid question. It is a non-starter, it is inconsequential, and it doesn't exist, he says solemnly. Their business partnership, according to him, is about shared values. We focus on value. We share the same ideas, the same values, the same goals, the same aspirations. We listen to each other. I have a different set of skills. He has got a different set of skills. We come together and we create value. In all of this, tell me, where does ethnicity come in? We were friends before we became partners. We respect each other based on the values we had and the friendship that we had managed over the years. Resolving our differences was easy. A situation may arise, but because of the understanding we have, I will ponder and say, this is my brother. I didn't mean it, I forgive him. Or he didn't mean it, I forgive him. So there is not really an opportunity to find fault with each other. William stresses that people and business partners especially should learn to focus on the important things which bind than the ones that divide. When we started out, we had no godfathers. We had nobody. My partner's mother is an educationist. My mother is retired. My father is a retired captain. My partner's father is retired, is late. So we were just kids of regular people. We just believed in the beauty of our dreams and we went after it. And finally, chapter 13. For 141 locks. 41 locks. Young, ambitious fashion entrepreneurs often worry about the odds stacked against new fashion businesses in an economy teeming with hundreds of successful retailers and thousands of new but extremely competitive ones. For these entrepreneurs, Halima Yunusa, a poster girl for the power of possibility thinking, might as well serve as a source of inspiration. Yunusa started her fashion business in the most unlikely places: Maiduguri, a sleepy city thousands of miles away from Lagos. The breezy fashion capital of Nigeria. However, in a few years, Yunusa's small bag business has outgrown its humble beginnings and transformed into a bespoke retailing outlet selling the best of made in Nigeria luxury wear. 41 Lux outlets are located in the best parts of town in 3 of Nigeria's major cosmopolitan cities: Lekki in Lagos, Wuse in Abuja, and Independence Way in Kaduna. Her choice of locations is strategic. 41 Lux caters exclusively for the well-heeled. In a way, these locations also signpost the success that Yunusa has achieved in her entrepreneurial journey, which began on the campus of the University of Maiduguri, where she studied economics. Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State in the northeast of Nigeria, was founded in 1908 as a military outpost for Britain's regional army, the West African Frontier Force. Prior to this time, the area was within the sphere of the ancient Kanem Borno empire of Nigeria's Kanuri major ethnic group. A part of the modern Maiduguri used to be Yelwa, the capital of the ancient empire. Although it is now in the throes of an insurgency that has claimed thousands of lives, the city was a rustic, peaceful metropolis at the time Yunusa was a child. Yunusa's early schooling and socialization took place in the city, and it was her understanding of the city and of the metropolis's particular need that inspired the idea that gave birth